With the Classics season ranked video having done so well, it's motivated me to rank some individual stories. What better way to do this by ranking every story from worst to best from each Doctor? So let's begin with the one that started it all, the First Doctor. Between 1963 and 1966, the First Doctor took us on adventures that have certainly left an impact for years to come. I'm here today to rank all 29 TV stories from worst to best. It goes without saying this is all opinion based, and if you like or dislike any of the stories listed here, that's absolutely fine. Without further ado, this is every First Doctor story ranked. Let's journey back to the early 1960s. So starting with the worst, we have number 29, The Space Museum. Yeah, this is the worst Hartnell story. A story so bad it doesn't even have the decency to be a missing story, but let's start with the positives. The first episode is pretty good. The TARDIS jumps a time track, whatever that means, and the crew land in a space museum where no one can see or hear them, they leave no footprints in the sand, and worst of all, they're exhibits in a museum. With that premise, you'd think there'd be more surrealness on the way, but no, let's make this as dull as Dishwater Rebels vs Dictators Runaround. Stories like this can work, but this is just boring. It amazes me how long a story goes on when nothing of substance happens. There's no depth or intrigue or mystery in the following 3 episodes. It's just so boring. The Morlocks are crap villains that look bored to be there, and the Rebels fare no better, looking like a bunch of work experience students that walked on set and decided to be part of the story. For being a dull, tedious, boring mess of a serial, the Space Museum ranks as Hartnell's worst. Number 28. The Web Planet. I do give credit to the production team for having the guts to pull this story off, and making every supporting character an alien is pretty innovative. The execution leaves a lot to be desired. If this was a 3-part adventure with the structure of parts 1, 5 and 6, then it might have ranked higher, but unfortunately this is a 6-parter and a dull as Dishwater one. The plot doesn't have enough going on to barely fill 4 episodes, but stretching this out to 6 is just torture. Whilst the insect costumes of the Zarbi and Menoptera are memorable on a visual level, the rest of the production leaves a lot to be desired. I don't know whose idea it was to smear Vaseline on the camera lens, but rather than help create a visually striking alien world, it steers further into the problems. Pretty much like the Space Museum, we have another boring Rebels vs Dictators runaround, but I rank this higher as I at least can remember the visuals. For being a jumbled mess, the Web Planet deserves to be applauded and laughed at, but mostly laughed at. 27. The Celestial Toymaker. When making this list, I was surprised to see this as low as it is, but thinking about it, this story doesn't have much to offer. Now, I admire this serial a lot for wearing its Lewis Carroll style logic like a badge of honour, and I do like Michael Gough as the Toymaker. It is a very memorable performance, and it's no wonder, despite only appearing once in the classic series, that this character had such an impact. The games and structure of this story don't leave a lot to admire. Due to Hartnell's failing health, the Doctor is rendered invisible and voiceless whilst he plays his game, and this really hurts the story. Whilst Michael Gough pulls off playing against no one there really well, this story lacks a good hero-villain dynamic, as the Toymaker just has no one to work off despite Gough's best efforts. Stephen and Dodo don't fare well either, as their games are pretty tedious. Every episode is them playing a game against a bland, cartoonish character. They win, only to be frustrated that the story is not over, as they've been presented with a fake TARDIS. I sympathise with them. Now, with the news of this story getting an animated reconstruction, my appreciation for it may increase, as its status as a mostly missing story really hurts, as being unable to see these games makes this a pretty dull listen. Imagine going to a football match and not being able to see the game. That's what it's like. I admire for its surrealness, but for being repetitive and dull, it's sadly one of the weaker stories of the Hartnell era. Number 26. The Keys of Marinus. Even in its early days, Doctor Who attempting to do a location-hopping adventure week by week certainly has a lot to admire, but I don't think this is the grand, epic quest it was aspiring to be. If this was 4 episodes, I could have placed this in the OK pile, but stretching this across 6 episodes when it doesn't have the substance to keep me interested puts it pretty below average. It's a shame when compared to Terry Nation's first Dalek story, this story lacks the subtlety, atmosphere and tension of his first adventure. It seems that without the Daleks, his script fall below average. Hope this doesn't become a trend. Furthermore, Hartnell's absence does hurt the story, but when he does return, he's a force to be reckoned with on screen. The Keys of Marinus may be fun to watch as a slice of 60s fun, but it's not much for me. Number 25. The Censorite. Ironic how the mystery behind the serial's writer, to R. Newman, is more entertaining than what we ended up getting. Starting off pretty strong with the spooky spaceship setting, you'd think this story would be a compelling horror one, but it's not. At 6 parts, it just feels long-winded. All the essential ingredients seem to be spot on though: an intriguing setup, strong characterization of the Doctor and Susan, a charming and effective alien race, and even a pleasingly explained conclusion. But much of it seems to be lost in the awkward execution and elongated runtime. Visually, the titular Censorites are well realised, but everything about them is so black and white. It all feels good guys versus bad guys, with no real reason to have a conflict other than to pad the runtime. For having elements of good and even greatness spread here and there, the Censorites is close, but no donut. Number 24. The Chase. I know the Chase is rather fondly remembered by fans, but I don't find much to be desired here. Having the Daleks chase our regulars across time and space seems like the next logical step after their first 2 stories. I only wish the tone was drastically different to what we ended up getting. The comedy isn't that witty enough to be amusing, nor is the production striking enough to be creative. Some of the comedy can get a laugh out of me, but it's just more on an ironic level. Ian and Barbara's departure is well handled and always brings a smile to my face, and the ever-changing locations do keep it entertaining enough to prevent getting bored, but if the Dalek threat isn't taken seriously by the characters, then why should the audience? The Mechanoids are cool-looking robots, and would love to have seen them back for a Dalek-Mechanoid rematch on TV, but for feeling cheap and tired with a dash of irony, I'm going to have to place it in the top 24. Number 23. The Ark. The best thing the Ark has going for it is the unconventional structure. The first 2 episodes focus on the cold Dodo unintentionally brought aboard the Ark and infecting its inhabitants. You'd think it's all over by episode 2, but jumping ahead 700 years in the future to find that the monoid slaves have taken over from the humans is a genius way of moving the story forward. Sadly, as the arc goes on, it just becomes generic sci-fi, to put it lightly. The monoids are just really boring villains. With bland dialogue, moronic plans, and loudly proclaiming their evil intentions, it's no wonder they're such a pathetic bunch of conquerors. The arc has nice ideas, and it's cool to see an elephant here. I only wish it kept the same impact and creativity the first 2 episodes had. Number 22. Galaxy 4. Yep, it's alright. Number 21. Planet of Giants. Originally planned as the first ever story, Planet of Giants has a lot to offer. From a production standpoint, I can't fault the set design and huge props. You really do feel the sense of size and proportion, as the TARDIS crew have been shrunk to the size of an inch. Furthermore, the serial has much to say about the dangers of pesticides and the effect they have on the environment and even people. Sadly, the villain plans fizzles out into nonsense as well. Forrester's an idiot. The greedy capitalist angle the story takes is well handled, but as the story goes on, his actions become way beyond questionable and just plain dumb. The story is a neat little distraction, but for feeling more like a special effects reel than anything, the serial rightly gets shortened down from 4 episodes to 3. Number 20. Edge of Destruction. Given the circumstances this was made in, the Edge of Destruction could have been a lot worse, but it just about pulls off its premise. Set entirely inside the TARDIS, there are some really neat moments of psychological horror, and at 2 episodes it feels appropriately paced. As a bottle episode, it allows the characters to come into conflict with one another, but by the serial's conclusion, the time travel becomes less of a kidnap now and more of a family dynamic. What this little experiment actually does is test the characters to see if they've learned anything, and by the end they certainly have. It's an insular adventure that knows what it wants to be and shows how great the original actors were when they have nothing but the TARDIS set to work with. It's a quick watch, but an enthralling one for what it is. Number 19. Rescue. I didn't mean to put 2 episode serials by David Whittaker together, but here we are. As an introductory piece for Vicky, this is pretty good. The performances are a delight, and Bennett's ultimate unmasking reveals what a psychopath he really is. I love the moment of silence when the Doctor and Ian come face to face with Vicky for the first time, and the whole purpose of this exercise is revealed without saying a word. There's a warmth between the actors that is a joy to experience, and Hartnell in particular seems to come alive like never before since the Doctor dumped Susan on the Earth. That's not to say that the story has no merit whatsoever, but it is a little too slight to examine in any great detail. At only 2 episodes, it's basically just set up and reveal without really the stages of an investigation in between, but it's a very good setup and a very nice reveal. The climax with the Doctor standing up in it and laying his crimes bare A fine performance piece for Hartnell. Don't need a quick burst of atmospheric 60s Who with some nice character work. Put the rescue on. It fulfills its purpose admirably, but manages to be a tight little story in its own right. Number 18. Mission to the Unknown. Very first Dr. Light episode, despite what Love and Monsters would have you believe. As a prelude to the upcoming Daleks master plan, this is a gripping watch. The single episode manages to be a dramatic, appetite-whetting teaser that manages to hold your attention for its running time without a peep from the regulars. Given that it doesn't have any recognisable Doctor Who elements apart from the Daleks, this could be a pilot for a Doctor-less Dalek series, and it certainly looks like it would be a series worth watching. The episode ticks over with real punch, and the episode builds to an unforgettable climax that left me wanting to listen to the whole of Masterplan to find out how it all ends. It's very season 3, experimental, desperate, but tonally right on the nail, and shout out to the students and staff at UClan for bringing this lost episode to life once again. Number 17. Smugglers. One's a pure historical. While it may lack the substance or the joy of meeting a celebrity from the past, The Smugglers does nothing more than give you a swashbuckling adventure for an hour and a half, and listening to this one on audio, I do think it just set out to achieve that. It knows exactly what it's trying to do, it won't change the canon forever or introduce anything new, it's here primarily to entertain you as a pirate story, and sometimes that's enough to recommend. Number 16. Savages. Savages is a terrific morality tale directed with real class. Simple premise of the prosperous leeching from the savage works as a treat because it allows the Doctor to do what he does best, protecting the underdog and bringing down a monstrous regime. All 3 regulars are treated to some fine material. The Doctor is at his domineering best as he confronts this society of hypocrites. Stephen fights against the role of an action hero and leaves the series as a thoughtful man embarking on a new life. And even Dodo gets to show curiosity and bravery. Having Frederick Jaeger's Jano take on the personality of the Doctor halfway through the story was a really interesting move. The way the Doctor steers the events of serial, even when he's unconscious, does show the strength of his impact and power. It truly is the power of the Doctor. It's a shame it's missing, as I do believe it would have been more highly regarded if we could see it. For giving us a great exit for Stephen and great commentary on class warfare, The Savages certainly deserves another look. Number 15. War Machines. First story to truly show off the style and vision producer Innes Lloyd had for Doctor Who, and the execution was pulled off pretty well. With polished direction, expansive location work and familiar settings, you can see instant potential in Polly and Ben as companions. She's a resourceful middle-class working girl, and he's a cheeky cockney who's handy with his fists. They both have a taste for the adventure and beyond, and I have nothing but hope for the future as they skip into the TARDIS. Oh, sorry Dodo, bye, you're forgotten. With the conception of Wotan and the idea of a series of linked computers, you have one of the more sophisticated Doctor Who serials, predating the internet age and jumping on the bandwagon of artificial intelligence. It's a cold opponent, so there isn't the entertainment that you would usually have with a swaggering villain at the top, but the fight against the War Machines is so impressively staged that you could almost forget this is a story with only a faint whisper of a climax. Hartnell is holding on to his dignity in an advisory role, and even though he is struggling, he's still carrying on best. A confident tale, well produced and very entertaining to watch, even if it may not hold a candle for the Daleks. Number 14. Mythmakers. The first story to show off producer John Wiles's vision of the programme by giving us a more sophisticated historical. The Mythmakers for the first 3 episodes is somewhat of a dry comedy historical, taking the famous ancient Greek poem of the Iliad and adapting it into a situation where the Doctor is forced to create the means for the sack of Troy. It's a fascinating insight into the Doctor's impact on history. Rather than being the voice of not changing history, he very much becomes a part of legend. It's probably the closest we get to the Doctor being a god. And put it this way, he emerges from the TARDIS, which could be mistaken for a temple, and gives the Greeks the idea of the Trojan horse. In this context, he might as well be a god. Comedy is well handled in the first 3 episodes, and whilst the tone gets darker in the final episode, it doesn't feel like a huge tonal change. For attempting to push the boundaries and become a more sophisticated look at history, The Mythmakers rightly deserves its place as a creative take on the historical genre. I only wish we could see it. Number 13. Gunfighters. Quite possibly the most underrated Hartnell story ever, Whilst I'm not blind to its faults, I certainly can't bring myself to dislike this story. The Gunfighters has the time to get down and dirty with the real conventions of the Western genre. It's a Doctor Who story that's filled with booze, violence, and women, and one that casts the Doctor in the role of the hero and the villain, and the one that ends with a violent massacre of characters we were laughing our heads off at earlier in the tale. Bullets fly, corpses pile up, crickets hum, and glasses are filled. Hartnell is on top form here, relishing the chance to play up the role but maintaining the dignity of the Doctor, all while Peter Purves and Jackie Lane fit the scenery like a glove, making it easily the most successful outing for this trio, I think. Anthony Jacobs as Doc Holliday is brilliant, a dynamically shot gunfight at the climax, and detailed sets that capture the essence of the Western. This is a story that is constantly giving. Fill up your glasses, join in the fun. This is one deliriously enjoyable tale to watch over and over. I'm so happy this one spared being wiped, and dodgy American accents aside, I'll gladly take this story over a lot of sci-fi stories from this era. Number 12. Reign of Terror. An enjoyable foray into the French Revolution. Production is sound with some detailed sets and a memorable score, and Spooner turns every one of his characters into real people with some cutting and amusing dialogue. The serial isn't shy to address both the positive and negative impact the revolution had on society, and while it is a great watch for the first 5 episodes, the final episode does let the serial down a bit, with Napoleon visiting a tavern, which feels really out of place and something of an anticlimax after what has come before, but it's still a very enjoyable story nonetheless. What I love about historical serials like this is that our regulars could end up dead if they're in the wrong place at the wrong time, and whilst I think it would have been a tighter as a 4-parter, The Reign of Terror is certainly an overlooked gem in Doctor Who's first season. Number 11. Time Meddler. The serial certainly had its impact whether the fans want to remember it or not. This is the first story to introduce another TARDIS and another member from the Doctor's race, a meddling monk. A fun take on an antagonistic role where he's not malicious or evil, he simply wants to change history because it's more fun his way, and this premise is strong enough to keep this going for 4 episodes. New companion Stephen makes a great impact, and the production values feel excellent throughout. You genuinely feel like you've stepped back in time to Saxon Britain. Whilst the supporting cast are pretty dull and generic, the rest of the story holds up remarkably well. For being the first pseudo-historical, the Time Meddler certainly deserves its place, but I'm going to have to leave it just short of the top 10. Number 10. Dalek Invasion of Earth. The first time Doctor Who felt like event TV, with a rematch for the Daleks that kicked off Dalek Mania for Christmas 1964, the tone is unapologetically grim, as you can see the full impact of the Daleks' power across London. With striking imagery and subjugation of slavery, the Doctor feels truly defined as the hero we all know and love here. Rather than just getting back to the ship, he is not leaving the Earth until the Daleks are defeated. The Daleks have plenty of power and subjugation depicted on screen, and whilst their plan is pretty head-scratchingly silly and the action scenes are pretty clumsy, it's hard not to deny the impact this serial had. A great rematch for the Doctor's most iconic villains. Number 9. Daleks. Nothing quite beats the original story. As our first step onto an alien world, it really sells this series as something very alien and mysterious, not to mention exciting and danger around every corner. The Daleks bucks the trend of Season 1 that is the historical adventures that are the best realised and more memorable, but this is one planet that you will not forget in a hurry. The series certainly never did, and the Daleks themselves are imaginatively shot throughout. They're devious, implacable, and deadly, and it's no wonder they were an instant hit with audiences. This is a stage of the show where the Doctor wasn't quite the hero, and the companions had an equal share of the action, with Ian, Barbara and Susan all contributing memorable moments. If this had been 6 episodes and we cut out the penultimate episode of padding, it would have been virtually flawless, but this is a 7-parter when it didn't really need to be, but it certainly holds up remarkable 60 years later. A fantastic debut for the Doctor's most iconic enemy. Number 8. Unearthly Child. The best way to describe the very first episode of the serial is magical. Everything works perfectly with the setup and payoff, with each of the 4 regulars introduced flawlessly, with differentiating traits perfectly defined. The first TARDIS flight is nothing short of fantastic, and whilst the journey into Stone Age times is a bit of a step down, it's certainly not the downgrade of quality fans make it out to be. There's decent commentary on how one leader is not stronger than the whole pack, and the one who holds the fire holds the power. The production values are strong enough to keep interest and keeps the story engaging enough as the characters are thrown into a hostile environment struggling to survive. For giving us a perfect first episode and a pretty good caveman story, the very first serial that started it all certainly deserves its place in the top 10. Number 7. The 10th Planet. With the introduction of the Cybermen and the first ever regeneration, this story is a gripping production. Conceptually, psychologically and physically, the Cybermen are frightening here, and tailored with a playful sing-song voice, we have never seen anything quite this successfully weird and scary introduced since probably the Daleks. It's clear that the Cybermen were also here to stay. The ideas are exciting and dramatised in an interesting way. The story keeps one foot grounded in reality through the setting whilst heading off to explore the terrifying notion of body improvements gone mad, and the ending blows your mind with the apparent death and rebirth of the Doctor. Even though the First Doctor era is on its last legs, it remains innovative right up to its final breath. And with a new Doctor emerging from the snow, it was far from being all over. Number 6. Dalek's Master Plan. Did this need to be 12 episodes? No, but the story is treated with such gravity and seriousness, and there is a real sense of desperation to the situation that the Doctor and Steven have found themselves in. The running theme of the story is pretty much the same as the chase, except the Daleks have a good reason for pursuing the travellers throughout time and space, and the material is top quality and taken seriously, rather than bottom-of-the-barrel juvenile comedy. The one thing that continually impressed me was how it seemed to fly by, considering it is the single longest story in the history of the programme, and we can't even watch 2/3 of it. There is something about how it briskly moves from set piece to set piece and confidently shifts genre. I simply relented to the many tones that it adopted. There are a few problems with the Daleks' master plan. Again, its length is way too long. So much of the material is absolute gold. I can't in my good judgment fit anything less than the mark it deserves. With a cast this big, a storyline this epic, and so much stakes and incredible drama, action and comedy on display, this is a pure example of everything that makes Doctor Who as brilliant as it can be, and exposes the ambition and guts of the series in the 60s. Number 5. Crusades. Crusades is a dramatic, exotic treat. You could easily spend an age looking for the narrative and failing to find one, but as a snapshot of history in the Hartnell era, its success is unparalleled. The regulars are all afforded some great moments. Ian is knighted and gets to play the swashbuckling hero. Vicky enjoys subterfuge playing a boy. The Doctor dazzles in court politics with King Richard, and Barbara experiences some culture shock. Her scenes being hunted and terrorised on the streets of Palestine are some of the more adult and discomforting in the entire series. Each character is written for distinctively, and the words that come out of their mouths paint pictures in the same fashion as like Shakespeare. This is the point where director Douglas Camfield made his name on the programme as being able to produce something visually stunning and atmospheric on a shoestring, and the execution of the Crusade is practically flawless. Evocatively lit, stunningly designed, and with careful camera work and framing, the realisation is essential to its success. It is a show that is bristling with style, gaining confidence due to its unexpected success. Easily one of David Whittaker's finest scripts. Number 4. Marco Polo. Out of all the serials to be missing, I am devastated that it's Marco Polo that ended up on the junking pile. John Lucarotti used words to transport his audience to ancient Cathay, aided by minor miracles of costume and set design. His carefully crafted scripts carry wonder, terror, and a real authority for the whole period. There's a flood of memorable dialogue and exchanges that ensures our attention rarely droops over nearly 3 hours. The tussles over the TARDIS, Ian and Marco discussing the marvels of science and nature, teenagers Ping Cho and Susan comparing the movements of fish in a pond to their friends, and the Doctor apparently vying with a cantankerous gout-ridden Khan in an infirmity contest. Marco Polo is just a terrific adventure that never drags across 3 hours. It's a wonderful adventure that I hope is found once again. Number 3. Romans. Romans is one of those serials from the 60s that skips by effortlessly, with the gorgeous regular cast delivering sparkling performances, a deliciously funny and smart script, some clever direction that suggests a much bigger world than one it is capable of producing. There's a brutality to the story that matches the comedy and ensures that things don't get too easy to watch, and much of the comedy is of the blackest variety, which really appeals to my type of humour. Vicky gets to have a real adventure in history, Ian and Barbara get to bask in the comfort of their relationship before being torn apart and thrown into slavery, proving their affection by spending 4 episodes trying to reach one another again. and the Doctor has rarely been this delightful, sparring with Nero, meddling with history rather hypocritically, and just having a blast of a time, juggling intrigue and court mayhem. Intelligent, clever, funny, and educational, The Romans is a stirring highlight of the second season of Doctor Who. Number 2. The Aztecs. Aztecs is imbued with such confidence and style and is beautifully written and performed by all concerned. The story boasts beautiful production values, from the detailed set design, the marvellous costume and gorgeous backdrops to the evocative musical score. The Aztec culture is explored in considerable depth for what is essentially an adventure show, and there are numerous character pairings that really set the screen on fire. You have Barbara and Tlatoxel, Ian and Ixter, and the Doctor and Kameka. And Jacqueline Hill, this is her finest hour as Barbara. She's particularly exceptional in this story because it gives her so much to work with, but the truth is she's always approached the role with so much conviction. Just a fantastic actress, and a material that can really stretch her and give the character a new direction to explore. William Hartnell is on fine form too. Sorry River Song, you weren't his first love, that goes to Kameka. Indulging in a witty romance, but proving startlingly vicious when he needs to be. Some stories are great to go back and rewatch because of nostalgia, but The Aztecs is just a brilliant story that is worth revisiting because it's a beautiful piece of work. Number 1. The Massacre. It's ironic how my favourite Hartnell story no longer exists. The joy of these historical adventures that I find are their introduction to periods we aren't necessarily privy to, and the fascination brewed up in me by The Massacre makes it one of my favourite Doctor Who stories of all time. The story uses politics and religious intolerance like no other, tightly focused on the major players in Paris at the time, using its early episodes to introduce and explore the characters and their idealism, and building up to a dramatic assassination attempt and the concluding with terrifying massacre of the title. Each of Season 3's historicals do end with a bloodbath. This is the most powerful because Stephen's reaction to the Doctor being so callous is perfect. It is entanglement in the Parisian politics that make the story so interesting, allying himself with the Protestants and slowly uncovering details of the Catholic plot to massacre the Huguenots. The story throws in an old chestnut. The merciless Abbot of Amboise is the spitting image of the Doctor, but it wisely amputates the Doctor from the action, so we are never sure if this is the Doctor or not. Hartnell's performance as the Abbot is really good, word perfect, and his mere presence generates an air of disquiet. Highlights also include the King's reaction to the attempted shooting of Admiral de Colony and his mother's biting admission to it, the astonishing cliffhanger which sees the Abbot dead in the street, and Chaplet, whose potential murder strikes Stephen as a step too far in regards to the Doctor's callous observation of history, and the Doctor's heartbroken soliloquy at the conclusion as he is abandoned in the TARDIS console room is nothing short of beautiful. This is the story that proves how mature and adult Doctor Who can be, without losing its ability to teach, entertain and educate. But more importantly, it proves what a fantastic actor both Peter Purves, who played Stephen, and William Hartnell, who played the Doctor, really was. With the departure of William Hartnell, it was time to give the show a renewal, and with the Second Doctor era, we certainly got that. Patrick Troughton certainly had a lot to prove as the Second Doctor, to see if changing the lead actor could work, and with stories like these, I'm here to find out whether or not his era does hold up. I'm here to rank all 21 of his TV stories from worst to best. Of course, this is all opinion based. If you feel differently to any of the stories listed, that's great, and I welcome all differing opinions. Without further ado, let's journey back to 1966 and rank every story from the Second Doctor era. Starting with the ultimate bottom of the barrel, we have number 21, The Space Pirates. Allow me to show my reaction after experiencing the story for the first time.
What the hell is that?
Whenever I think what's the worst of 60s Who, I probably point to this one. I think the main problem is that this doesn't feel even remotely like Doctor Who. The TARDIS trio don't even appear until 15 minutes into episode 1 and are trapped in one drab cell until part 3. The conflict and side characters, which are given way more focus than the regulars, is dull as dishwater, and with the TARDIS team barely in this, there's not much entertainment to be found here. I struggle to believe this was written by Robert Holmes, who went on to become one of the most acclaimed writers of the entire series, but every great writer has their duds, I suppose. We have episode 2, it's boring. We have the soundtrack, that's boring as well. Maybe the visuals make up for it, but if this story is found or animated, let's just say I won't be brimming with excitement. For being excruciatingly mind-numbing and dull, and look up in the thesaurus for other words that mean boring, the Space Pirates rightly deserves to be the worst of the Second Doctor era, due to having barely any Doctor in it. Number 20. Dominators. I genuinely debated putting this story or the Space Pirates as the worst, and don't get me wrong, this story is awful, but at least the regulars are in it. Albeit looking tired and bored, but at least they're in it. You know a story is bad when not even the writers wanted their names on this serial. This story could have been interesting satire on flower power and the dangers of pacifism, but why should we give two flying quarks about the Dulcians when they are so laid back about the whole affair of being subjugated? You have to wonder why the Doctor didn't just bugger off in the TARDIS and leave them all to being dominated. I'll say that the wrong way. Dominators constantly bicker and argue, and the fact that the writers thought that the quarks would have been the next Daleks is just laughable, and that's being kind. The story commits every sin you might imagine 60s Who to be capable of. Cheap sets, drab location work, static performances, and a general feeling of tiredness to the whole piece. In truth, very little of black and white Doctor Who is anywhere near as bad as this. The Dominators is a hugely embarrassing season opener to a pretty good season, and easily one of Troughton's worst. Do yourself a favour and don't marathon The Wheel in Space and The Dominators back to back. You'll seriously question why you're a Doctor Who fan. Speaking of which, number 19. Wheel in Space. Two things occurred to me whilst watching this story. One, the Base Under Siege format that was dominant in Season 5 has well and truly run dry, and two, the original script editor and writer David Whittaker, who'd been with the show since the start, has clearly run out of ideas. The direction lacks claustrophobia, atmosphere and tension, and the plot is just a tick list of mundane procedural events. Have we ever had the Cybermen be more boring than they are here? They sit mooching about plotting and scheming and have no type of visual menace at all. Their voices are so lax and lethargic, they even sound like they can't be bothered. Their plan is so insanely convoluted I'm still scratching my head as to why they're invading the Wheel in the first place. They supposedly need it to invade Earth, yet have the resources to ionize a star and cause a meteor shower? If anyone can explain what their plan is to me, I'd be very happy to hear so. On a positive note, this is a fairly good introduction for Zoe Herriot, a companion whose brains could easily rival the Doctor's, but that's not enough to save this story. It's a crying shame that one of my favourite seasons and writers had to end this way. For being a convoluted mess, The Wheel in Space needs a lesson in manly hearts, me buckle. Number 18. Underwater Menace. This is a story I consider to be the Troughton equivalent of The Chase. Embarrassing and ridiculous, but I like it ironically, shall we say. The Underwater Menace falls into the category of so bad it's good for me. The serial is filled to the brim with ridiculous hijinks and laughable production values and performances. It has the tone and look of a camp cheap B-movie and it doesn't do itself any favours. Joseph First may be funny in the wrong way as Professor Zaroff, but the character is so OTT and daft I struggle to take him seriously as a threat. The music is ear-piercingly annoying, and the less said about the fish people the better. Not much really to say about this one, other than it's entertainingly bad. For being the room of Doctor Who serials, I'm going to have to leave The Underwater Menace in the top 18 Troughton. Number 17. Crotons. It exists. Number 16. Highlanders. You may think I'm being too harsh on who is essentially my favourite Doctor. Trust me, we're now into the stories that I can start calling good. Every story on the list from this point on I consider good to great. Whilst the Highlanders may not have been the best finale for the pure historicals to depart the series, at least it gave us my favourite companion, Jamie. The Jacobite Rebellion is realised with a surprising amount of gusto, with some vicious fight scenes and lovely dark touches, such as the cell which fills with water and the attempted hanging. It's probably Attica Wills' strongest story as Polly as well. Troughton is playing the Doctor for laughs here, but he's pretty marvellous. His outrageous disguise as Dr. Von Ver works as a treat, especially during the fantastic scene in episode 2 where he manages to tie up Solicitor Grey and practically knock out his clerk. Like the Smugglers, it doesn't really have anything profound to say or do beyond entertaining you for 4 episodes, but as a Troughton historical it feels widely out of place, but it is worth treasuring in that regard, I feel. Number 15. The Faceless One. With its coarse location work, locked room mysteries and bureaucratic nightmares, there's a great deal to recommend about The Faceless Ones, especially when it ventures widely into science fiction in the latter episodes, but there is no denying the fact that this is 2 episodes too long and would have been better as a 4-parter. There is far too much toing and froing from one location to another and repetitive action in the first half, which means once the twists have done their business, there is a frantic lead up to the climax. Perhaps it's a mixture of its contemporary setting, the prominence of Jamie and Samantha, and the way the writers stack their revelations and great ideas across the 6 episodes that keep the story engaging and not being boring. Troughton and Hines positively shine, though it's a shame Polly and Ben are ditched 2 episodes in, but hey, at least they get to say goodbye at the end. Add in some strong guest performances, a generally polished production, and a fantastic premise of aliens colonising through insidious means of proving to be misguided victims of a natural disaster, and you have a story made of pretty good ingredients. This would have made a 4-episode classic, but at 6 episodes it is good, but not quite as spectacular as it wants to be. Number 14. The Seeds of Death. This is one of those serials that often gets shuffled into the pack, which is a shame because there is a lot to recommend here. The Ice Warriors are beautifully shot in this story, they look great, and it's probably the story where they exude the most menace, and their plan is engaging enough and given the appropriate scale it needs. Heck, their plan is so good the Sontarans would nick it nearly 40 years later. Where the serial shines is the direction, as Michael Ferguson gives this story the style and gravitas it needs to make it feel less repetitive. For me, The Seeds of Death is popcorn Doctor Who. The plot is engaging enough to keep me interested, it's a great rematch for the Ice Warriors, and sometimes that's enough to recommend. Number 13. The Abominable Snowmen. If I could use one word to describe the Abominable Snowmen, it's atmospheric. The writers and director take their time to generate an atmosphere of disquiet and some pretty effective psychological and conceptual horror. My one serious objection to this story is that it is a little lengthy to fulfill its plot. There is a good 4 episodes worth of material here that has been stretched out to 6, and a lot of the slack is taken up with toing and throwing on the hillside and messing about with the Yeti, and that's fine in the early episodes, but it does become a little repetitive in the last third of the story. However, that extra time does also afford for some shaded characterization and a frightening villain to emerge in the Great Intelligence, speaking through Wolfe Morris's Padmasambhava. It's not a story that pushes the Doctor to the fore or the companions or the guest characters. The weight of all 3 of these characterizations is evenly distributed throughout, which is quite a rarity you see in Doctor Who. Between that and the fact that the monsters are pretty cuddly and the pace can be generously called measured might be why so many people kind of forget about this one. However, it's an extremely competent tale in practically every other department. It's stylishly shot, well acted, and has a story that's constantly innovative. It is a base under siege story, but because of the expansive location work, it does manage to stand above its contemporaries. Number 12. The Ice Warriors. The serial's reputation among fans is fascinating to me, as with every story poll, it always seems to be pushed back lower and lower, and I have no idea why. Yes, on the surface it is your typical base under siege story, but the realisation of its Ice Age environment, the look of the warriors and supporting players, make this a story that I find very enjoyable. Glacier scenes hold up fantastically, the warriors themselves are impressive with their hissing reptilian voices, the cast is uniformly excellent. There's great debate about the over-reliance on computers and the importance of independence throughout, which is very worthy stuff to include. Supporting characters Penley and Storm make a neat mirror image of the Doctor and Jamie. One is a reasonable man of science who is very open-minded, and the other is a Scotsman who'd go in all guns blazing. The Ice Warriors is a great debut for the natives of Mars, and it's certainly a gem in the Troughton era that doesn't deserve to be forgotten. Number 11. Macra Terror. Oh boy, has the fandom been sleeping on this one. We have an effective chiller with oodles of atmosphere that also has giant crabs. There is plenty of good material for all 4 regulars without any of them feeling sidelined. Jamie gets to come into his own and provide some effective action and laughs, and Polly and Ben enjoy some chilling tension as the latter comes under the influence of the Macra and menaces the other half. But it's the Doctor who impresses the most, with the dark schoolboy finally emerging and rubbing his hands together with glee as he brings down these insidious parasites. There's some padding down the mind in episode 3, but with all that aside, the pace rarely lets up, and it aces the stifling feeling that Big Brother is watching you in this idyllic colony. It's a shame that this seems to be a forgotten adventure, because the result is a highly engaging piece that genuinely deserves to have some of the highest ratings of the era. Doctor Who was riding high on the success of the Troughton transition, and this is one of the most confident stories yet, and certainly the one that the main cast feels the most comfortable in. Whilst the story has certainly gained a reputation since the animation, fans do need to give it another look, and it's a chilling production. Though maybe there really is no such thing as macro. Number 10. The Moon Base. Second Doctor's first encounter with his most recurring enemy may be a remake of the 10th Planet, but this is certainly a comfort story for me. Whilst it's a shame Jamie is left out of this serial, it makes up for this by having lashings of atmosphere and claustrophobia. Cybermen are given an updated design and look terrific. Their plan to take the base by stealth is brilliant. These Cybermen are patient and will be cautious. It's a logical step for their characterization after their all-guns-blazing approach to the 10th planet. The Moon Base is a story that I can pop on any time and never be bored by it. With a simple but effective plot and a great reintroduction for the Cybermen, the Moon Base rightly deserves its place in the top 10. Number 9. The Evil of the Daleks. You may be surprised not to see this in the top 5, as I do consider this to be the perfect classic everyone makes it out to be. It's far from bad. Negatives out the way first, the story starts off very meanderingly with way too much hopping about from one location to the next, but with very little plot or story happening. However, once the cards are laid on the table and the plot truly kicks in, this is a great watch. The Daleks attempt to discover a factor in humanity that is absent in Daleks to discover why they've always been defeated by them by testing Jamie. The serial certainly has a touch of class about it, with the majority of the serial taking place in a Victorian house, and the Daleks are characterised perfectly. They are impulsive, aggressive, impatient, and even physically violent. The cast also shine as well, with Waterfield and Maxtable representing the best and worst of humanity, and why humans will always triumph over Daleks. The Dalek Emperor is a magnificent creation, and while there is a lot of fluff with the plotting and characters, it's not enough for me to call this serial bad, but I can't exactly place it higher. For being a sparkling serial filled with creativity, combined with fluff and meandering plotlines, The Evil of the Daleks is great, but there's 8 stories from this era much better than it. Number 8. The Enemy of the World. Definitely the biggest surprise for me when this serial was found in 2013. A dramatically played spy thriller, which is attention grabbing from the very first scene, Enemy of the World is another story that has long been considered the odd one out of Season 5, and for obvious reasons, there's no monsters attacking a claustrophobic base. David Whittaker has written an exquisite script with lots of touches, and a dedicated cast bring the story to life and create some captivating drama. It plays out very much like one of the old Hartnell historicals, with characters coming to the fore and their dynamics proving the linchpins in the plot. Doctor Who doesn't have to be about monsters week in, week out to remain engaging, and this is a very bold and successful attempt at detailed world building and being a captivating spy drama. Troughton aces his role as Salamander and creates one of the series' most venomous nasties, and as a result of this, his Doctor seems cuddlier than ever. Barry Letts comes down quite hard on his directorial debut, but this just might be his finest work on the series, displaying none of the technical difficulties of his later tales and coaxing some lovely performances from his cast. For a 6-parter, it is pacey and always throwing new things at you, a unique anomaly of the Troughton era. Number 7. The Mind Robber. The biggest odd one out of the whole Troughton era, not since the Celestial Toymaker have we had a story that wears its surrealness like a badge of honour, and it's brilliant. A constantly surprising, adapting, giving story that manages to thrill, scare and amuse all in equal measure, and stylishly directed with David Maloney shooting the story in unusual ways to highlight the surrealness. The Mind Robber is throwing so much at you in every single turn, such as the face-changing game to escape the horror of Fraser Hines falling ill, forest of words constructing sayings, Zoe trapped in a jam jar, the picture writing, the unicorn, and that's just in episode 2. Things get more and more insane as we meet all number of characters from fiction, with Medusa, a unicorn, and even Gulliver. Lots of lovely narrative tricks as well. The story refuses to compromise its fantasy nature, climaxing in a classic era moment when the Doctor and the Master of the Computer conjure up all manner of fiction characters to fight each other and rescue Jamie and Zoe. It is one of the most unpredictable stories I have watched. Once you accept that anything here can happen, you just sit back and let it wash over you. For defying all the laws of logic and embracing its fantasy genre, the Mind Robber stands out in the Troughton era for being so delightfully different. Number 6. Fury from the Deep. Fury from the Deep is a memorably creepy story, most notably due to its claustrophobic feel helped by how it's set in an isolated location and unnerving sound design. The thumping, almost heartbeat-like sound often emitted here is chilling, and Dudley Simpson's score comprised of piercing synth sounds is similarly odd too. Although this story follows the common base Under Siege formula, it does contain an uneasiness of tone that complements the narrative perfectly. There's an excellent balance of suspense, scary moments, action, and mystery in this serial that all gel really well together, and the tension keeps up right until the very end. The idea of killer seaweed is simple yet so effective, and it has a really sweet departure for Victoria, where the pressure of having to feel afraid and scared all the time finally takes its toll on her, and she leaves to be with a new family. Fury from the Deep is everything that can make young viewers scurrying behind the sofa, and I love it for that. For being a terrifying piece of TV, Fury from the Deep is great, but it's just shy of the top 5. Number 5. The Invasion. The longest Cyberman story and a test pilot for the format of the series going forward into the 1970s, there are a stack of compliments to be handed out to The Invasion. I'm not even sure where to begin. Douglas Camfield is still, in my opinion, the finest director ever to work on Doctor Who, and we were definitely fortunate for him to be booked onto this serial, as the imagery is memorable, the action is exciting, and the story is shot in an unusual way that gives it contemporary visual dimension. Then there is the top-notch team of the Second Doctor, Jamie and Zoe, who all get stellar moments and have developed a supremely watchable chemistry by this point. Unit is an idea that could have bombed spectacularly, but given the resources of this blockbuster, they managed to pull it off with real style, and Nicholas Courtney's Brigadier is the perfect face to front this military outfit. Brilliant guest characters like Isabel, Jimmy, Packer and Watkins add a human dimension to the story that is vital, and the luxurious length of the tale allows the actors to explore their characters. Invasion is a story that deliberately takes its time to build up tension, and when the big event finally comes, you have some of the most exciting moments of the entire era. I can completely see why the production team was sold on this format to push the show in a new direction. It's incredible. An expensive blockbuster with one of the finest ever Doctor Who villains in Tobias Vaughan, Invasion proves how bold the series can be when other stories of this season would fall flat on their faces. Number 4. The Power of the Daleks. If you were going to kickstart the show and give it a new lease of life with a spanking new lead actor, you couldn't do much better than handing him a story as gripping as this one to prove what he really is made of. The Power of the Daleks is a masterpiece of character drama and suspense building from David Whittaker, one of the master craftsmen of Doctor Who. He takes Terry Nation's Dalek creations and breathes new life into them. No longer are they just an army of killers, but they are formidable tacticians and psychological manipulators, and they prey on the weaknesses of this colony until they have enough strength to burst from their capsule and slaughter the lot of them. Less is somehow more here, and relying on their intelligence rather than their usual habit of strength in numbers and kill first, think later is far more effective expression of their ferocity. By the end of the story, there is an argument to be made that the colonists killed themselves, important figures all planning to utilise the Daleks in different ways, and having their wishes granted and have it be twisted upon themselves. You can't make a bargain with these Daleks because they will always demand payment, and there is only one reward they seek. The way the story is structured with each episode raising the stakes is superb. Daleks are revealed in a decrepit state, they are broken into service, they gather resources, they kickstart their own production line, they build up an impressive fighting force, and finally they break free of the capsule and set off to massacre the people who have made their resurrection possible. Daleks hold their fire for 5 episodes, so when they are finally let off the leash, they are completely relentless. Tension is gripped from episode 1, it builds exceptionally and climaxes in an unforgettable bloodbath in the final episode. This is an all-powerful backdrop for the new Doctor to establish himself against. Patrick Troughton emerging from this drama as an impish, awkward, intelligent and modest version of the hero we have adjusted to. He does get some alone time with both Polly and Ben, and they both get the chance to evaluate the man and arrive at the same decision come the ending. This is the Doctor, but an exciting, fresh version of the man. For being one of the greatest Dalek stories ever written, The Power of the Daleks rightly deserves its place in the top 5 Troughton. Number 3. The Web of Fear. As a sequel to The Abominable Snowmen, The Web of Fear cleverly takes all its predecessors' elements and cleverly subverts them. The open space of the Himalayas? Gone. We're now in the London Underground. The pacifist monks? Gone. Meet the British Army. Yeti looking cute and cuddly? Gone. Now have bright eyes and kill you with web guns. The Web of Fear is practically all style, and most of this is down to the director, Douglas Camfield, and with the most conceptual and opaque villain the show has ever produced. The fact that the Great Intelligence is such an unknowable threat is what makes it so effectively scary, and there's nothing wrong with a classically presented serial, especially when it's as brilliant as this. This is one of those few six-parters that fully justifies being 6 episodes long, as you could watch this all in one go and never be bored by it. If you allow yourself to get suckered into its oppressive, claustrophobic, and paranoid atmosphere, this is the ultimate horror Who. The idea of characters fighting for their lives in a claustrophobic setting has been done before, but never quite as stylish as The Web of Fear. Number 2. The War Game. Ultimate Doctor Who are epic and 10 episodes of pure magic. The way this story stacks up its revelations and becomes more vast and epic as it progresses is breathtaking. The beautifully written and performed villains encourage you to keep watching, starting with General Smythe and just getting better from there. The Security Chief, the War Chief, the Warlord, all culminating in the revelation of the Time Lords, with each one feeling more powerful and dangerous than the last. You are gasping with delight at how high the stakes have become. You've got a massive engaging cast of characters brought to life by fantastic actors and enough locations to fill a season, all artistically shot by the director. And right at the centre of this masterpiece we have Patrick Troughton, Fraser Hines and Wendy Padbury. A great team, and they are appropriately all given their finest material in their last show together. Exciting, shocking, hilarious, dramatic, action-packed and reshaping the series forever, the War Game sees the Troughton era end as it began with a triumphant story. As proof of what Troughton could do with the role, I would say there is no finer story than this in the Troughton era. But that spot rightly goes to... Number 1. Tomb of the Cybermen. There's one story that beautifully represents the whole of the Troughton era. It most definitely is The Tomb of the Cybermen. At a blissful 4 parts, the pace is relentless and something memorable or gripping crops up every couple of minutes to keep you on your toes. Tomb of the Cybermen looks really expensive, with great sets, moody lighting, and simple but striking effects work. As a montage of iconic imagery and exciting adventure story, a chance to see Troughton at his dazzling best, and the Cybermen at their most menacing and patient, is absolutely unmissable. The clincher is that even Victoria gets some great material as well. Despite a few bumpy moments, this is a blockbusting as magical as classic Doctor Who comes, and more than lives up to its mighty reputation. Everything about the Tomb of the Cybermen is why I love Doctor Who, and it easily ranks as my favourite Patrick Troughton adventure. The beginning of the 1970s was a time for big change for Doctor Who. A new leading man in the form of Jon Pertwee, a new Earthbound format to bring Doctor Who down to earth with an alien invasion every week, and most importantly of all, Doctor Who is now in colour. With this new format, it was all or nothing for the series. Going into the 1970s was a huge gamble, and did it pay off? Let's find out. These are all 24 stories of the Jon Pertwee era ranked from worst to best. This is all my own opinion, and if you think differently to any of the stories ranked on this list, that's fantastic. With all that out of the way, starting at the bottom of the list with the very worst Third Doctor story, we have... Number 24. Mutant. Despite its excellent looking monsters and decent subtext of independence, segregation, apartheid and evolution, The Mutants I find to be one of those serials that starts vapid and never really changes in quality. With miscast actors, an ugly looking production design, and distracting music with an overlong script, The Mutants feels very by the numbers for the Jon Pertwee era. Whilst the idea of a metamorphosis occurring in a species every few hundred years with radical climate change is an intriguing plot, it is for the most part just poorly executed, and there is so little that the audience can connect to on an emotional level that it's tempting just to switch off. Ultimately, it feels like The Mutant spent so long making its point that it forgets to entertain, and feels like the most misguided attempt at playing an adult drama in the Pertwee era. Unlike stories such as Colony in Space and The Monster of Peladon, I don't think reducing the episode count would remove any of its problems because most of them are with the execution. For being so emotionally vapid and empty, Mutants rank as the worst Pertwee story for me. Number 23. Time Monster. Depending what day it is, I can alternate between this and The Mutants as the worst story of the Jon Pertwee era, but I rank this one slightly higher as I do find the Time Monster more entertaining, but on an ironic level. This serial should have everything going for it. We've got the writers of The Demons, The Green Death and Planet of the Spiders, the director of Dare the Daleks and Frontier in Space, Terrence Dicks at the height of his script editor powers, Jon Pertwee and Katie Manning settled into their relationship, the Unit family, the Master, a script bursting with ideas that can encompass everything from TARDIS within a TARDIS and a trip to Atlantis, in an attempt to craft an end-of-season spectacular. Surely it should be fantastic, right? But it isn't. The whole thing just feels so lethargic. The dialogue lacks urgency, the plot lacks any drama, the performances are just misguided as well. Everyone acts as they're involved in some kind of jolly family outing rather than an end-of-the-world feel, and the direction is flat, boring and lacks atmosphere, particularly in the Atlantis scenes. Something might have been salvaged had one of these problems struck, but the coming together of all these elements creates a feeling that this story is being made up on the spot by a team of regulars that are just far too comfortable with each other. For a story that finishes a universe away from its stars, the Time Monster just feels so unambitious. The contemporary Earth scenes are just really unimportant. All the characters that make up the first 4 episodes are just written out completely when the action moves to Atlantis, only to return for a stupid gag at the end. The ancient city is realised really inadequately on every level. You have to question whether the production team is in desperate need of a shake-up. Time Monster is one of those rare Doctor Who stories where just nothing comes together production-wise, and ranks as one of the weaker Third Doctor serials for a good reason. Number 22. Colony in Space. So we've now cleared the bad stories, we're now in okay to good range of Pertwee stories. If the fluff in this story was ironed out, we could have had a stronger story. There's a solid dilemma at its heart, nice characterisation, and the idea of the Doctor and Jo exploring a new world is even more exciting than usual given that he's been grounded on Earth for the past year and a half. With the 2 extra episodes, however, the story just seems to go round and round in circles, with the power baton being constantly passed between the colonists and the mining company, the diversion into the city proving a diversion into Pantoland, and the tedious scenes of the Doctor and Jo in the danger of the Master's TARDIS. At 4 episodes it would have been a lot tighter, pacier and exciting, but there's just a lot of detracting elements here. Now, with the 2 narratives, the secrets of the primitive city and the fight for the planet run side by side, they never feel like they're connected at any point, which makes me question why are they in the same story. However, I do maintain that there are some very engaging elements in this serial. The realistic fight of the colonists, the grim picture painted of life back on Earth, the performances of the IMC bullies that you can just hiss at, and despite Roger Delgado being terrific as the Master, I don't think the story has any place for him, and his inclusion just feels really forced. Whilst Colony in Space won't go down as one of the show's greats, it perfectly falls into the okay pile for me. Number 21. The Monster of Peladon. Definition of a mixed bag. On the one hand, the Monster of Peladon is overlong, padded, repetitive and unoriginal, but on the other hand it's kind of exciting. It's topical, adventurous, and bursting with character and alien creatures. The Miners' plot is quite topical for the time, as there was a strike going on in the UK, and it is nice to see the Ice Warriors evil again, and side note, they look gorgeous in colour. Had this been 4 episodes, we could have focused on the first 2 episodes all about the Miners' strike, and the final 2 about the Peladonians uniting together to fight the Ice Warriors. Sadly, at 6 episodes, it is meandering and very repetitive. The amount of time Sarah Jane thinks the Doctor is dead gets pretty old by the second out of 3 times in this serial, despite Elizabeth Sladen's best efforts. As a sequel to Curse of Peladon, it could have been a lot better, but as it is, it's a decent follow-up, and the planet still stands, in my opinion, as one of the most imaginatively realised alien worlds we've had in classic Doctor Who. You can expect this serial to change your life. You can expect typically engaging Doctor Who, which is enough to recommend, I think. Nowhere near as bad as its reputation suggests, but nothing special. Number 20. Death for the Daleks. Now, on paper, this has the potential to be a great Dalek story if they lose their power to kill. The story doesn't really do much with this premise, as the Daleks get new weapons almost immediately and it becomes your typical Dalek story. Nevertheless, this isn't a bad story by any means. For 4 parts, this story has a fantastic pace, and there's always half a dozen things to overcome to keep the momentum going. The story does come up with a lot of fun ideas. The city being alive that creates antibodies to protect itself is a nice touch of zombie horror in a story that has already been thrown some pretty scary moments around. The Doctor and Belial run through the city while it has a nervous breakdown, which translates into doors having a paddy and the lights dimming, but the effect can be quite disorientating. The location work has plenty of atmosphere, and the Exelons are creepily realised. The music, however, is utterly awful. I don't know who approved of this soundtrack, but it doesn't give the Daleks any menace they need at this point. Turning a potentially interesting serial into a standard one, After the Daleks is good escapism for 100 minutes, but nothing really more than that. Number 19. Claws of Axos. Attempt to make the Earthbound formula more psychedelic and visually striking certainly paid off for the team. Michael Ferguson is one of the show's more stylish directors and throws everything he can at the screen to make this feel like a truly alien experience. Now, it is nice that we do get an alien species that doesn't approach the Earth all guns blazing, but enjoys a more subtle and a more insidious approach, offering us something that appeals to humanity's vainness that will allow them to embed their claws into the planet's carcass and suck the Earth dry. The Doctor often comes up against violent and brutish aliens, then it makes a surprising change to present a menace that has fought through its takeover and has decided to use a little psychology. Organic science is a lovely idea, and the method that might observes, transmits and programs could end humanity's struggle with famine and greedy UK politicians keeping it from themselves. Back when Doctor Who never touched politics, of course! While the Claws of Axos may fall under the weight of its ambition, it certainly should be admired for its creative aliens and psychedelic direction. Okay, so a little bit of disclaimer coming up here. Until we get to the top 10, the quality of the next stories I consider to be pretty equal to each other, but because I am ranking all of these, let's give them all a placing. Rest assured, if you think the following 8 stories are too low on this ranking, just know that I do think all of these are great serials. Now, without further ado, let's continue with number 18. Frontier in Space. If you had asked 12-year-old me where I would have put this story, it probably would have ranked towards the bottom, as I found this to be a dull and overlong space opera. But having grown up, it's certainly the story I've appreciated more over time. Despite the repetition of the Doctor and Jo being thrown into one prison cell after the other, this is a pretty fine space opera. The scale of this story feels huge both in terms of its setting and production. We get a detailed account of Earth in the 26th century, visit Draconia, the homeworld of the Ogrons, a penal colony on the moon, and several spaceships along the way. The Draconians are a fascinating alien race that are very well realised, and you can see why they were John Pertwee's favourite monster. As far as the production is concerned, there are impressive sets to be had here that have a particular aesthetic depending on which race and species we are visiting. There's stylish model work that charters the journey between each location, plenty of gorgeous film work to give the planets a sense of realism, spacewalking scenes, and some really good shootouts as well. Best of all, though, is the Doctor and Jo, and they're at the height of their powers at this point in their era. You'll rarely see 2 actors like John Pertwee and Katie Manning that are so in sync and enjoying their time together as you do, and it comes off the screen in flying colours. Add Roger Delgado to the mix, oozing charisma and humour, and you have a 6-parter that actually gets better in the second half, despite the poor editing of the Master's exit. For being a padded but engaging space opera, Frontier in Space definitely has grown in appreciation for me. Number 17. Day of the Daleks. Whilst the titular Daleks may be overshadowed in this story, there's still plenty on offer here. Day of the Daleks is 4 episodes of pure class right in the heart of the John Pertwee era. It's a very nicely paced story that never feels rushed, but also unfolds at a speed that does maintain your attention throughout, and never suffers from the padding that affects some 6-parters of this era. It's one of those adventures that comes together beautifully in the final episode. All the elements have been so well set up that they can dovetail into a very nicely formed climax that features gorillas rescuing the Doctor and Jo, but in a temporal paradox they've created their own future, and a Dalek attack on the house that ultimately thwarts their invasion of the planet. For being a really smart time paradox story, Day of the Daleks still stands up this day for daring to pull off its complex plot, despite the Daleks being pretty overshadowed in this story, but it's still great nonetheless. Number 16. Planet of the Daleks. This is my ultimate comfort story, and I make no apology for it. Whilst Planet of the Daleks may be a repeat of the first Dalek story from the 60s, its snappy pace and beautifully realised world more than makes up for it in my opinion. Director David Maloney gives the serial plenty of atmosphere with a hostile jungle with poisonous plants, invisible creatures and ice volcanoes. You really feel like you've stepped into an alien world. Planet of the Daleks may be a repeat of what's come before, but that's what I find so comforting about it. The serial has all the familiar elements, but they're so well executed it makes me appreciate this story just as much as when I was a kid. Planet of the Daleks may be a collection of the Daleks' greatest hits, but it's certainly a wonder for me. Number 15. The Three Doctors. First anniversary story and multi-doctor story certainly succeeded by being so gosh darned fun. Patrick Troughton slips back into the role of the second Doctor with wit, energy and cheek. It's almost like he's never been away from the series. And William Hartnell puts in a brilliant final performance as the first Doctor, despite being on his last legs health-wise. Omega is a fantastic addition to Time Lord lore, and a great villain with a booming voice, but a level of sympathy due to his trapped and abandoned situation. Whilst the budget may let it down, all the cast members look like they're having a whale of a time, which certainly gives the serial the energy it needs. For having elements of the past as well as looking ahead to the future by lifting the Doctor's exile, The Three Doctors is best enjoyed with cake and jelly babies, or Gelgards as they're commonly called, and is definitely a serial worth celebrating. Number 14. Planet of the Spiders. When it comes to Doctor's swan songs and endings, this one rarely gets mentioned as one of the greats, and whilst it may not be up there with Caves of Androzani or Parting of the Ways, it's still a very worthy finale. Planet of the Spiders is a fine celebration of the Pertwee era, and a memorable tale for the actor who brought the show a new direction and success to go out on. There is plenty of well-directed action, terrific development for the Doctor, Sarah, and Mike, and memorable scares with the twitching giant spiders that have a habit of leaping on their victims' backs. The first episode is very strong, and the last episode takes the Doctor on the most important journey of his life so far, ending on a final scene that will melt your heart as the Doctor tries to comfort Sarah as he dies before her. Metebelis sequences are pretty theatrical, but nowhere near as bad as people pretend that they are, and it is a nicely realised alien world. Only a few CSO shots are pretty bad, but the design and lighting is very strong, and the power games with the spiders are great fun. There's lovely characterful touches throughout, like Mike's redemption and even Jo Grant's letter, the return of the Doctor's mentor. It generates more than enough relevance to make this a worthy swan song to a fantastic Doctor. Despite its padding and effects, Planet of the Spiders stands as a very worthy regeneration serial. Number 13. The Ambassadors of Death. In terms of its direction, its coarse tone and its fantastic monsters, I can't fault these elements, but the Ambassadors of Death is still weighed down by a number of flaws that become apparent as it progresses. It's overlong and excessively complicated, and has some characters whose motivations aren't always backed up by their actions. However, this is compensated as it comes in the form of a cast of complex, superbly cast characters, brilliant action sequences, and if this was 5 episodes long and we cut out some of the fluff, we simplified the machinations by removing a few superfluous characters and completely cut out the Doctor's journey into space, it would be pretty flawless. Its troubled inception goes through in these complications, but the team pulled it off very well despite its troubled conception from the start, as Ambassadors of Death was a script that went through multiple writers. It's Doctor Who reimagined as a gritty, violent conspiracy thriller, trading its imaginative roots for something altogether more adult and contemporary. If the serial was 2 episodes shorter, this certainly would have ranked a lot higher on this list, but for being a gritty and grim thriller, The Ambassadors of Death rightly deserves its place in this ranking. Number 12. Invasion of the Dinosaurs. Yes, I know, the dinosaurs, they look like shit. But can we please ignore those effects and focus on this superb conspiracy thriller? Yes, they're terrible special effects, but we shouldn't just judge it for that. Episode 1 is an atmospheric chiller with a claustrophobic feel despite the wealth of dazzling location work, and it leads into an adventure that remembers many of the strengths of, say, Season 7, darker tone, the well-written supporting characters, moral ambiguity that throws up interesting debate, and it conjures up a time before the unit adventures may have got too cosy. Malcolm Hulke's ridiculously ambitious premise is sold completely on the strength of the performances, and the entire cast commit themselves perfectly. Elizabeth Sladen's performance as Sarah Jane is already opening up fresh storytelling possibilities, and it's so refreshing to have a companion who's just so independent from the Doctor and indulging in their own investigations. Malcolm Hook the writer never sets out to write a story with an outright moral compass. Nobody is truly good or truly evil, as he paints his characters in superb shades of grey. Politician Grover's aims might be extreme. He is reacting to a situation that he believes has spiralled out of control and wants to give the Earth another chance. Moralistic is played subtly, so he never comes across as anything but a normal guy who cares about the way the world has been abused. The script points out the things worth fighting for, whilst also highlighting some of humanity's ugliest mistakes. It's a very intelligent overview of what the best and worst of humanity can offer, but with dinosaurs. Despite my minor complaint, Invasion of the Dinosaurs stands as one of the overlooked gems of the Pertwee era, and if you're solely judging this story based on its special effects alone, shame on you. Number 11. Terror of the Autons. Similar to its predecessor Spearhead from Space, Terror of the Autons proves to be a great intro for anyone wanting to get into classic Who. We have a new companion, a new villain, and a tonal shift to make this more family-friendly, and you have a very worthy sequel to the original Auton story. It takes the idea of plastics coming to life that was already established and moves it to the next level. As well as shop window dummies, we now have troll dolls, daffodils that spray plastic and suffocate you, phone cables that tangle you up and strangle you, and chairs that can crush you. Terror of the Autons is a colourful affair with lots going on and no time to get bored here. And whilst the CSO may look rubbish and at times lazy when they could have just easily built a set, this is an easy story to enjoy because it skips from one twisted set piece to another as the Doctor and the Master play their game of cat and mouse. It's joyously crazy from start to finish, but it's just shy of the top 10. Number 10. Time Warrior. Oh hey, it's my first Jon Pertwee story. It's a witty, characterful, pacey adventure that has no interest but to keep a giddy smile on your face for 4 episodes, and succeeds with flying colours. It's a treat to see the Third Doctor enjoying her historical adventure, and especially one so packed with action and great characters as this one. This is a superb introduction for Sarah Jane, as her proactive, no-nonsense attitude sets her apart from Jo, and you instantly like her. Links to Sontaran is a fantastic creation, who displays sadism, a miratilistic attitude to all forms of life, and a no F's given to potentially changing history. Go into history once more and let the BBC brew up an atmospheric historical drama is the ultimate refreshment at this stage. Enduring Doctor Who monsters have to score on 2 fronts. They have to have impressive writing and memorable design, and the Sontarans certainly paid off with their clone race, militaristic attitude, and inspired weakness. Being the first Jon Pertwee story I ever watched, the Time Warrior rightly deserves its place in the top 10. Number 9. The Curse of Peladon. Never have we had a planet feel so alien than we do here. A feudal medieval world on the precipice of deciding whether to take the plunge and accept Federation membership or turn back into superstition and violence. Populated with aliens from many worlds, the sweet and hysterical Alpha Centauri, the devious trickster Arcturus, a Time Lord posing as a Federation delegate and his human companion, a dignified Ice Lord and his Ice Warrior companion, and even local wildlife savaging the guests in secret tunnels. Every one of these characters has a story to tell, and they have been brought together in a story that presents a moral and personal dilemma, a massively entertaining murder mystery, and an amusing political satire. Characters are wonderfully conceived, designed and performed, and it's a real refreshment to be surrounded by so many unusual alien races. And Peladon itself is atmospherically brought to life by director Lenny Mayne. A world of stark simplicity and smoky corridors, of wind-lashed cliff faces and cavernous tunnels, add in the Doctor and Jo at their most gorgeous chemistry, guest characters that are in with depth and sensitivity, a three-dimensional villain, and a plot that constantly throws surprises at you, and you have a story that's firing on all cylinders. The Curse of Peladon presents its world all boldly and gets away with it. Because of it, it's just ridiculously entertaining and definitely one of Pertwee's finest. Number 8. Carnival of Monsters. One of the most overlooked scripts from Robert Holmes and the Pertwee era as a whole, Carnival has so much going for it in its favour that I don't know where to begin, but it's a relatively easy watch at 4 episodes and is packed to the brim with sparkling material, which means it's one of those rare moments in the era where the story doesn't drag or feel as though it needs a little pruning. I would argue that this is a vital Pertwee story because it shows what the era can do when it ditches unit in contemporary Earth and lets its hair down a bit and gets a bit crazy. Given his wealth of excellent material, it's no small statement to say that this is one of Robert Holmes' stronger scripts, one that is saturated with wit, creative ideas and great characters. He knows how to pique your interest, brewing his own special brand of storytelling alchemy in the first episode, and whetting your appetite for what's going to happen next. Carnival of Monsters is postmodern before it became all the rage, offering a cutting satire on television, and its conventions with marvellous digs at television. Holmes is always thinking about how his environment works, and there's a twisted logic at the heart of the story that makes perfect sense, even when the wild ideas are bursting like fireworks in the sky. Incredible premise, the Doctor and Joe caught in the workings of a machine with miniaturized environments, is incredibly ambitious. The Pertwee-Manning relationship is at the height of its powers and proves effortlessly watchable, and the Doctor and Joe are inundated with memorable moments in a story that plants them centre stage. It may have the odd bad effect here and there, but this is about as magical as Doctor Who comes, revelling in the possibilities of just how limitless it can be, mocking everything from the TV medium, show business and bureaucracy, indulging in a fast-paced runaround, contributing some terrifying monsters, and providing much food for thought as it just entertains you from start to finish. Number 7. Sea Devil. Is this more or less a repeat of the Silurians? Yes. Does it make up for that by being an exciting adventure packed to the brim with action? Yes. The script and character work may not match Doctor Who and the Silurians for shades of grey, but Malcolm Hulke is too strong a writer to let even the smallest of characters slip by without colour and conviction. Like all six-parters, it is quite padded, but as a complete story, it holds together far better than I've ever given it credit for, aided by the impressive action content, which adds a war movie credibility to the piece. With huge thanks to the Royal Navy, ensuring that when they do attack the Sea Devils, it genuinely looks like they have the facilities to wipe them out. Michael Bryant's direction is excellent, and he ensures the pace rarely lets up, filling the story with exciting set pieces. The Doctor and the Master dance around each other, revelling in their rivalry, and yet always on the verge of polishing each other off. It would be easy to say that in stories of this type, Roger Delgado's Master is every bit the main character as John Pertwee's Doctor, and during parts of the Sea Devils you might find yourself siding with the villain, such as his mesmeric influence. For being the first story I watched to feature Delgado's Master and Joe Grant, Sea Devils will always be special to me in that regard. Number 6. Green Death. Green Death closes Season 10 in superb style. Here that despite its callbacks to the past, it just feels like the Pertwee era has truly come of age. It is Joe Grant's poignant swan song, and as such it's only appropriate for her to enjoy a larger than usual cut of the action, and her romance with Cliff is written and acted with the utmost sincerity from the two actors. By this point in their working career, it's clear that Pertwee and Manning were head over heels for each other, and Barry Letts and Robert Sloman used that intimacy to their advantage, and brew up some of the most heartwarming and moving moments of the era as they drive a crowbar between the Doctor and Joe. Closing moments of the Green Death are sad, still optimistic for the future, and a hard mix to pull off, and the sort of relationship-driven material that the series usually strives to avoid. Maggots are a memorable monster, some wonderfully creepy moments, the boss is a great computer villain, Global Chemicals is a wonderful dig at capitalism that you just grow to hate, and everyone gets some interesting development here, even Mike Yates that's built upon in the next season. It's a story that slows the pace right down at times to make room for fine character work, realistic details, and a very worthwhile moral. The Green Death encompasses everything that's wonderful about the Third Doctor era. Warm, adventurous, colourful, political and classy. This is just a true gem. Number 5. Mind of Evil. Whilst this gritty thriller may seem out of place in this cosy, colourful Season 8, The Mind of Evil is certainly a story not to be overlooked. Because of its multiple plot lines, it never really flags even at 6 parts, despite the repetitiveness of its cliffhanger, and like the previous season, all of the performances just impress here. Mind of Evil is one of Roger Delgado's finest stories as the Master, projecting a sense of danger and unpredictability that we haven't really seen in him. There's something very right about the Master utilising a gang of criminals to do his bidding, and the shots of him with a weapon of mass destruction within arm's reach are classic moments of this era. In contrast, the Doctor is an anti-hero for the first few episodes, quite abrasive and unlikable, come the point where he's being strapped into a torture device and is almost killed by his own demons, while sympathising with him like never before. It feels like there are incredible resources on hand in The Mind of Evil. To give the story scope, the missile and the hangar would not look out of place in a Bond movie. This is a totally unique step into a more mature world which I found compelling throughout, and that's why The Mind of Evil ranked as in the top 5 Pertwee stories for me. Number 4. Spearhead from Space. What a way to kick off a brand new era. Spearhead from Space is so slick and assured it could have been the pilot story for the series, and no one would have known otherwise. Robert Holmes affords himself for the entire opening episode the mystery of the Doctor's new face before kickstarting the plot in episode 2, and forcing this entire story to be filmed on location is the best thing the production team could have done, because this reboot couldn't have looked any more expensive and different from what had come before 6 months earlier. It feels as though the BBC is throwing everything they have at this story to make the switch to colour a success, when in reality it was just a strike action that forced the serial to be shot on film. Jon Pertwee, Caroline John and Nicholas Courtney make for an impressive set of new regulars, and all 3 characters are intelligently written and have memorable interaction. And a lot of the material is surprisingly adult and frightening, with one scary set piece after another. 4 episodes long, it feels quick-paced and never drags. The Autons are fantastic new villains, and superbly make something ordinary as a shop window dummy, and make it come alive and shoot you in the streets. What do you get when you combine a polished production, a charismatic new Doctor, a bold new format for the show, and a proper scary adventure? One of the finest stories of the 1970s. Number 3. Silurians. Despite the assumption that the Earthbound formula lends itself to either mad scientist or alien invasion stories, writer Malcolm Hulke immediately disproves this by making humanity the invaders and the Silurians the rightful owners of the Earth, and in doing so makes one of the more sophisticated Pertwee stories. The Silurians are an excellently conceived race, and their origins open up a huge moral quandary with no easy answers. Who is to say they don't have a right to reclaim their home that has become overwhelmed with human beings since they have slept beneath the earth? Malcolm Hulke always characterises his story to the brim, but he has surpassed his best efforts here with this memorable supporting cast. Every one of the characters comes alive in unexpected ways, and the director has cast them all perfectly. The performances add so much weight to the already substantial characterisation. The regulars all shine too, with Jon Pertwee, Caroline John and Nicholas Courtney all given plenty to do, and treating the drama with appropriate seriousness. At 7 episodes you would think that the story would outstay its welcome, but there is enough drama and surprises to see you through to the end. The ending is just hailed as one of the show's best, and it shows that the Doctor's new military allies might not be as trustworthy as he thought. Whilst the music is ear-piercingly terrible and awful, I can overlook that because the rest of the production is so strong. For positively revelling in the Earthbound formula and giving us one of the strongest morality tales of the whole of Doctor Who, it's easily one of my favourite adventures. Number 2. The Demons. Including Jon Pertwee's second season that established a warm family tone, The Demons succeeded with flying colours through its premise alone. An alien being posing as the devil, pushing humanity's progress forward and ready to bring an experiment to a grand conclusion. It's such a brilliant idea for a Doctor Who story that when you factor in the gorgeous location work, wonderful characters brought to life, great lines, action, stunts, cliffhangers and scares, you have what you can be called quintessential Pertwee. Christopher Barry, the director, has done a grand job of bringing the script to life and milks it of every drop of tension and excitement, and the whole story moves at an incredible pace. All the regulars get a moment to shine, Yates and Benson get out of their unit uniforms and get a great fight scene, and the story is headed by 2 charismatic performances from Jon Pertwee and Roger Delgado. With Terence Dicks script editing and Barry Letts writing the backbone of the adventure, it is an intelligent one, and it leads to an impressive climax with the church going up in flames, and a lovable closing scene of the dance around the maypole, which always leaves me feeling warm and fuzzy inside. While this would be the best Pertwee story, that honour goes to number 1, Inferno. Without question, this is hands down the best Third Doctor story. Everything about this apocalyptic nightmare is sublime. Whilst the Earthbound formula can be limited to mad scientist and alien invasion stories, I can excuse the repetitive format if the story is good or even amazing, and Inferno is a blazing good story. Whilst the serial had to be a 7-parter, the production team went for it and decided to tackle Doctor Who's first parallel world adventure. It succeeds with flying colours. Giving the main cast the chance to play their evil doppelgangers is a terrific idea, and you can tell they all had a blast playing them. While I doubt the Primords will go down as one of Doctor Who's best monsters, they're still well convicted, and the cast certainly pulls off the nightmare and doomsday that they all find themselves in. Inferno fully encompasses the dark, mature, and downright cold tone that Season 7 had, by having the guts to destroy the parallel world that releases the power of the Earth's core, warning us not to mess with nature. But Doctor Who never touched politics before 2018, remember? For ending the first season of Colour and Jon Pertwee's first season on such an impressive high, Inferno will rank as my favourite Jon Pertwee story and one of the greatest Doctor Who stories ever made. You've seen how long this video is, so let's make it to the point. 4th Doctor, 7 years, Shada is included, and at the bottom of the list we have number 42, The Invasion of Time. Wait, hang on, Invasion of Time not bad, I hear you say. Invasion of Time good. It has that cliffhanger at the end of part 4 revealing the Sontarans, right? You are correct. Aforementioned cliffhanger is great, but 1 minute out of a 150-minute story is not enough to save this utter mess. I am baffled that fans criticise the Deadly Assassin for their portrayal of the Time Lords when they are absolutely incompetently inept here. How are the Lords of Time conquered by crappy tinfoil aliens? And why is there a myth that it was Patrick Troughton's Doctor who had tinfoil monsters when fans clearly forgot about the Vardens? But what do you expect when this story is so lame and boring and so padded? Even the Sontarans don't impress because they speak as if they have laryngitis, and I haven't even got to Leela's pathetic exit. Let's have the toughest companion of them all fall in love with a guy she just met. Oh, how compelling. I don't even know what else to say about this story. For being the most padded, frustrating, and another word for frustration that I can't be bothered to look up, The Invasion of Time ranks as the worst 4th Doctor story for good reason. Number 41. Underworld. Quite possibly the most excruciatingly boring Doctor Who story ever made. I struggle to get through this on rewatches, which is a shame because the idea of doing the legend Jason and the Argonauts in space isn't a bad one. The biggest problem this serial has is that nothing happens.
Boring.
We're given the premise at the end of episode 1 and then it's meandering about in caves until the ending. It's full of vapid characters running around caves with nothing of substance or even entertainment happening. There is virtually nothing to this story to discuss, and it amazes me this was written by Bob Baker and Dave Martin, who have so much imagination with their script, but it's clear they were running out of steam on some serials. It may sound worse than Invasion of Time, but I place this a tad higher because at least it's not 6 episodes long. For being the most boring story ever made, Underworld will drain the life out of you in front of a blue screen. Number 40. The Creature from the Pit. If the 2 previous stories on this list are the most boring, this just feels like the most desperate. The whole production plays out like a pantomime with ice queens and bandits, but none of it just gets a laugh out of me. The titular creature lacks any menace at all and looks like a cheap dress-up toy you'd get at Christmas. Despite the cool costumes and sets, Creature from the Pit feels tired, lethargic and just not very engaging, which I find a huge shame as David Fisher's efforts for the previous season were great, and his last 2 were so mediocre. Furthermore, if you want a better version of this type of story, watch Ambassadors of Death. It's a far better watch at even double the length. Seriously, think about it. It's the same story. You can all thank me later. Number 39. The Power of Kroll. You may be surprised to see a Robert Holmes story this slow, given that during this Doctor's era he was in his prime, but after 10 years as a writer and 3 years as head writer, it's understandable he'd put out something as bland as this. Despite some really lush film work, The Power of Kroll doesn't really leave much to admire, as the Swampies versus human conflict isn't engaging in the slightest. They're both out for blood with no one to root for on either side, so why should I care if any of these people survive? Kroll may look impressive, but the split screen effect is just atrocious. The cast look bored and the serious and drab tone make this one a chore to sit through. For being the worst of the Key to Time season, the Power of Kroll gets sacrificed to a giant squid that's also the key to time. Number 38. Meglos. A shape-shifting cactus stealing a dodecahedron that will give him absolute power? Looks like I picked the wrong week to stop sniffing glue. Whilst I like Tom Baker as Meglos, the rest of the production reeks of desperation and cheapness. When we are focusing on the Tygellan politics, the show abandons all ambition and realism, and it's one dreary artifice scene after another. When it comes to the universe of planets in Doctor Who, Tygella is not one of their finest hours, and there's just so little effort that's got into establishing it visually and creatively. It's a story that's bogged down with sci-fi cliches, a planet on the verge of extinction, doppelgangers, a maniac wanting to take over the universe, sentient plants, and just fails to do anything original with them. Add to that a general poorness in production values, which really highlights the unnatural nature of the production, a waste of Lala Ward's talents as Romana, and a final episode that lacks any interest or ingenuity, and you have a disappointing affair for this supposedly fresh new season. If it wasn't for Tom Baker's best efforts as Meglos, this would have been written off completely, but for having a few redeeming qualities, this serial gets crushed by a giant slab for nicking my dodecahedron. Number 37. The Leisure Hive. I'm glad Season 18 gets better from the last two serials on this list, but that doesn't excuse the dullness of this affair. Now, from a visual set and makeup perspective, this story succeeds with flying colours and holds up very well. The biggest shame about this story is the tone it takes. Rather than being cheeky satire on the decline of British tourism, the serial is surprisingly taking everything really seriously, and seems more concerned in uninteresting sci-fi jargon that only seems to appeal to geeks and nerds who will find this remotely engaging. While I've maintained in the past that this story feels like a holdover from the Graham Williams era, I think that's a bit of a stretch to say, as at least the previous era stories were fun, and this really isn't. For taking itself so seriously, The Leisure Hive is going to be put in an aging machine whilst looking pretty. Number 36. The Android Invasion. Yep, it exists. Number 35. Revenge of the Cybermen. Not as bad as its reputation suggests, as there is great sets and location work in Wookiee Hole, and the regulars look like they're having fun making this. Revenge of the Cybermen is still heavily flawed, and whilst the Cybermen and Vogons look great and the atmosphere in episode 1 is nicely established, a lot of the problems here lie on a script level. The plot has way too many holes in it to make this come together as a whole, and the new weakness to gold that the Cybermen have is just silly. But what I think the story has over the others lower than it is that I can at least enjoy it and find it entertaining. It's an average piece of 70s entertainment in an otherwise brilliant season, and for being the only Cyberman story of the 1970s, it's easily the best to feature them this decade. Number 34. The Invisible Enemy. Yes, there are some very ropey effects here and there, but there are also some really great ones as well. Yes, there is an issue of a giant prawn wanting to take over the universe, but there's also the brilliant concept of hunting through the Doctor's mind. And yes, it can be a pretty plodding story for the most part, but the script is brimming with imagination, great ideas, and some nice dialogue. I'm not trying to suggest that The Invisible Enemy is a forgotten classic, but there's a quick-fire pace to events that means it is constantly offering up something new. There is a troubled production which I happen to find quite watchable. It's a colourful story that winds up being a great deal of fun that doesn't deserve to be wiped out by a virus. Perfectly okay. Number 33. The Armageddon Factor. A perfect representation of the Graham Williams era, moments of comedy, darkness and imagination interspersed with moments of pantomime, and it's a shame that the budget isn't there to bring to life the ambitions of the script, but here we are. The first 4 episodes are as good as anything in season 16, but the story really stutters around episode 5, and thankfully recovers for a pretty decent conclusion. It's a well-plotted story as we have 3 two-parters spread across 6 episodes that keeps things fresh and interesting, and the script keeps bringing up nice ideas to the surface and dramatically explores a quite unusual war. While it may feel empty with its characterization, the Armageddon Factor I find to be a pretty enjoyable romp that I enjoyed as a kid and find to be underrated on rewatch. Number 32. Nightmare of Eden. Okay, I didn't mean to put 3 of Bob Baker's scripts together like this, but here we are. Wildly imaginative and intelligent, but also quite cheap looking and farcical, The Nightmare of Eden will conflict its audience depending on what you're looking for from Doctor Who. It's one of those rare stories that tackles something as serious as drug smuggling, and pulls it off quite well. Whilst the Mandrills are way too cuddly and cute to convey any sort of threat, Tom Baker and Lala Ward are at the top of their game, especially Tom, who, aside from some moments of pantomime in his performance, he's giving a considerably serious performance that drives home the drama of the message of drug smuggling, and any story that can juggle spongy predators, computerized zoos, miniature landscapes you could step into, ships crashing, inebriated authority figures, slapstick bureaucrats, certainly gets my vote of confidence. For being a comically fun story about drug smuggling, Nightmare of Eden gets its captains laughing at it whilst they're being massacred. Number 31. The Horns of Naimon. I know it's popular to hate this story, but I can't help admit I have a soft spot for this serial. It's a very clever piece of writing disguised as a comic pantomime, and it offers much to those who want to laugh at Doctor Who and those who want to take it seriously. As such, Horns of Nimon should be praised for its engaging use of ideas and dense plot construction, rather than criticised for its lack of resources. On the occasion, the story does tip over into farce, but it's a huge dollop of fun with some unexpected statements on some very tired ideas. The Nimon as a race are very well realised from a script and costume, and Tom Baker and Lala will provide both laughs and take the material seriously enough for the adventure to work for me. For being Theseus and the Minotaur in space, and being a comic myth with a sci-fi twist, the Horns of Nimon will bring you tribute while splitting your trousers. Number 30. Destiny of the Daleks. Beneath all the shortcomings of the production, there is a sound sci-fi story at work here, and clearly Douglas Adams has had a huge impact on Terry Nation's original script. Whether you see this as a detriment or a positive addition will all be down to you. Destiny of the Daleks has a bottom-of-the-barrel reputation, but as usual, the truth is that it is nowhere near as bad as people make it out to be. At the same time, it isn't the Dalek spectacular that should have opened the season, and could have done with double the budget thrown at it, and the script given one more chance over to iron out any conflict in tone that keep cropping up. I don't even mind the Daleks no longer having mutants inside them, and have become robotic due to their heavy reliance on logically trying to beat the Movellans. David Goodison is trying his hardest as Davros, but lacks compared to his successors and predecessors, and I think that's the biggest problem with Destiny of the Daleks. It's perfectly good on its own, but if you compare it to other Dalek stories it does fall flat, but entertaining nonetheless. Number 29. Image of the Fendal. As the last stab of gothic horror before its fantasy era, Image of the Fendal does have a lot going for it. Stylistically, this story is in a league of its own with some atmospheric location work and terrific set design. Science, superstition and mythological terror mixed to great effect, and there are even some wonderful monsters thrown in for good measure. I don't think you could make a school scary, but the creative team certainly pulled it off. The pacing is slow to let the atmosphere build up, but I feel it can be a weakness as well, as there's times when this story can just grind to a halt, making this a meandering watch. This isn't a story I watch often, as I find myself being drawn to other gothic horror serials of the time, but for being a good scare with great ideas, Image of the Fendal is a decent scare, but there's better horror stories out there. Number 28. The Sontaran Experiment. Unique at the time for being 2 episodes long and shot entirely on location, the Sontaran Experiment is a pleasant breather after the stifling claustrophobia of the Ark in space, and the scenery is so spectacular it manages to get away with the brilliant premise of being set on a post-apocalyptic Earth, the planet having survived a battering by solar flares. Because of its briefness, the story is more effective as a coda for the story that came before it, rather than a gripping narrative in its own right, and also as a further glimpse of the Sontarans and emphasising their terrible war with the Rutans. Much of the material committed by Sontaran Steyer is quite sadistic, and already the new administration team is making its mark. As a story with its own identity, it is pretty disposable, but it is still enjoyable enough that adds extra depth to the corner of the galaxy set up in the Ark in space. My main criticism is that I do wish it was shot on film rather than video, as the presentation can look quite cheap, but all in all, it's a short but sweet bit of filler. Number 27. Robot. As a debut story for the Fourth Doctor, this is a hugely fun and colourful adventure that feels like the previous era rather than the new style and tone that was to come. Departing Robot, you might be under the impression that things were going to stay pretty much the same, which certainly doesn't make this a bad story, but rather unique. Terrence Stick's dialogue is fast and brilliantly witty, and the story is full of memorable characters and moments. At 4 episodes it does feel remarkably fast-paced. Tom Baker hits the ground sprinting with a performance that reaches into the stratosphere, pulling every trick out of the book to make sure that the audience isn't wrong-footed throughout. There's a nicely detailed relationship between Sarah and the robot that really works thanks to the efforts of Elizabeth Sladen and Michael Kilgareth. It turns out to be a rather touching one. Robot is one of those Doctor Who stories where it's best not to think about any of the details for too long, because it all starts to fall apart, but simply go along with the ride and be seduced by the adventurous tone, the charismatic performances and wonderful atmosphere. As a final hurrah to an incredible era of Doctor Who, it is a thoroughly entertaining and energetic piece that I never tire of enjoying, even if the budget isn't always there. Number 26. The Face of Evil. The idea of the Doctor's actions from a previous unseen era Having dire consequences is a great idea that should be explored more often, and this story gets very close but may not entirely stick the landing. It is a story that takes the psychological and religious angle over straightforward action-adventure, but still manages to tell a fairly entertaining story. The Face of Evil deals with a heavily religious theme and has the balls to be less than positive about it. It's almost a deconstruction of the god myth. Xoanon is simply a diseased computer with delusions of grandeur, but the myth behind this god is an extremely powerful and destructive force. It shows how propaganda can lead to a belief system on its own. It's a great debut for Leela too, as like the Doctor, she is an outcast amongst her own people, and offers a type of companion we've not had before or debatably since. Where this falls down is its second half. The revelations all get bogged down with uninteresting technobabble that is just tedious and dull to sit through. And feels like a step backwards instead of pushing the boundaries like the first 2 episodes. For having a strong first half and a meandering second, The Face of Evil is just shy of the top 25 Fourth Doctor stories. Number 25. Full Circle. This serial finally kickstarts just how good Season 18 can be, and fully shows off script editor Chris Bidmead's style for Doctor Who very positively. The script is remarkable indeed, intelligent and exploring some pretty weighty scientific and biological themes, but there is an emotional core to the story too. Romana's dilemma of returning to Gallifrey, the Doctor's fury over the Marsh child's death, Adric losing his brother, and all these elements is what's needed to make the weighty subject matter stick the landing. It's also the lushest and most attractive looking Doctor Who story in a while, with some beautiful location work, detailed sets, and imaginative directional touches. A very well structured story with some great surprises and an optimistic ending that shows promise for the East Space trilogy, though maybe not for Adric's character. For being written by an 18-year-old fan, Full Circle certainly impresses on a script level that's stylishly brought to life. Number 24. The Pirate Planet. Written by the Douglas Adams, this serial is an inspiring piece of writing that justifies Graham Williams' approach to Doctor Who. While The Pirate Planet may be criticised for its weak production values and tepid direction, that is doing a disservice to the sheer entertainment factor this story has on offer. Douglas Adams is a perfect fit for Doctor Who, where his creativity can be left off the leash, and the result is one of the smartest, funniest and best structured scripts in the show's entire run. The twists are genuinely momentous, and the final episode is packed full of wonderful scenes and subversions. Tom Baker is on fire, and his confrontation with the pirate captain is one of the Fourth Doctor's best ever moments. With a robot parrot, a plank, and a pirate captain that plunders other people's goods, even manages to be a good pirate story. It was completely insane for them to even attempt making something as ambitious as the Pirate Planet on a Doctor Who budget, but as it flourishes on this kind of giddy imagination, doesn't hold back, and as a result there are many moments in this story where Doctor Who approaches absolute genius, and it's just a boatload of fun. Number 23. The Keeper of Traken. Stylized as a Victorian period drama, but in space, The Keeper of Traken will either put you to sleep or entertain you. For me, it's most certainly the latter. The costume and set design are practically top-notch for what is essentially a studio-bound serial, topped off with wonderful supporting cast, and you have the look and feel of a cosy Sunday night drama. It is a planet with customs, politics, backstabbing, harmony, style, a class system, military, myths, culture it has in every respect has been thought through. Even if this story didn't have the last-minute revelation that the Master wasn't behind it all, The Keeper of Traken would still hold up on its own. For being a lush costume drama, this serial sets the stage very well for the Fourth Doctor's final adventure. Number 22. Planet of Evil. Typically in classic Doctor Who, trips to the past are very well realised, and outer space stories wind up looking pretty cheap, but Zeta Minor is brought to life with such conviction and style, it confounds me that every foray into outer space can't be this amazing. Director David Maloney is perfectly suited to stories like this. He captures the unseen horrors with real skill, and lets the story slowly crawl under your skin, giving Louis Marks' script creepy ideas as a chance to bed in your mind and fester. Planet of Evil is a quintessential Philip Hinchcliffe story. It's a horror riff, superbly made, very scary, and occasionally unsettling for all its perfection. Tom Baker and Elizabeth Sladen are a superb team and so watchable together, and they're unencumbered by either Unit or Harry. The Fourth Doctor and Sarah finally get the chance to show that they are made for each other. This is an often forgotten story, but there is so much here that works. People write it off as an empty chiller, but both visually and conceptually, it's so much more impressive than that. While it may be overshadowed by the other classics in Season 13, Planet of Evil is a great story to watch on dark autumn nights with the lights switched off. Number 21. The Reboss Operation. Alongside Carnival of Monsters, this is another overlooked gem from Robert Holmes. I mean, come on, this serial has a planet-selling con man. What is not to love here? The Reboss Operation kicks off the Key to Time season with style, wit, and class. The plot of Reboss is quite unusual for a Doctor Who story, a heist tale on an alien world where a pair of conmen are trying to sell an entire planet to an intergalactic tyrant, but trying out new things is exactly why this show has managed to survive for so long. Teaming with double acts brought to life with a superb cast, adding a fully fleshed world, a rich cast of characters, and more fantastic lines that you can shake a stick at, and the result is an immensely enjoyable Doctor Who story, which happens to be unique in tone and structure. As discussed prior, there is an intimate and epic scale to this story, and in both respects it really impresses. Visually, the Reboss Operation is a marvel for the eyes, with some gorgeous sets and costumes, and if it was sold on its atmosphere alone, it would still be a winner. While it may not thrill, as it's not much of an action serial and focuses more on dialogue and character, but because of its delights lie in its scripting and performance, this story is hardly dated at all, and remains as delightful now as I'm sure it was when it was first transmitted. Number 20. The Hand of Fear. As Sarah Jane's final story, it was pretty gutsy of the cast and crew for her to be possessed for an episode, but Elizabeth Sladen proved so chilling in the role, it reminds us of how much we love Sarah. The location work combined with the fear of a nuclear holocaust make this a gripping serial to watch, and Eldrad is a surprisingly sympathetic villain that you really feel sorry for. Now, if I was reviewing the first 3 episodes, I would rate this a lot higher, but given that it falls apart in the final episode, it does get marked down. Whilst the final episode isn't all bad, it's clear the money has run out, as Castria isn't one of Doctor Who's most well-realised planets, and the regenerated Eldrad loses all sympathy and becomes a generic shouty villain that must be stopped. But what saves episode 4 from being a total disaster is Sarah Jane's goodbye. No kiss or physical touch doesn't need to convey how much the Doctor and Sarah love each other, and it's beautifully portrayed by our 2 leads. For being consistent for its first 3 episodes, disappointing for its last act, but having a gut-punching emotional final scene, The Hand of Fear just about makes it into the top 20. Number 19. The Mask of Mandragora. Quite possibly the most underrated and best script from writer Louis Marks, The Mask of Mandragora shows the exquisite visual splendour that producer Philip Hinchcliffe brought to the show. His idea of "can we do this" approach reaches its apotheosis in a story that sparkles with the stylish splendour of Renaissance Italy. The sets look very expensive and lush, the location convinces that they really did pop over to Italy for a shoot, and the costumes and props never once let the side down. Dudley Simpson provides one of his most classy and impressive musical scores too to accompany this sumptuous production. Up until Big Finish, I feel this is the closest we ever came to mimicking the pure historicals from the William Hartnell era, with a strong emphasis on period detail and lavish production and costumes, rather than the time period just being a backdrop that happens to have a monster in it as well. Even the threat is far more intellectual than usual. The danger of bypassing the Renaissance and falling back into the old times of superstition, proving an enticing hazard if the Mandragora helix succeeds. Add to all of these strengths a gorgeous affirmation of the dazzling Doctor and Sarah partnership, strong performances across the board, and you have an extremely striking period drama that can hold its head high amongst the outstanding trips back into history for the show. Some people may find the story boring, but I would disagree with that consensus strongly. While it didn't entertain me much as a kid, it certainly has grown in appreciation for me over time. Number 18. Warrior's Gate. There are so many moments to treasure throughout this that it is impossible to recount them all, and everything from set design, lighting, effects, music, performances, direction and scripting are all at their peak here. Visually, it feels like Hinchcliffe is back in the producer's seat, but the imagination feels like something out of the Graham Williams era. Warrior's Gate feels like the best of both their takes on Doctor Who, and it remains one of John Nathan Turner's greatest achievements as producer. It's full of clever ideas, witty moments, dramatic twist, and great characters. It is hard to fault a story that takes such an unusual approach to telling a story and get it so right. The way it visually tells its story is nothing short of commendable, and one of the highlights of the 1980s in my opinion, and proof it was needed that 80s Who could be just as bold, innovative and imaginative as anything that came before and since. Number 17. State of Decay. This serial I feel is the epitome of Season 18's style, as I believe each serial will have something for everyone's taste and preference for Doctor Who. There is the gothic horror and scare elements favoured by Philip Hinchcliffe, the witty undergraduate humour highlighted by Graham Williams, and also the scientific approach as loved by the J&T Bidmead collaboration. Terrance Dicks is not a script writer who lets you down, as he packs in some interesting mythology about the Time Lords, great moments between the Doctor and Romana, and a wealth of quotable lines here. There's a great Paddy Kingsland score which highlights the atmosphere of terror, and the sensuality between the three who rule suggests the eroticism of vampire tales, without ever dipping too hard into the adult drama. This is still a family show after all. For being such a terrific vampire story, State of Decay is a marvellous and overlooked story from the Fourth Doctor era. Number 16. Logopolis. The entirety of Season 18's undertones has been the element of entropy, decay and prolonging life, and death catches up to the Fourth Doctor in a very fitting swan song here. Whilst the technobabble may drag the story down, the universe-ending consequences of the Master's actions is felt very well, with brilliant scenes of decay throughout. Logopolis is a very well realised world packed to the brim with great world building, and there's always something going on to keep the momentum going and making all the relatively uninteresting sci-fi jargon flow nicely without feeling dull or tedious. For ending the Fourth Doctor's life in such grace and style, Logopolis rightly deserves its place as one of the stronger regeneration stories. Number 15. The Stones of Blood. For being the 100th story to be transmitted, The Stones of Blood pretty much sums up Doctor Who perfectly. 2 parts gothic horror, 1 part glowing domestic drama, and 1 part sci-fi bonkers. Lots of quality performances and even the odd duff effect. Writer David Fisher bursts onto the scene with potentially one of the wittiest scripts in Doctor Who, crammed full of sparkling, quotable dialogue that the actors just love performing. It's ridiculously entertaining throughout with some notable direction and effortless changes of tone. While the courtroom drama may not be as engaging as the horror aspect, this is only a slight nitpick as to what is a thoroughly entertaining serial, and it isn't even my favourite story from Season 16. Speaking of which, number 14. The Androids of Tara. Watching this story is like enjoying a cool glass of lemonade on a warm summer's day. I always finish it with a big smile on my face. If you're willing to go on a fairy tale adventure into outer space, then this is just about the zenith of what producer Graham Williams tried to achieve with Doctor Who. It's unique in and of itself and deliberately small scale, highlighting atmosphere, plot twists and memorable characters. It uses Romana better than any of the other story to feature Mary Tam, and features the Doctor at the top of his game. He's a swashbuckler, he's a kingmaker, and he's the master of witty repartee. There is no other Doctor Who story like this one, and that's its ultimate strength. It encapsulates the show during a creative peak, trying out outrageous new ideas to see if they could fit into the show's scope. I wouldn't really try and pin a genre on this story. Is it sci-fi, romance, action, fairy tale, fantasy? It's pretty much all of them, and more, and with more than a twist of the Prisoner of Zenda, it's a bit of literary as well. It dares to revel in its magic, and I really love the Androids of Tara for that. Number 13. Sharda. Only in a Douglas Adams script could you stop for a pot of tea in a gentleman's study, which also happens to be a TARDIS, before heading off to defeat the villain for the week. While it may have taken 38 years for this story to be completed, it was certainly worth the wait. The location in and around Cambridge looks great, and grounds the story like very few in the Graham Williams era, allowing Douglas Adams to inject a great deal of domestic allure into his imaginative tale. In Tom Baker, Lala Ward, Dennis Carey, Daniel Hill and Victoria Burgoyne, you have an honest-to-goodness ensemble championing this tale, each character appealing in their own right, and all the different pairings proving a success. The story is a clever one with its clues expertly slipped in early so Adams can build on them as the narrative progresses, bringing all the elements together just before the 5th episode, and we have a wonderful climax. To summarise, Sharda is a lovely piece of work to cap off the Williams era, and contains so much of what made these 3 years a delight, despite this era's reputation amongst fans. It may have taken a while to be completed, but Sharda is certainly the classic that its reputation has built up to be. Number 12. The Sunmakers. Any comedy that was written by Robert Holmes was going to make you laugh and hurt you as it does so, and The Sunmakers has a real sting to it. The serial features suicide, an excruciating method of murder, a sadistic toad of a villain who enjoys exploiting and hurting his victims, a government that drugs its population into complying with slavery and exploitation, a heroine who threatens to skin people alive, and guest heroes who live in the squalors by choice and enjoy throwing their weight around, threatening to violently abuse people and slit the Time Lord's throat or burn his face with a poker. The exploited population are violent, rude and obnoxious, and you have to question whether they're worth saving. But there is so much to love about this story, and what always impresses me the most is the superb work that is done by the actors. It's an incredible guest cast, and they acquit themselves beautifully, providing countless memorable, dramatic and funny scenes. It's a story that favours the quirks of performance and writing over effects, and it holds up very well for those reasons. The Graham Williams era may have taken a knock at the time, but it's certainly been reappraised since as pushing the series in new directions, and for being a wonderfully dark and political satire, The Sunmakers stands as one of the era's best efforts. Number 11. Horror of Fang Rock. The fact this was written at the last minute and the script turned out to be this good makes me question whether Terrence Dicks was even a human being. With a tiny setting, a handful of very memorable characters, and a very real menace, he has perfected the base Under Siege formula. It's a subgenre that Doctor Who has been playing out for over a decade now, and you'd think there's nothing new to learn from it, but when you shift settings and characters on what appears to be the same type of story on paper, it becomes very different in reality. The tension refuses to let up right until the last few seconds. Early episodes concentrate on the hidden evil, and once the cat's out of the bag it becomes a creepy killer among a story before ending in a monster fest. The dialogue sparkles, especially for the guest characters, and with very few words we know what these people are all about. There's class tension, mysticism, progress debates, survival tactics. The dialogue is crisp and to the point, but it has a great deal to say about the times too. It's well worth paying attention to the dialogue. So, although I find the story a bit uncomfortable to watch, as it is only a testament to the talent of everybody involved, Horror of Fang Rock works on so many levels. It's a skillfully told character drama, a bite-your-nails good horror flick, an entertaining Doctor Who story, and just a brilliant start to Season 15. Number 10. Terror of the Zygons. Combining the previous era's Earthbound format with the gothic horror style of the current era, and you have one hot classic here. There is a manifest of things to enjoy, terrific dialogue, warm interaction between the characters, a stunningly atmospheric music score, ample evocative location work, shock moments, effective model work and a great cast of regulars. If you were looking for the quintessentially excellent Doctor Who story, you probably found it here. The Zygons, despite only appearing once in the classic series, have a fantastic screen presence and a wonderful design, and it's no wonder they had such an impact on viewers that asked them to return. Terror of the Zygons may have a simple plot, but the style and execution makes this a wonderful classic for me. Number 9. The Seeds of Doom. One of my strongest memories is watching this Christmas Day 2010 and instantly falling in love with it, and all these years later, yep, I still love this serial. It's as close to a perfect Doctor Who adventure as you will ever find, with a sparkling script, plenty of action and excitement, scary moments, gorgeous performances and avant-garde direction that lifts the whole piece somewhere above the very high standards that's already set by Season 13. You'll never find a more perfect representation of both a Doctor and companion either. Tom Baker and Elizabeth Sladen are both at the top of their game, and they dazzle their way through all 6 episodes without a single misstep. Add to that a wealth of glorious location work, a wonderful adversary in Harrison Chase, and several era-defining moments, and you have something for everybody here. It doesn't surprise me that this story is held in such high esteem. It deserves all the praise heaped upon it and more. I adore every second of this serial, and it would be number 1, but there's 8 other stories on this list that I love more. Number 8. The Ark in Space. One of the prime examples of all the elements of a production coming together. The writer, actors, designer and musician are all working overtime to ensure that the Ark in Space is an epic yet claustrophobic sci-fi chiller that really gets under your skin. The Ark itself is a magnificent setting brought to life with rare vision by Roger Murray Leach and proving the perfect pristine environment for this graphic tale of possession to take place and really make an impact. Tom Baker is a revelation in his second story, but saying that the material is so strong and instantly attuned to his more dangerous portrayal, it would have taken a poor actor to even fail to make this work. Elizabeth Sladen and Ian Marter provide fantastic support, and it's immediately obvious that this is going to be a great team to watch. The Wirren are a nasty Doctor Who enemy, a breed of insects that require human incubators to plant their eggs in, to gestate and tear free, the knowledge of their breeder stolen. We get to witness this process at every stage, and the appalled reactions of the cast do a lot of the work for us. But Holmes once again shows how it should be done. The arc in space is packed full of great ideas, it's gorgeously plotted and structured, gains momentum throughout, it's full of drama and great lines, and has a solution that is sufficiently set up and satisfying. It is a great piece of writing, a triumph of imagination, of performance and of design. This is a story that proves that it is necessary to push yourself to the limit, because sometimes you may be surprised at what you can pull off. For being Russell T Davies and Stephen Moffat's favourite story, The Ark in Space rightly deserves its place as a beautiful classic. Number 7. The Robots of Death. A masterpiece of suspense and horror, The Robots of Death is one of those classic Doctor Who stories that doesn't put a foot out of place. As a drama, it is expertly constructed, and the world in which the Doctor and Leela drop in on is packed full of detail to make it one of the most convincing future environments. The design and effects are perfectly in tune, and on his way out the door, Philip Hinchcliffe overspends the budget outrageously and makes this a visually stunning piece. It sees the Doctor and Leela at their finest, and continually fires great lines and memorably frightens right until the end, and is easily one of the best classics. Sorry if I am sounding repetitive here, but that's how brilliant these top 10 stories really are. Number 6. City of Death. The crowning achievement of the Graham Williams era, it encompasses much, has so many layers that is bred into the fabric of human existence itself, and yet still manages to tell a hugely enjoyable adventure story in the process. The Jaggeroff spaceship exploding that caused the birth of the human race and scattered Scaroff through time, where he pushed the human race forwards to a point where they could help him go back in time and stop it all happening, is so bogglingly audacious that it feels like Doctor Who is throwing the highest concepts into the air and shrugging as though it does this all the time. It takes brilliant ideas like the Doctor popping in for a chat with Leonardo da Vinci, the man drawing a picture of a time lady with the crack through the face to explain the time slip, 7 Mona Lisas hanging out in a basement, a ruthlessly inept detective who punches out everyone the Doctor talks to, but ultimately throws the punch that saves history, a suave and elegant bad guy who is involved with a multi-million-dollar heist to wipe out humanity, and best of all, the Doctor dodging traffic trying to hail a taxi screaming, "Is no one interested in history?" City of Death is the work of incredibly skilled writers with formidable imagination and a real sense of humour. Ambitious, funny, atmospheric, perfectly performed, directed and scored Doctor Who. Do I even need to say more? Number 5. The Brain of Morbius. There are no lengths that the Brain of Morbius won't go to repulse you and entertain. This is nasty, playful, imaginative, and very frightening in parts. The Brain of Morbius is the ultimate expression of the Holmes-Hinchcliffe Gothic horror approach. The story plunders Shelley and other sources with confidence, and applies it to a gripping, beautifully thought-through science fiction setting. While stagey as written Khan is, it's a terrifying world full of ancient secrets, and abhorrent experiments for the Doctor and Sarah to unearth. The performances of Tom Baker, Elizabeth Sladen, Philip Maddock and the rest are all astonishingly good, managing to tap into the melodrama and deliver authentic performances, and director Christopher Barry is bringing this story to life with so much atmosphere. He's clearly been influenced by Hammer horror, and he plumps for an atmosphere of foreboding in the first 2 episodes before letting rip with some graphic horror in the second. Dudley Simpson's music and Barry Newbury's design are faultless, and complement each other brilliantly to soften the air of terror, and the other constructing some moody sets to enhance the atmosphere. I have never failed to enjoy this story despite watching it over and over again. It is very funny and very scary, and sees the Doctor and Sarah's relationship at its height. For being a flawless retelling of Frankenstein, The Brain of Morbius rightly deserves its place in the top 5. Number 4. Pyramids of Mars. If I was to introduce the story to a newcomer, this would certainly be one of them. Taking heavy inspiration from the Hammer horror monster films released by Universal Pictures earlier in the century, especially 1932's The Mummy, Pyramids of Mars is a masterfully atmospheric piece of Gothic horror, and what makes the story so great is its execution. The stakes really feel so incredibly high. When the Doctor talks about Sutek's godlike power, you totally believe him. Confined to a chair for almost all of the runtime, so much of Sutek's power is instead communicated through his dialogue, delivered in the deep, proper and wonderfully threatening tone of Gabriel Woolf. Tom Baker's performance too is quite possibly his best. He plays the Doctor in a much less light-hearted way than usual. Instead he's somber, every line communicating the fear he feels, the possibility that this time he might not be able to save everyone. Pyramids of Mars is essential viewing for any Doctor Who fan, and if you haven't watched it already, pause the video and go watch it right now. I certainly won't mind. Number 3. Genesis of the Daleks. Yeah, it's alright. Okay, who am I kidding? Genesis of the Daleks lives up to its iconic status, and even more. The direction is bold, violent and shocking. You wouldn't want Doctor Who to be this way every week, but because it is just too disturbing in places, it's a fatalistic one-off, it's a complete tour de force. The lighting is superb, Dudley Simpson's music has really come on since Tom Baker took over the role. It highlights the drama without being too melodramatic. It's a huge cast, and all of the characters are impeccably performed, from sadistic to uncomfortable, and Liz Sladen and Ian Marter providing impeccable support to Tom Baker's Doctor, who has finally come into his own here. The standout, of course, has to go to Michael Wisher for creating such a memorable character in Davros. It's still completely riveting throughout because Davros' malevolent behaviour is absolutely delicious to watch. There's no part of Genesis of the Daleks that isn't firing on all cylinders, and it's the first major success of many for incoming producer Philip Hinchcliffe. Even the conclusion is satisfying, managing to be both an anticlimax but loaded with irony and murderous relish. It's a story I've watched over and over, and it is a hard-hitting, depressing watch, but I am reminded with Genesis of the Daleks just how good Doctor Who can be when everything comes together with absolute precision. For being the first Tom Baker story I ever watched, Genesis of the Daleks is still nothing short of astounding. Number 2. The Deadly Assassin. Politics, world-building, wit and fright combine to make The Deadly Assassin not just another Doctor Who story, but feel like a genuine event. It has one of the best first episodes in Doctor Who history, a mini-drama in its own leading right up to a foreshadowed but unforgettable cliffhanger. Episode 2 plays out very much like CSI Gallifrey, with the Doctor working an investigation that will ultimately save his life and bring down his arch-enemy, the Master. It is great fun and excellently scripted, but after the breathtaking opening, the third episode is just famous for its arrangement of phobias that would leave any adult a wreck, let alone kids who are watching. It's stylishly directed on film, featuring one unforgettable set piece after another, and standing out as something that has never been done before or since. This is another standout episode that just exists on its own. It's a uniquely horrific experience. Robert Holmes' subversive script and David Maloney's slick direction combine to make this another jewel in the Philip Hinchcliffe era. They really make making classic Doctor Who look so easy, and it would be my favourite Fourth Doctor story, but that honour goes to... Number 1. The Talons of Weng-Chiang. Rarely have we been treated to such a luxurious story, one that takes the time to flesh out all of its characters, tell an atmospheric and gripping tale, and one that frequently dazzles with its colourful dialogue, and is wrapped up in a budget-bursting production that manages to make the smallest of scenes totally believable. Add to this mix, you have the Doctor at the height of his powers, accompanied by a companion who completely complements and enriches the story, a splendid score from Dudley Simpson, and a fascinating and expensive look at the Victorian era, which may have been overused at this point, but told in 6 beautiful episodes that ensure nothing is rushed or underdeveloped. Doctor Who climaxed its season 14 with the best story of its entire run. Flawlessly written, wonderfully acted, and featuring some of the best direction of all time, The Talons of Weng-Chiang is superb storytelling from start to finish, and is my favourite Fourth Doctor story. With Tom Baker leaving the show after 7 long years, the time was ripe for change. Peter Davison had huge shoes to fill and was certainly an inspired choice to be very different from Tom, with no unfair comparisons being made. Furthermore, the Fifth Doctor era was a time of celebration as Doctor Who entered its 20th anniversary, with callbacks to the past scattered everywhere throughout the era. This era pull off its ambitions? Let's find out. Starting with the bottom of the barrel, we have... Number 20. Warriors of the Deep. Normally I'd sum up the problems this serial has with this one clip, but let's be fair and I'll elaborate further. Warriors of the Deep is one of Doctor Who's greatest embarrassments. Right from the start, it's absolutely clear that neither the cast or production crew want to be here. The boring reveal of the Silurians is just a shocking oversight, and there's absolutely no attempt to build up any menace, and they walk and talk at an absolute snail's pace. At times the Silurian dialogue is barely audible, and since they hardly ever say anything that's worth listening to, that's not a huge problem, I guess. And also, the Sea Devil counterparts walk at a snail's pace too, so neither of the reptilian races has to hang around waiting for the other as they walk through the sea base at a snail's pace. The action scenes are equally as lethargic, the base personnel just stand in a line waiting to be shot down. Compare any of these action scenes with stories like Earthshock, Caves of Androzani, or even Resurrection of the Daleks, and you can see the difference between a director working with what they have, despite the limitations, and a director who's clearly given up. Merca, like its reptilian master, is equally as slow and crap, and will easily go down as one of the worst realised monsters in Doctor Who history. If the inclusion of the Silurians and Sea Devils and the base Under Siege format was supposed to be a love letter to the Pertwee and Troughton era, I would just feel insulted. This serial was a production nightmare for all involved, but unlike stories such as Warrior's Gate or The Mind Robber, where the production pulls through despite their shortcomings, this is just like watching a train crash that just gets worse and worse. I mean, we can blame Margaret Thatcher for this, but there really should have been another way. Number 19. Time Flight. I debated putting this story or Warriors of the Deep as the worst, and don't get me wrong, this serial is awful, but at least it can be funny in a so bad it's good way? Regardless, time-travelling Concorde crash-landing on prehistoric Earth is a crazy enough concept, if this was from a fresh writer who had no idea about the show, but coming from Peter Grimwade, a director who understands the technical difficulties and budget restrictions, this is just pure lunacy. It's not just that the story looks hideously cheap or that the plot is told entirely through exposition and pantomime antics. The very ideas at the heart of this story are just so unconvincing and lame. You couldn't even jumpstart this even if you had decent characters, strong dialogue, or, at the very least, production values. Imagine if Khalid had turned out not to be the Master. He would have been the crappiest villain we have ever witnessed. And before the reveal, you just have to ask yourself, why? But afterwards, you have to ask yourself, why? Why on earth does he dress up like this? What is the point? Does he dress up in these disguises so he can see the look on the Doctor's face when he transforms? Because he sure as heck ain't impressing me. Ugh. Everything about Time Flight is just an embarrassment. Peter Grimwade may have been one of the best directors of the 80s, but his writing left a lot to be desired. For being excruciatingly boring and the worst story to feature the Master, Time Flight will forever go down as one of the worst stories ever. Let's just go to the next one. Number 18. The King's Demons. Typically two-parters of this era would be short and sweet filler. This story is the biggest waste of time I've ever seen from Doctor Who. Whilst the historical setting of medieval England is nice, this sorry tale reveals that all of those skills that were present in the pure Hartnell historicals of the 60s have been completely sapped and lost as the genre became unpopular, and all you're left with is a stagey pantomime that lacks just conviction. The setting is poor, the dialogue is enough to get stuck in your throat, the characters are just vacuums and unbelievable, and the plot isn't worth wasting your time in. I mean, how exactly does the Doctor know the Master wants to rid the world of Magna Carta? They don't even utter a single word on this subject. By stating it's small-time villainy by the Master's standards, it's like the writer is admitting that even this plot is just shite. But at least we've got this robot that can shapeshift. I can't wait to see all the great things they do with him. Oh wait, let's just stick him in a cupboard until he leaves in the following season because we can't use it. I mean, why not just hire a new actor each week to play Chameleon? It's a fun enough concept. No one bothered to think of this, and being the biggest waste of time and introducing a shit crap robot, you have virtually no reason to watch The King's Demons. Number 17. Arc of Infinity. This story frustrates me because there was potential here. I just don't think it was explored or executed well enough, though it could be a combination of both. Let's say both. Arc of Infinity features two equally ponderous plots that fail to gel, and direction that sabotages the drama on just every level. The cameras just stand still, exposing the script deficiencies, the actors' stiffness and the wooden dialogue, the general cheapness of everything. I find it hard to believe that a story where the Doctor is forced back to Gallifrey and assassinated and ends with him murdering a Gallifreyan hero could be this boring and tedious, but wow, did they succeed! The second overseas location shoot should be something to celebrate, but unlike the romance and adventurous spirit of Paris and City of Death, you've just got an appalling plod around Amsterdam, which makes it look like just a boring holiday destination. Add to this list of deficiencies is a skeletal chicken with a gun, the most bizarre pair of squatters I've ever seen, a bunch of artificially characterised Time Lords, headache-inducing music, and a villain who only makes an impact in the last 15 minutes, and a lead actor who just seems bored of the whole thing and is making the least amount of effort to inject any drama into this. The biggest crime Arc of Infinity commits is that I feel nothing whilst watching it, and that's all I have to say about it. Number 16. 4 to Doomsday. Here's a fun fact for you, none of the regulars were happy with 4 to Doomsday. Peter Davison was unhappy with his performance as the first story he ever filmed, Janet Fielding objected to the foreign language being referred to in the script as gibberish, Sarah Sutton was nearly written out of the show, and Matthew Waterhouse didn't get why Adric was helping the villain Monarch. I'm glad the cast share my sentiments, because I don't like this story either. From a production standpoint, I can't really fault this one, as you really get the sense you're on a gigantic spaceship, but this lick of gloss over what's a second-rate script full of boring ideas, dodgy characterization, and just a lack of action. If there was ever an argument against filling the TARDIS with companions, this story proves it with flying colours. The story just meanders along at a boring pace with little interest, failing to generate any excitement or tension from the trio of villains, a stilted science lecture that lacks logic, entertainment value, and just a massive misstep for the Fifth Doctor's characterization. 4 to Doomsday may look pretty, but I can't find much to like about this serial, so let's just move on. Number 15. Planet of Fire. Okay, let's see. Writing out Turlo. Check. Killing off the Master. Check. Introducing Perry. Check. Getting rid of Chameleon. Check. Include Lanzarote as the primary location. Check. And do you see the fucking problem yet? This isn't a story, it's just a checklist. Planet of Fire tries to do too many things and winds up being just unmemorable. It wants to be an exit story for Turlo with revelations about his background. It wants to be an introduction story for Perry, a continuation of the Master storyline, a religion versus science tale about the planet on the brink of destruction. Because none of these plot threads have any time to just breathe, we get individual scenes that can be good, but the actual story is just drawn out and just anticlimaxes. It's a gorgeous looking story with lush location work, and a great score helped to smooth over some of the rougher edges, but Planet of Fire is such mishmash of good and bad, it's just really hard to judge. It's a pretty average tale on the whole, and it's mostly aesthetics, and some interplay between the Doctor, Turlo and Perry does keep it afloat. But while it's not as nearly as bad as the previous stories on this list, Planet of Fire looks pretty, but it's not enough to save an average script. Number 14. Terminus. I really want to like this serial, as there is a lot going for it, but it just doesn't quite work for me. The script is actually pretty good, and it's full of dark, seedy ideas, and in particular, its first episode is a really good scene setter for the rest of the serial. Terminus is a horror story in space, and needed just more atmosphere and a sober score to bring its creepy ideas to the screen. There are clunky action scenes, dual sets, and a lack of sparkle. You are probably going to lose interest in the later episodes, and it's a shame because there is some intelligent detail and realism in the script. Now, given the pressure the production team was under due to strike action, it was a miracle this story was completed at all. The idea of a ship being in flight and dumping an unstable amount of fuel which was ejected into the void causing a chain reaction, i.e. the Big Bang that created the universe, that's a pretty solid sci-fi idea to build a Doctor Who story around. The pilot jumped forward and the shockwave caught up billions of years in the future and killed him and damaged the second engine, whereas the first explosion created the universe, the second would destroy it. And it's one of the few times the entire universe is put in jeopardy, and I just find it a huge shame it couldn't have been executed with as much skill as it was written. It is a good time paradox story. I really like the idea of the uncertainty of the ending. There's no easy solution, and there's a lot of work ahead of them, but it makes for a realistic conclusion. Terminus does have good ideas on a script level, but the sets are underdressed, it's featureless, and just very unmemorable, which might have been the idea, but the result is that there's nothing here to feast your eyes on but empty blackness, and it just gets boring and monotonous very quickly. Crossing the line into the forbidden zone about diseases should be a terrifying prospect, but in this cheap production, it turns out to be duct tape on the floor and a great hairy dog that's just escaped from a kid's holiday park. Everything has just fallen to pieces come episode 3. Terminus is slap bang in the middle of the 5th Doctor era, both story and quality-wise in my opinion. Whenever I think of something good, I immediately think of its shortcomings, so take it for what it's worth, and maybe you can draw your own conclusions. Number 13. Mawdryn Undead. Okay, if you're a huge 5th Doctor fan and you're finding me to be very negative in this video, rest assured we're now firmly into the good category for the 5th Doctor era. This is by far Peter Grimwade's strongest script for the series. It juggles a lot of interesting ideas, such as dual timelines, 2 Brigadiers, the Doctor regenerating into an alien, Nyssa and Tegan being infected by time, and the Doctor sacrificing his remaining lives. The writer manages to tie all of these ideas into an engaging, fast-paced narrative that tosses aside the usual 80s obsession for set pieces and just tries to be a bit more thoughtful with it. Mawdryn Undead alone does contain a number of really clever ideas, my favourite being that the living death that the titular Mawdryn and his subordinates suffer, it's a poetic consequences of their crime and lust for immortality. It's great to see the Brigadier again, and really nice to give Nicholas Courtney the chance to play 2 different versions. It's not as good as Inferno, but it's still cool to see. While it is way too busy in its plot department, it never feels boring or lethargic. There's certainly an energy to the production that a lot of other serials this era suffered. For being a fun, nostalgic and bonkers watch, Mawdryn Undead is breezy entertainment that certainly provides on an entertainment factor. That's enough to recommend. Number 12. The Awakening. I'm a sucker for old English village settings in Doctor Who. The Awakening is no exception. It's an overlooked and rather charming little 2-parter with snappy dialogue, a rare moment of a companion interacting with family, and a really good supporting cast. The main villain of the piece, the Malice, may be restricted by being stuck in the church and not having any dialogue, but despite this, the top-notch set design and haunting sound effects represent its malevolent influence that give it a really good screen presence. There are issues, of course, underlying the story. The plot is rather flawed, with some of the reasoning behind the Malice and the need for war games being a bit flimsy, and some of the guest characters are underserved by the story, in particular the almost significant role of Tegan's grandfather, but it just feels like an afterthought as he has barely any interactions with Tegan, and it just serves no real purpose to the story other than an excuse for the TARDIS to land in the village. I do understand this is partly down to the format of the classic series, but it's just a weakness regardless. The story receives little attention compared to other Peter Davison stories, and it is often forgotten by fans in a season with quite some big highs and lows, and I would recommend giving it a second watch. It's easy to, as it's only 50 minutes, and it's not really very complicated to follow. Even though you are likely to notice some of its flaws, it's still a fascinating story with great imagery, ideas and performances. Awakening is a short and sweet 2-parter that's very easy to watch, and it wouldn't feel out of place that much in the new series. Number 11. Castrovalva. An energetic and glorious, sedate, warm and wonderful opening story to introduce the 5th Doctor. The first 2 episodes are a really bold and imaginative way to introduce this new incarnation and a brand new set of regulars that are trapped inside the TARDIS and trying to heal the Doctor, and they're getting used to each other and falling into one of the Master's most devious traps. However, the following 2 episodes are just as good as we move out of the TARDIS and go to the titular city of Castrovalva. It's ironic that it's a made-up location because it feels like one of the most realistic cities that the show has ever given us. It's a bustling town full of life and packed with lovely details such as the washerwomen, hunters, and a unique poetic dialogue of their own. The sets are marvellously designed and built with imperial pillars, marble steps, balconies, and flaming torches, all mixing to create a rich atmosphere. And it's such a shame, really, that this is all just an elaborate ruse by the Master. It's visually and tonally, there's never been much like this before and since, and it's certainly a unique entry of the Fifth Doctor era, and debut serials for a new Doctor, and it kicks off the Peter Davison era with style, and that's certainly enough to recommend. Number 10. Frontios. Whenever I watch this serial, it gives me a tantalising peek into what this era could have been if Christopher H. Bidmead stayed on for script editor post-season 18. Because there's some great ideas in Frontios. There's an end-of-the-world scenario, the terrifying prospect of being eaten by the Earth, giant insects burrowing away below the ground, the destruction of the TARDIS, a vivid Doctor, resourceful companions who are afforded strong development, great guest characters, snappy dialogue, and a plot that has many layers and a strong scientific core, but remembering to entertain you as well. There's plenty of detail to be found in the script that helps to sell the situation that is translated into the design of the piece. Now, for once in the 80s Doctor Who, it feels like everybody's working in the same direction. It's a story that manages to successfully evolve from a creepy horror tale, such as the mystery of people being dragged beneath the earth in the first 2 episodes, into a really superb sci-fi adventure, the last episode playing a part with some weighty concepts and presenting some impressive imagery. Frontios does get a lot of things right that the Davison era would often get wrong. It's genuinely scary, as characters you care about, and the regulars are appealing. I can skip over the rough edges of the story. Traptators and the occasional embarrassing moment of static action do let the story down, but Frontios is rather good and it does stand out. It may not be a season opener or a regeneration story, it may not feature Daleks, Cybermen or the Master, and it may be mid-season filler, but it gets my vote for a really entertaining narrative, showing what can be done by ditching kisses to the past and simply getting on with telling a thumping good story. While it may be clumsy in areas, Frontios easily makes its way to the top 10 stories of the Fifth Doctor era. Number 9. Black Orchid. First pure historical since 1966, I understand it's popular to dislike Black Orchid for feeling out of place in the 80s, heck, even the regular cast don't like it that much, but I find it to be a refreshing breath of fresh air. Abandoning heavy plotting and tangled up continuity in favour of atmosphere and hijinks, it's incredible fun to watch the Doctor and friends just having fun at a 1920s party. At 2 episodes, it's a very breezy watch, and one aspect I appreciate is that there's no real villain here, but just a rather tragic family secret that the upper class obviously hide away. In the aesthetics, there's just something so British about the TARDIS landing on a train platform, and the team being carted off to a cricket game and then a nice costume party. I understand I ragged on King's Demons for being a waste of time, but where that story fails, and this story succeeds, is that Black Orchid has atmosphere, and everyone looks like they're having a blast playing this. For being a stylish historical, not particularly heavy on plot, Black Orchid will go down as an easy watch for me that I love watching on those warm summer nights. Number 8. The Visitation. Notable for the twist of the Doctor causing the Great Fire of London in 1666, The Visitation still has much going for it, and I can see why this is one of Peter Davison's favourites. One of those simple but thoroughly solid Doctor Who stories that are effective at providing a weekend's worth of entertainment. It's not really groundbreaking and does feel like a traditional story from another era of the show, but it's a nice breather. After experimental stories like Castrovalva and Kinder, this season definitely needed a simpler story to keep its audience coming back with enthusiasm. Crisp location filming is beautifully lush, and it looks even better on Blu-ray thanks to the restoration team. There's just a sense of total atmosphere that fits in with the 17th century aesthetic. Pteroleptals are really great villains with a striking design, and Michael Melia playing the Pteroleptal leader, character enough gravitas and menace for him to feel like a threat. Pteroleptal's belief in survival of the fittest is a nice touch, because it makes the situation a little less black and white than typical alien conquerors. This particular viewing, I have to compliment the costume designer and makeup artist. The Pteroleptal costume is very good for the most part. There's something about the way its jaw moves when it's speaking, and how it gruesomely melts when the Pudding Lane bakery is burning down, that's very effective in making it feel less like a man in a rubber suit. The other great guest star, of course, is Michael Robbins as Richard Mace. He's such a delightful rogue, and his manner of speech enables him to sound authentically like a real 17th century person. He often steals the show, and it would have been great to have him around as a companion. For being a simple but effective story, The Visitation is best enjoyed on a crisp Halloween night with the fireplace blazing. Number 7.
Enlightenment. Visual of sailing ships flying through the stars highlighted by the coroner of the sun is a captivating image, and Enlightenment still offers so much to enjoy. The Eternals are a fantastic creation. They're bored immortal entities feeding on human imagination like parasites. And whilst they've been name-dropped in the new series a few times, I would like to see them back again in a new story. Imaginative, enchanting, dramatic, and even exciting, Enlightenment is just packed to the brim with greatness, with the Dr. Tegan and Turlough and all of the guest cast getting their time to shine, which I find to be a miracle in early 80s stories. I really cannot fault this story much. The dialogue is like a rich wine, the story continually finds inventive things to show us, and the conclusion wraps up everything very satisfying. I find it a very pleasing story. This good should not only be nestled firmly during a more maligned 80s era of Doctor Who, but Enlightenment is simply fantastic that I still have a lot of fun watching. Number 6. Resurrection of the Daleks. Putting aside the awful special effects, seriously, if this serial doesn't get a CGI update for its eventual Blu-ray release, I am going to scream in the streets. Resurrection of the Daleks still has a lot going for it. That can also be its detriment. Yes, it is pretty violent, and yes, it is nasty and too complicated. It's still ridiculously entertaining. Once the Daleks feel like a terrifying, violent force that cannot be opposed, and Davros makes a very welcome return, with writer Eric Sayrud setting up some interesting tension between him and the Daleks. Terry Malloy was a superb casting choice as Davros, and he manages to get under the skin of the character like Michael Wisher did, silky voiced and just genuinely psychotic. There are times when he pushes the hysterical ranting to the limit, but he comes across as a raving child, and it's somehow even more frightening. Matthew Robinson's direction is worthy of praise, because he never keeps the camera still and is constantly finding ways of making the action dynamic, and looking like the budget was 10 times its size. Peter Davison gives another impressive last season performance, and his Doctor is pushed further over the edge than ever before. It makes you wonder how much longer this kinder incarnation can make a difference in such an ugly universe. He needs to regenerate into someone tougher and more violent in order to face these horrors head on. While it is a very busy story, it is ridiculously entertaining, but I'm going to have to leave it just shy of the top 5. Number 5. Snake Dance. Fun fact, this is writer Rob Shearman's favourite Doctor Who story, and I can certainly see why. This is how formidable Doctor Who can be when everything comes together like a perfect jigsaw puzzle. Snake Dance is much more concerned with character, setting, atmosphere, and intelligent dialogue than glossy set pieces and pacey action, and while that certainly has its place in the show, it is nice when Doctor Who can pull off this style of story so well. The characterisation of the Doctor is just fascinating, I find here. He's basically treated as an irrelevance, but with purpose this time around, and Davison plays the part of the impotent portent of doom to the hilt with fine support from Nyssa, who once again proves she is the ideal companion for this Doctor. Snake Dance is a great story for Tegan as well, with all the complexities and scares of Kinder, giving her a substantial role in this story too. Not much to fault in this story beyond the fact that it has a very stagey feel because of the heightened performances and studio-bound exteriors, but even that feels kind of deliberate. This feels like a really strong theatre play with a rock-solid plot and truly engaging characters, and I can see it transferring to the stage with a minimum of fuss. You'd think the explanation of how the Mara came to be would be unsatisfying. Writer Christopher Bailey gives us such a clever answer in that the Manusans blindly brought the Mara into being themselves, amplifying their mental forces including restlessness, hate, greed, reflecting it, and creating a mental force so malevolent it turned on them in a reign of terror. Given we've already encountered the Mara before in Season 19's Kinder, the revelations are much more satisfying because we have had to wait for them. And that's why the third episode, which can often be seen as filler in some of these four-parters, doesn't hit, because Snake Dance does have the Doctor locked up in a cage for 25 minutes and the villains preparing for their evil plan, but it, rather than doing anything malicious, because the information fed to us in the first 2 episodes converges in this installment to spill out the nature of the Mara and the scope of its malevolence, it makes the stakes so much more higher. Whilst they were briefly mentioned in Torchwood, I would love to see the Mara return to the series, but if this is their final story on TV, it is such a strong serial to go out on. Number 4. The 5 Doctors. 20th Anniversary Special has the feel of a massive party and it succeeds with flying colours. 5 Doctors is ridiculously entertaining and in many places inspired. It gives every participant a priceless moment. This doesn't feel like Terrance Dicks, the writer, has dumped a load of doctors, companions and monsters together, but a rock-solid narrative with clear plot progression and plenty of space for great set pieces. If you ever needed proof of the skill of this writer, then bask at the menagerie of continuity and how well it all hangs together. The Five Doctors is just marvellous to watch throughout. You don't even need to know all these past Doctors and companions to be invested. The story grabs you by both hands and takes you on a wonderful adventure, with plenty of old friends and enemies thrown in for good measure. I'm just so in awe of the Five Doctors and how this easily could have collapsed under its own weight, but it works so unbelievably well. I did a 38-minute review of this story a few years ago, so if you want more information, go check that out. And for being such a perfect anniversary special, The Five Doctors is best enjoyed with cake, tea, and surrounded by friends. Number 3. Kinder. Back to the brim with psychological horror and surreal sequences, Kinder will forever stand as not just one of the highlights of the Fifth Doctor era, but 80s Doctor Who in general. Putting aside the rubbish-looking snake at the end, the main theme of Kinder is colonialism, the crew being the most obvious example of that, like Commander Sanders playing the role of the archetypal old British military type that strolls into a foreign land and does whatever he wants, disregarding the indigenous folk as just savages, and despite his science officer's best efforts of convincing him otherwise. There's also their military uniforms, which are styled to look like Victorian ones, and the very iconic hat. It's not a very subtle metaphor, but it works. And another motif of this theme is the ancient evil being released by a foreigner who is unfamiliar and disrespectful of the traditions of the natives, when Tegan releases the Mara by mistake. Also, since the Mara can move from person to person, it could also be a reference to the spread of diseases by the Europeans who colonised Central America. The dream sequences are equally as fantastic and could have looked laughable, but end up being one of the scariest sequences in classic Doctor Who. Kinder is maturely written, extraordinarily well acted, and wouldn't really push the boundaries of Doctor Who until the 7th Doctor era, but for being so unique and experimental, it stands out as one of the 5th Doctor's highlights, and just an incredible story. Number 2. Earthshock. This was the first classic Doctor Who story I ever watched, and I would certainly recommend this serial for any first-timers. And no, this isn't just the nostalgia talking. One of the most dynamically directed classic Doctor Who serials, with all the crew working to make Earthshock as exciting and as atmospheric as possible. It's a remarkably sturdy production with a terrific look. Both the caves and the freighter scenes are realistic, shadowy locations, and everything from costumes to hardware add to the sense of reality that director Peter Grimwade is determined to push. Cybermen make an impressive return to the series. Their appearances give an excellent build-up in the unforgettably tense first episode, and their strength of numbers and insanely ambitious plans are more impressive than ever. Peter Davison gives the most confident performance of his debut season, and all the regulars get a time to shine. Eric Saward might not be the most sophisticated of scriptwriters, but the way he stacks the threat in this story so they escalate towards that unforgettable ending is just elegant, and he includes so many impressive set pieces along the way. Earthshock is such a dynamically directed action serial, and featuring one of the best first episode cliffhangers, and definitely one of the finest companion exits, Earthshock takes risks and wins, and sees an annoying companion depart the series in true style. For being the first classic Doctor Who story I ever watched, this would be the number 1 choice for the Davison era, but that honour goes to... Number 1. Caves of Androzani. Davison era certainly had its ups and downs more than any other Doctor so far on these videos, but my god did they save the best till last. The approach to Androzani, the TARDIS landing on the foggy sands, the voiceover, the long shot with the mountains in the distance, this story just hits you and makes an impression on impact. And climaxing the 5th Doctor's era with style, this is Doctor Who at its most devastating, downbeat, violent and dramatic. Caves of Androzani is the most powerful classic Doctor Who story, features Robert Holmes' tightest script, with razor-sharp characters, a frantic pace, dialogue bristling with confidence, and a stunningly satisfying final episode. Director Graham Harper makes his personal mission to make this story as stylish and dynamic as possible, and he kicks off his astounding run of stories with blissfully high production values, and it's no wonder this director was brought back to handle episodes in the revived series. Just saying. The highest praise needs to go to Peter Davison though, and he takes hold of this awesome opportunity to show his audience everything he is capable of as an actor. He's just so astonishingly good here. This has been touted as the best Doctor Who story of all time, and whilst there are a handful I would say are personal favourites of mine, it is so good that I can completely buy into its reputation as one of Doctor Who's greatest achievements. It's just another example of how great 80s Doctor Who could be when it pulled out all the stops and delivered phenomenal television.
At the tail end of season 21, Colin Baker made his brash, loud, and certainly colourful impact as the Sixth Doctor. Colin Baker approached the role with much more enthusiasm than any of his predecessors in my opinion. Sadly, his era was plagued with problems scattered everywhere: a new 45-minute format, an 18-month hiatus, a lack of faith in Doctor Who from the BBC, all resulting in Colin Baker being fired as the Doctor after just 2 seasons. With all that in mind, the Sixth Doctor era must be a complete disaster, right? Well, yes and no. We're here today to rank all of the Sixth Doctor's stories because, like any era, we have ups and downs, and there's certainly plenty of ups to be found here. Before we start, small disclaimer: even though Trial of a Time Lord is technically one story, I am going to rank the individual stories on this list just to keep things more varied. It also means I can give the Sixth Doctor 11 stories rather than just the meagre 8. With all this in mind, at the bottom of the barrel we have number 11, The Twin Dilemma. I didn't think it was possible to go from a serial with as high as quality as Caves of Androzani to a low as such as this, but The Twin Dilemma proved me wrong. Positives aside, I do like the Doctor's interplay with Edgeworth, and the scene where he comforts him as he dies is really touching, but let's be honest, you're all here to watch me tear this story to shreds. It is sort of amazing how every creative decision made in the Twin Dilemma was the wrong one in hindsight. They really should have waited to introduce the Sixth Doctor next season, when they had the time to come to an agreement of how to even characterise him, and leaving this sour taste in the mouths of audiences for 9 months was certainly not a smart move. The idea of an unstable Doctor is a brave idea, and I know it is only his first story, but when introducing a new Doctor, it's arguably the most important serial to leave an impact on the audience. Furthermore, the entire script and production is a cheap, bland, and uninspired mess. Mestor is an epitome of 1980s Doctor Who monsters, just falling into every possible stereotype. The dialogue feels like trope bingo, he spouts awful, bland villain monologues, the design is very cheap, his plot is ridiculously far-fetched, and the characterization is just so one-dimensional. And what results is a flat, forgettable villain who really doesn't have a lot to offer thematically in regards to the unstable personality of the Doctor. I mean, if they really wanted to explore that in depth, they could have skipped the rubbish monsters and go all into making the Doctor the villain while he copes with his regeneration, which would have been a wholly more interesting idea than trying to balance his instability with his doctorish qualities. As for his actual scheme, Mestor just feels wafer thin and poorly constructed. He wants to bring planets together so he can explode a sun and spread his eggs across the universe? Why? It just feels like a very juvenile and childish plot, and it just lacks any depth whatsoever. I also find it incredibly underwhelming in the way he was defeated. He was just dissolved after being murdered by the Doctor. And for a story titled after them, the twins don't have much agency on the story. They feel much more like a plot device than actual characters, featuring very little emotional depth at all. The first scene is quite good. They're cold, calculated characters who have little empathy for anyone else, even their own family, and I like that they are aware that being blood relatives doesn't necessarily earn respect. But from that point on, there's no development to let the twins become more developed or human. There's no arc for them at all, and it just feels unfulfilling. This story feels like what everyone expects classic Who to be, and how it has such a bad reputation. Infantile, irresponsible, and brash, the script feels like a fanfic written by a 10-year-old who's trying to be mature and dark and dramatic, but falling flat on their face. The actors are trying their hardest, but without any emotional depth, nor an interesting plot, this story just feels so unrealistic and unsalvageable. Perhaps it may be judged a little harshly, following in the success and highs of the Caves of Androzani, but if the show can reach those heights during the 1980s, then so should this, surely. It has a lot of interesting ideas, but the tone is badly misread and ends up being ironically entertaining rather than genuinely entertaining. For being the utter worst debut story for a new Doctor, The Twin Dilemma rightfully ranks as the worst Sixth Doctor story. Number 10. Time Lash. If you've seen my classic ranking video, you'll know I'm a huge defender of Season 22. But even I can't defend this lame shit. Seriously, that's an anagram of the title. Either the writer was trolling the audience or he knew this really was lame shit. But let's start with the positives. The concept of the Doctor giving a young H.G. Wells his ideas for his future novels like The Time Machine, The Invisible Man, The Island of Dr. Moreau, etc. It's a nice idea, and I only wish that the final proper celebrity historical of the classic series got a better send-off than this. However, I do like the makeup on the Borad, and the performance from Robert Ashby is suitably chilling, but aside from these positives, this is just a dull, cliched rebels versus dictators run around. The conflict isn't interesting and riddled with cliches, and the actors either send it up or look like they've completely given up. Our two regulars don't fare well much either, as their relationship is at their most grating, and I'm just scratching my head as to why they're even still travelling together. The Doctor isn't even the fun type of brash jerk the Sixth Doctor can be, he's just a jerk here. Mary is written as a screaming girl who needs to be tied up and rescued, and it's a huge waste of both of the actor's talent. Furthermore, adding in the revelation that the Third Doctor and Jo Grant had visited the planet before in an unseen adventure is just poorly executed. If you're a casual viewer, you're going to be lost as to who these characters are, and if you're a die-hard fan, the continuity errors will be equally as baffling. So nobody ends up winning here. Production fares no better, as the sets are bland and boring with no visual distinctness to them, and the costumes are equally as cheap. And the less said about the interior of the Time Lash, the better, as it looks like the entrance to Santa's grotto. But hey, at least the Blu-ray has given these scenes a neat CGI update. Aside from this, I find very little to recommend about Time Lash. For being a cheap, bland runaround and cliched mess, Time Lash tries to depart with a scream but ends up being able to register a faint twinkle. Number 9. The Ultimate Foe. Attempting to resolve an entire season's worth of questions in under an hour could work if the scripting and production ran smoothly, but in the Ultimate Foe's case, it really didn't. The revelations of the Doctor being put on trial as a scapegoat is terrific. Colin absolutely shines at his disgust of the Time Lords, and the revelation of the Valeyard being a future evil incarnation of the Doctor is a great idea. Sadly, all of these elements are crammed into 2 episodes, trying to resolve an entire season arc as well. The Matrix scenes are competently executed, but it feels like a repeat of what we've seen in The Deadly Assassin, without really evolving or trying anything new with an alternate reality. Furthermore, it feels like the money has run out on several areas. The lack of a new supporting cast when we just have old characters like Glitz and the Master being brought back. They only seem there to spout exposition that isn't very interesting, and the Valeyard, as mentioned before, is a cool idea, but this concept is barely explored, and his motivation just feels foggy and unclear. There's the trappings of some interesting ideas, mostly in the fake trial, but they're handled with a profound lack of grace. The entire thing can be boiled down to, bad guy has bad weapon that will kill everyone, the Doctor destroys bad weapon and bad guy. And I know most Doctor Who stories can be boiled down to this, but they're usually about something. They usually have some kind of thematic concerns or some kind of storytelling strength going on. The Ultimate Foe tries to be about something, but ultimately ends up as nothing. Being an overstuffed, poorly executed mess, The Ultimate Foe will forever go down as an average conclusion, a pretty been there done that season. Number 8. Terror of the Vervoids. Quite possibly the most generic Doctor Who serial ever made, Terror of the Vervoids doesn't really work as a murder mystery because, well, everyone pretty much ends up being a killer by the end of this serial. But putting that aside, if you're after a simple running up and down corridors avoiding scary monsters, then you're gonna find it here. The Vervoids are suitably menacing monsters, and the idea that they see human life as enemies and another body to add to their compost pile is pretty obscene, but certainly makes sense. I know it's popular to hate on Mel, but I think she's a breath of fresh air after a list of 80s companions that didn't want to be there, and she works marvellously with Colin Baker. And speaking of the Doctor, I feel Pip and Jane Baker write for the Sixth Doctor very well, making him brash and loud but giving the character an underlying sense of compassion. Sadly, once again, the trial arc drags the story down, and let's try and scratch our heads and get round the idea of the Doctor offering evidence of his own personal future. Not only is he going to have to go through this entire adventure again, pretending he hasn't already seen it on the telly and every plot twist play out, and where is the fun of taking part in an Agatha Christie story in space when you know who the killer already is? But surely if the Doctor is on trial for his life, then this proves that he manages to be proven innocent, right? Otherwise, this fixed point in his future would never happen, and the whole of time and space would be sucked down the toilet bowl, and we wind up in an alternate dimension where Trial of a Time Lord never took place, and I'm not going to think about it anymore. And by the end, the charges of the trial are changed at the drop of a hat in a pathetic attempt to evolve tension, and for being a generic runaround and ultimately undermining the trial arc, Terror of the Vervoids is just perfectly okay. Let's just move on. Number 7. Mysterious Planet. Featuring a great supporting cast, witty dialogue and excellent looking robots, The Mysterious Planet may not rank as one of writer Robert Holmes' finest, but this is still a solid story regardless. Colin Baker's softer portrayal of the Doctor is surprisingly welcomed here. When given the right material, this is a really interesting character who has a lot to work with. Robert Holmes understands this incarnation and brilliantly builds a balance between arrogance and determination. I think that the act of putting him on trial places him in a vulnerable position, justifying his right to be snarky at others, including the Time Lords. He's simply defending himself and is rightly cross at injustice. His sass is just brilliant, with wonderful dialogue offered to the character and simply perfect comedic timing from Colin Baker. His anger at the Time Lords and the Valiard shine throughout. He never feels out of character as he mocks and degrades them in his own way. Theoretically, it's not a bad idea to put the Doctor on trial, but the execution means that we cut back to the courtroom every 5 minutes to ask what the point of all this is. The Earth twist comes pretty soon, and it's much less of a twist and more of a plot setup, and it's not particularly an exciting idea to begin with. It's a very common cliche of sci-fi like this. It's not the first time this has been used, and it certainly won't be the last. The Foggy Woods is wonderfully atmospheric, and again it crafts a very eerie environment, but it's slightly undermined by the brightly lit underground city. So many brilliant settings throughout this story, the underground setting of the robots just sticks out like a sore thumb. As well as this though, the village does look great, but the whole subplot of the primitive villagers isn't anything we haven't really seen before, and it's not very engaging to watch. There's still some great direction throughout this episode though, and for the most part the production does look great. Jafro and the Elf-free robot look terrific, and certainly impressed with their towering stature and presence. Glitz and Dibber bounce off each other wonderfully, have genuinely funny dialogue, and have great chemistry as characters and actors, both with each other and the rest of the cast. It's no wonder that Glitz did become a recurring character, because he immediately leaves such an impression on the audience. He's slimy and dodgy, but in a really likeable way. Overall, this certainly isn't the strongest start to the season. It's very formulaic Doctor Who, perhaps intentionally on behalf of Robert Holmes making one of the most meta commentaries on the state of the show at the time. Whilst not the strongest on plot, The Mysterious Planet stands out with its performances, production and dialogue, which is just enough to make this serial watchable. Number 6. The Mark of the Rani. The Mark of the Rani has a shopping list of great elements that ensures that it is an enjoyable experience. Just don't go looking for a plot anytime soon. Kate O'Mara is fantastic as the Rani, clearly loving the role immensely, but ensuring that the character never descends into a pantomime villain. And as a duo with the Master, they contrast very nicely against the Doctor and Perry, and whilst Nicola Bryant isn't hardly offered her best material, Colin Baker is at the height of his powers here, battling playfully with the villainous Time Lords and playing a crucial role in the story. There are a wealth of other treats too, a prosperous amount of location work that helps to set the scene vividly, a delicate and beautiful musical score, a memorable guest cast with performances from Gorm Granger and Terence Alexander, and a stunning new TARDIS design for the Rani. Seriously, it's way better than the Doctor's. The narrative chugs along in one direction until the end of the first episode, but then it abandons it altogether, and instead of taking any of the suggested plots to their natural conclusion, it chooses to be more about some Time Lord rivalry in the second episode. And yeah, it is fun to watch, but it's not everything that it could be. However, afforded more location work than a normal Doctor Who serial, Director Sarah Hellings takes the opportunity to plaster as many stunning exterior shots across the screen as possible, and the net result is one of the most gorgeous looking stories of this period. The opening is slow, unhurried, and it's complemented by a beautiful score, and takes the time to show the background characters going about their daily lives before they become central to the plot. It's unusual in its easy temperament and relaxed scene setting, but it's really welcomed, though Mark of the Rani is far from perfect. As mentioned earlier, there are 2 plot lines that the Master and the Rani talk about in episode 1, and that the story could potentially be about. Either the Rani's experiments to gain the brain fluid and sort out her problems on her ruling planet, or the interference of history that the Master suggests putting into action. The story could run with either of these and it could be a quite satisfying 90 minutes, but bizarrely it just decides to abandon both plot points and becomes nothing but a game of Time Lord tag as the Doctor, the Master and the Rani dash about trying to outwit each other. And yes, it is fun on its own terms, but I can't help think that the plot is suffering as a result. In my ideal version of this story, we would have, say, the Master and the Rani maybe stage an assassination attempt on the great thinkers where the meeting is taking place, thus altering the course of history that the Doctor has to put back on track. It would certainly be a more dramatic conclusion than what we got, rather than the Master and the Rani just getting in the TARDIS and buggering off. But nevertheless, for being the best script from writers Pip and Jane Baker, The Mark of the Rani is an entertaining watch, but don't expect much in terms of a plot. Number 5. Mind Warp. Quite possibly the most hammiest collection of actors ever assembled in Doctor Who, Mind Warp has a nasty and downbeat tone to it, but the cast and crew certainly pull it off. After the Doctor's mind is, well, warped, things just get darker, more twisted, and climax on one of the most dramatic final episodes of a Doctor Who story ever. Mind Warp is also a visual treat for the eyes, with sets, effects, lighting and music all exceeding above average for the 80s. Peri is given a remarkably good send-off. In this story she's funny, commanding, mouthy, sweet, and her fate is just so tragic. Nicola Bryant has always been on her A-game, but she throws herself into this with everything she has, knowing it's her last story. Her one scene as Peri possessed as Kiv is really fantastic, and the surface of Forest Beta might make your eyes bleed with all the colour, but it is still a very psychedelic alien world that has been never seen in Doctor Who at this point. And people tend to forget how good the 80s stories can look, and the image of the TARDIS materialising in a pink sea with a green sky and blue rocks dominating the landscape remains unforgettably creative. The score is suitably haunting and downright wonderful. I only wish composer Richard Hartley did more music for the series. Brian Blessed is a delight to watch throughout this story, putting a smile on my face from his first appearance to his last. He's bold, brash and loud, but he's capable of great subtlety and compassion that he brings to Yrcanos. I think he's brilliant. Serial. The Doctor may be an arrogant bully in this story, but given that he's been badly affected by the Mind Probe, and the fact he's being called out by his actions by the Time Lords, it allows the Trial of a Time Lord arc to justify its existence, and even push the boundaries that the rest of the season, in my opinion, completely lacked. For being a psychedelic visual treat and a brilliant analysis of the Doctor's actions, Mind Warp easily stands as the best segment of the Trial of a Time Lord arc, for a very good reason. Number 4. Vengeance on Varos. Quite possibly the most original, atmospheric and intelligent Sixth Doctor story, Vengeance on Varos scores highly for its storytelling, which sees a scary Doctor Who run around taking on much deeper context as we experience the politics of the planet Varos that is supporting sick entertainment and get to understand the people who enjoy it as well. Vengeance on Varos is a remarkably prescient Doctor Who story in that it explores a television medium that enjoys watching people suffer and torture, the sort of reality television that has taken a grip over the schedules in recent years. The dialogue is thoughtful, and Varos as a planet is fleshed out beautifully. It's no surprise that Philip Martin was drafted in for a second story. It's one of the things that the story is praised for a lot, but it is worth remembering just how intelligent and striking the framing device of having regular Varosians like Arak and Etta watching the events of the story on their television, just as we do on ours. Any viewer can see themselves bitching about what's on the telly, complaining that it isn't violent or has a satisfying conclusion, blaming the current government for all their problems. It's just so clever and meta. I absolutely love it. Everything about the villain Searle is fresh and deliciously grotesque, from his love of violence, his disgusting, slimy appearance, that wonderful laugh, and the delightful performance by Nabil Shaban. His character certainly wouldn't have made the impact he did without his performance. I'm just going to say it. We haven't seen a worthy new race in Doctor Who quite like this for a few years, and it's no surprise that Nabil Shaban was brought back for a visit as well. Martin Jarvis brings a seriousness and severity to Varosian politics. Throughout, you're completely on his side and watch him walk a fine line between leader and victim as well. The system of government on Barros makes for gripping viewing, and it all comes down to the numbers. If the majority disagree with the governor, he is tortured, and if the majority agree, he survives a blast from the disintegrator for another day. In a world where phone-in polls decide whether celebrities face intense hardship in the jungle, we're only about 3 steps away from this becoming a reality. Just saying. Pushing the boundaries that very few Doctor Who stories attempted at this time, Vengeance on Barros is certainly a highlight in the Sixth Doctor era. Number 3. Two Doctors. This was the first Sixth Doctor story I ever watched, and it may be the nostalgia talking, but this is just so comforting for me. Watching the Two Doctors is like watching a theatre production on a warm summer's day with lemonade, but there's meat on the barbecue as well. I'm really getting weird with these analogies. Now, if you're after an action-packed piece or something dynamic, this is not what you're going to be looking for. It's written as a piece of theatre with character interaction and fabulous dialogue just triumphing over action. It's a televisual matinee with the added bonus of delicious visuals. Don't watch The Two Doctors if you want a fast-paced action romp, which seems to be becoming the norm for 80s Who at this point. Robert Holmes' script is brilliantly subversive, exploring the themes of identity and animal savagery, intelligent, blackly comic touches and witty dialogue. Everyone is running around the sun just having a great time, chewing on their scenery and lines and having a blast being in each other's company, and the chemistry between the cast just glows on screen. You could dismiss this whole piece and say that it's slow-paced and the direction misses the mark on the occasions, but that would be just nitpicking and ignoring the wealth of treasures that are in this story. The wonderful moments of nostalgia as we open on the Second Doctor and Jamie in black and white, before fading to colour. The Angegums are a brilliant creation and a nice dig at cannibalism and eating animals, and I'm not even offended as a meat eater. We have my favourite Doctor and Companion back for the length of essentially a 6-parter, and they light up the screen any time they appear. Even with Troughton's final appearance in the series, he's given so much to the character and it's wonderful to see him, and he settles back into the role of the Second Doctor like he's never been away. Top that off with his interactions with Jamie, and my favourite TARDIS team is just back with style. Sontarans could have been realised better, yes, but I like how they feel part of the supporting cast, as opposed to being the monster of the week, and the performances from the two are strong, though Stike probably gets the most gruesome death in Doctor Who history. Spanish location filming is lush and gives the serial style and class, and the cast look like they're having a whale of a time making this. For being one of my comfort stories, The Two Doctors will forever be a serial that I will never not be in the mood for watching. Number 2. Revelation of the Daleks. Move over, Genesis, this is my favourite Dalek story. Revelation holds back nothing, with human mutants, decapitated heads being turned into Daleks, brutal stabbings, fingers being shot off, adultery, body snatching, psychological torture, alcoholism and more. How much more can you take from this? It's a perverse, squalid world that fascinating characters inhabit, a setting that stretches far beyond the confines of Doctor Who, where the character pairings have so much more to say than the little they do when they converge at tranquil repose. Each double act feels expertly crafted and is impeccably cast, so much so that it feels like a world that is populated by characters that could front a series beyond the trip Doctor Who makes to Necros. It's the perfect world for the Doctor and Peri to visit. This is a Doctor-companion pairing that's always been a bit more larger than life, but for once they're the most subdued and normal characters in the show. Eric Saywood writes with absolute abandon, refusing to conform with the rules of telling a Doctor Who story and producing one of his finest works as a result. Director Graham Harper packs every scene with visual interest, assembles a first-rate guest cast that get to grips with their characters, and ensures that the whole piece is constantly moving, imaginatively realised and thick with atmosphere. A lot of credit for that has to go to the set designers and the lighting supervisor. There is far more much creativity in those areas than was the norm during this period. There is the terrifying notion of people being turned into Daleks on their deathbed, and the psychological implications of that, such as the transformation of Stengos. Then there is the idea of being offered that as a form of immortality as a reward, which is downright chilling. And what about the dead humans that aren't worthy enough? Well, Davros has turned them into food, effectively solving the galaxy's problem with famine. That is so gruesome and so macabre, but I love it. Sixth Doctor and Peri might be forgotten in episode 1, but their material once they join the action is brilliant, and Davros has rarely been written as such a nuanced character, revelling in the madness of his own schemes and seems to be more than just a one-note ranting villain. It's rare for everything to come together quite this perfectly for Doctor Who, and it's even rarer for a story to achieve that and push the envelope quite as much as this one does. Revelation of the Daleks is a thrilling envelope pusher, and I could go on for hours about how much I love this story. It's a remarkable oddity, and is stood proudly as my favourite Dalek story. Number 1. Attack of the Cybermen. If you've been on my channel for a while, you'll know this is my favourite Doctor Who story of all time. I've done an in-depth review and even a commentary on this story, so if I repeat myself, I apologise. Regardless, Attack of the Cybermen proves to be a more faithful introduction for Colin Baker's Sixth Doctor than the Twin Dilemma ever did. There certainly spikes in the Doctor and Peri's relationship, but the sarcastic banter between the two is great to watch, and you can tell through performances alone that they're slowly but surely coming to care for each other. The horror of the Cybermen has never been more well realised than it has in this serial. The strength of them is conveyed perfectly, and the macabre cyber conversion process is on full display here. We have partly converted humans that show how their process spreads through galaxies, humans being converted in the background in their cyber control bases, constantly reminding us as to what lies beneath the metal. I know the continuity comes under a lot of criticism. With the advent of Doctor Who on home media and having every story possible available to us, the callbacks to the past don't feel as jarring as they did when this story was first transmitted, at least for me anyway. Set design is sumptuous with moody atmospheric lighting in the sewers, and the Talos tombs look terrific as well as the scenes on the surface. The desaturated colour and dry ice add to the atmosphere impeccably, and you get the feeling you're on an alien planet. The Cryons are a welcome addition to cyber lore, showing us how humans aren't the only victims in their ongoing quest for survival, and director Matthew Robinson gives this story a stylish look, constantly keeping things exciting, especially during the action sequences that still hold up today, and in the hands of a lesser director it may have looked terrible. Being a gripping action thriller with fantastic pacing, my favourite monsters being a vicious threat, and a wonderful cast and leading man who embraces the role with much more confidence, Attack of the Cybermen will forever be my favourite Sixth Doctor story and serial overall. After a huge cancellation crisis of 1985 and 1986, and interest in Doctor Who from the BBC hitting rock bottom, it was all or nothing for the 7th Doctor era to take off with the public. Did they succeed? Well, yes and no. Doctor Who was moved from its Saturday tea time slot to be put up against Coronation Street, which went about as well as putting an infant on the motorway and expecting them to make it to the other side. Despite the ratings being down, did the 7th Doctor era manage to pull off a new era of creativity and fresh ideas? Let's find out. Starting at, well, the very start, to no one's surprise here, we have number 12. Time and the Rani. No, it's a bottom-of-the-barrel story where not even the director or head writer is happy with this serial. Similar to the Twin Dilemma, Time and the Rani is a textbook example of what not to do when introducing a new Doctor. I understand you want to make the Doctor more impish and comical after the brash Sixth Doctor, but you don't make the Doctor an utter idiot in the process. Time and the Rani is ludicrously, hilariously, reputation-destroyingly bad in the absolute extreme. The dialogue is horrendous, characterization non-existent, with a plot so preposterous and childish I'm surprised the audience isn't encouraged to scream, "He's behind you!" at every turn and angle. And I haven't even mentioned the absolute abysmal attempt at giving the Sixth Doctor a regeneration. If you didn't have Colin Baker available, why did you even bother sticking Sylvester McCoy in a blonde wig? From there, the story devolves into lots of running back and forth, hammy overacting, over-the-top designs, and even worse effects. Much as you can tell that the production team is trying to make things work, it simply fails pretty badly, and this story is retro 80s camp in the worst way possible, with nothing substantial to back it up with. The Rani has now become a female master, before we ever got Missy in the new series, and the Rani is supposed to be an amoral scientist with no regard or interest for anything else other than her experiments and her work. Here that's sort of the case, but she does things that the Master would have done in this story, such as threatening peoples for her own sake, disguising herself in bad over-the-top wig and outfits, and especially in her nonsensical plot that makes surface-level sense, but disintegrates the deeper you go into it. The design of the alien locutions is laughably awful, looking like 80s chicken men, and the actors in each role look bored out of their minds. Location shooting is dull, with lots of gravel pits and nothing interesting to look at, and the interior sets look cheap and forced out of desperation and time, despite this being the first story of the season. The action and pacing is uninspired and at times laughable, with just unnecessary pratfalls, confusing moments, and plenty of times where you just get a sense of wonder at how everything could have gone so horrifically wrong and bad. This story is such a staggering misfire on every single level, one that I would like to say avoid it if it wasn't so important to the show. This was an awful start to the 7th Doctor era, and I'm so glad it got better from here. But for being the only story on this list that I outright dislike, Time and the Rani rightfully wins, if you can call it that, the absolute bottom spot for this era. Number 11. Silver Nemesis. As a 25th anniversary serial, this doesn't leave much to be desired, as the plot itself is a half-baked copy of Remembrance of the Daleks, with various parties such as the Cybermen, neo-Nazis, and a 16th century sorceress after powerful Time Lord technology. But where Remembrance of the Daleks works and Silver Nemesis lacks is that you could remove any of those villains and nothing would really change. Apart from the title, if you take out the Cybermen, because, well, there'd be no silver in the title. Nevertheless, the story moves at such a frantic pace that, whilst it may be hard to be bored, Silver Nemesis has no time to actually breathe, and would have benefited from being an episode longer, as the whole serial just comes across as a run around Windsor Park for 3 episodes until the statue wakes up. It's a pretty cool idea for an anniversary story where a certain MacGuffin that predates disaster and different villains converge, all claiming ownership. None of the villains complement each other or seem to be thematically tied together. On a positive note, what prevents this story from being a total disaster is the 7th Doctor and Ace. They both work marvellously together, whistling their way through the story, listening to jazz and having fun throwing rings around the villains. This TARDIS team seriously carried the story. While they may be written more generically compared to their other 80s appearances, the redesigned Cybermen look terrific, and they look pretty epic, effortlessly massacring the Nazis. Shiny helmets and streamlined bodies look terrific. But aside from this, Silver Nemesis is pretty average. It's certainly not unwatchable, but if you're looking for a better version of this story, watch Remembrance of the Daleks, an average runaround in what is otherwise a pretty strong anniversary season. Number 10. Dragonfire. Often considered the best story of season 24, I have to respectfully disagree. While it's not completely unwatchable, Dragonfire feels very average to me, and only seems notable as being the one that introduces Ace and where Mel leaves. Nevertheless, Ace makes a strong impact, showing she's far more than any other companion we've had before. A streetwise teenager with attitude and Nitro 9 to boast, the potential is most certainly there for her character. I find the sets and environments in this one cheesy but kinda nice looking, and they fit the tone and mood that the story is going for, even if there are some weird things here and there, such as the pure white costumes of the villains making them look like ice cream cones rather than evil villains. The mystery behind what's going on, especially with the dragon and its actual nature, is handled fairly well, and I didn't expect some of the twists it pulled, which was nice for a change. However, in the end, this story is very much all about the cast, and the changes it brings with the atmosphere and story feel more or less like an afterthought. The reappearance of Sabalon Glitz from the 6th Doctor era is a nice addition. It works pretty well, and Tony Selby's performance is great. It's nice to see Glitz back like this. The villains are pretty mediocre and forgettable despite some good performances, and it's just a fairly average treasure hunt that seems to prioritise introducing Ace rather than telling an engaging story. Dragonfire is pretty average, and whilst the future shows promise, we still have a way to go before the 7th Doctor era becomes truly exceptional. Number 9. Battlefield. Similar to Dragonfire, I never really got the hype surrounding Battlefield, maybe because the following 3 stories are pretty exceptional and this gets swept along with all the hype, or it could be the Brigadier back for his final appearance in Classic Who. But despite not being as good as the rest of Season 26, there's still plenty to enjoy in Battlefield. The idea of the Doctor being Merlin is a neat idea, and ties in nicely to the Excalibur and King Arthur legend. It's great to see an updated unit, and the Brigadier being called out of retirement for one last adventure is great to see, and Nicholas Courtney is such a delight in the role he played for 40 years. It's a story that blends past and future very nicely, with nostalgia for the older elements of the show very much present, while looking ahead with the Doctor and Ace's characters. At this point, the 7th Doctor has made his full transition to a manipulating schemer, quieter and more thoughtful, with more of an edge to him than we've previously seen, even to the point of trapping himself in his own machinations without much warning. It also touches on the Doctor's pacifism a little, which still seems a tad out of place even now, considering what the 7th Doctor will do in later adventures. It works to make this incarnation much more morally complex than he's ever let on. Sylvester McCoy continues to shine in the role. While Sophie Aldred as Ace doesn't get too much to do, again other than be her usual self, her chemistry with the Seventh Doctor continues to be great, showing why they work so well as a team. The supporting cast is also a lot of fun, and the costume design is especially good, with the monster called the Destroyer looking surprisingly good for its time. Even the ending of the story is surprisingly warm, as the Doctor doesn't just leave immediately, settling down with dinner with old friends like some of the New Who Doctors got in the habit of doing. But overall, I don't think Battlefield is anything particularly great, and compared to the other stories of the season, it does stick out. However, Battlefield is still a comforting watch that relies more on nostalgia and tradition, and that's enough to recommend. Number 8. Delta and the Bannerman. If I want to watch an energetic story that feels complete and reminds me of warm summer days, I put on Delta and the Bannerman and just have a blast watching it. The serial boasts superb location work, a funky score, blissfully warm and colourful characters, and a charming, nostalgic atmosphere. It's full of sweet, silly moments and enjoys a more relaxed holiday atmosphere that makes it extremely addictive to watch in the right frame of mind. The Doctor gets to be thoughtful and dark, remain sweet, funny, and deal with a million problems at once and interact with people on a personal level. It's very much like Patrick Troughton at the height of his powers, having a ball with a script that allows him to really come out of his shell and show all of his facets, both focusing on the positive ones, and not just an inferior copy like he came across in Time on the Rani. Mel feels settled here as well, having a nice friendship with the titular Delta, remaining calm and collected rather than being the screamer that she's commonly known for in a crisis. Don Henderson's Gavrock is a pretty nasty and deadly serious villain, standing out as a truly unhinged killer amidst all the camp that Season 24 has to offer. Lush green Welsh countryside makes for a gorgeous backdrop. It adds a touch of authenticity, which is something this season desperately needed. The screaming ghouls, the blistering sunshine, the seaside resort, this is a story that screams of a holiday atmosphere. The detail that is given to the Shimmerans makes them a unique alien race. The pupating child, the hexagon cell fashions, royal jelly singing sounds, the Vespidar theme is imaginative and realised fairly well. However, I don't really feel that the romance between Billy and Delta works, as there never seems to be any indication in performance or script that the two like each other, and especially not for Billy to become an entirely different species by the end. I only wish love was that easy. Furthermore, Kev McCulloch's music never really does much for me. This story is no exception, making the chasers come across as Benny Hill pursuits than anything. Nevertheless, if you're in the right frame of mind, Delta and the Bannerman is a ton of fun to watch. It's certainly not the best Seventh Doctor story, but with witty dialogue, engaging performances, a great pace, imaginative notions, terrific location work, and an infectious sense of fun that everyone is having a whale of a time having, Delta and the Bannerman stands as a rock and roll adventure, that again is just so gosh darn fun. Number 7. Paradise Towers. I know it's popular to hate on this story, but for me, Paradise Towers stands as my favourite story from Season 24. Paradise Towers has all the hallmarks of what makes Doctor Who so great, albeit with some slightly camp stuff typical of 80s Doctor Who that does detract it a touch. Now, the concept is a good one, and the social commentary underpinning it is well handled. Although most of the characters are fairly one-dimensional, the different groups are well thought out and creates an interesting world for the Doctor and Mel to find themselves in. The Doctor feels more defined here than he does in his debut serial, as the seeds are being planted for the Doctor to be a master manipulator. The way he escapes the guards by using the rulebook is certainly a highlight for me. Cannibal grannies are insanely sinister, and actually one of the more terrifying ideas of this era of Doctor Who. The scenes with Mel, although not without humour, are pretty creepy. The robot cleaners look like giant versions of what you might see on robot wards, and as henchmen they work pretty well. Richard Briers is great as the chief caretaker, coming across as a camp sadist who loves being in charge but cowers in fear when he's confronted with Croagnon, true architect and power behind Paradise Towers. Sadly, the whole thing kinda goes off the rails in Part 4. Once Croagnon's motivations are revealed, it seemed like a rush to assemble all the groups of the tower block together to take out Croagnon, who sadly lacks any menace when possessing the chief caretaker, as the performance doesn't allow him to be taken seriously as a credible threat. And to no one's surprise, Kev McCulloch's music does nothing for me, coming across as a camp game show as opposed to threatening. Despite shortcomings, Paradise Towers easily stands as my favourite of Season 24. The 7th Doctor era has truly begun here, and if you think this is the worst piece of TV you've ever watched, maybe watch more telly, you cowardly cutlet. Number 6. Happiness Patrol. Often associated with stories like Time Flight or The Twin Dilemma as one of the biggest missteps of the 1980s, but I don't think that's particularly fair. The Happiness Patrol is a perfect satire on Thatcher's Britain, and if you are a staunch defender of her, this won't be the story for you. The core concept of a deceptively nice government trying to stamp out unhappiness with their practices is broad enough to make it a satire on pretty much anything. It's a fittingly Doctor Who sort of plot, but Doctor Who never touched politics until Chris Chibnall apparently. Villains are fittingly camp, can still play into the point of the story, feel like they have backstories and personality traits of their own. Sheila Hancock as Helen A is brilliant and feels like the sort of politician who's never felt sadness in her life, and you just want to wake her up from her deranged fantasy world. When the Doctor does this at the end, it's cathartic as hell to watch. David John Pope also gives a good performance as the Candyman, an incredibly bizarre idea for a villain that about works with the right costume design and performance. However, the set design comes across as fairly bland and misguided to me, and doesn't seem to fit with the style of story they're going for. The noir setting can have its place in Doctor Who. I feel the sets and production should have been more colourful to show off this supposedly happy world, to complement the ideas of the script more. The 7th Doctor era gets his chance to shine as a scheming trickster, and has terrific moments. The scene where he talks with the snipers at the value of taking someone's life is one of my favourite moments, and playing with the system's rules to bring down the government is delicious irony. If you're after a more serious political story, then you're probably better watching the 3rd Doctor era, but if you want the perfect mix of camp and darkness, then happiness will prevail for you here. Number 5. Ghostlight. Utterly bewildering on first watch, Ghostlight is one of those serials that was made for the home media age, and really rewards repeat viewings. Doctor Who has often explored some very intellectual ideas, be they scientific or historical, in a very fun way, and Ghostlight is a really quirky way of exploring the theories of evolution. The story has plenty of atmosphere, evocative design, intelligent discussion, strong performances and a great monster reveal. Not bad for the final classic story ever made. Doctor Who has often boasted a stunning cast of well-known actors, but Ghostlight is the creme de la creme, and they have great fun bringing to life a household of sinister grotesques and enjoy the delicious dialogue within the script. It's a terrific story for the Doctor and Ace. The Doctor walks out of the TARDIS with an air of mystery, playfully trying to make Ace figure out where they are, knowing that she will be horrified when she finds out. He cuts a playful figure on the rocking horse, eyeing her furtively. He even asks if she has told him about Gabriel Chase, knowing that he has brought her here on purpose. He has definitely become a Doctor of mind games. When he says it is time to emerge, I'm not sure if he's talking about his role within the unfolding events, or about revealing his deception to Ace. Either way, the Doctor is very aware that he has a part to play in all this. Scenes between McCoy and Aldred after she realises where she is are the best acted moments either of them ever gave to Doctor Who. Ace can barely contain her anger, but manages to speak with a restrained fury, and the Doctor is purring with sympathy as he shows new dimensions to his character. Together they discuss something that is worth discussing, facing your fears and the horrors of racism. The Doctor growls that even he can't play this many games at once, for the first time admitting he finds all this horror a game. He has great fun sending Light into a spiral of confusion by mentioning a menagerie of fictional creatures he has failed to catalogue. As Light says, he is unceasingly mischievous, but loving every second of it. Production design is stunning, with each set bursting with things of interest to look at. Cabinets full of treasures, deer, boar, zebra mounted on the wall, swords, lizard skeletons, organs in jars, birds stuffed on perches, an imposing portrait of Queen Victoria, butterflies in cases, beetles and blue bottles in the drawer. Ghostlight oozes confidence and charisma, and for being the last classic Who serial ever made, but not the last transmitted, this would have been a terrific way to end Doctor Who. It's still one of the 7th Doctor's finest stories regardless. Number 4. The Curse of Fenric. Quite possibly the crowning achievement of what script editor Andrew Cartmel wanted to achieve with Doctor Who, The Curse of Fenric is nothing short of wonderful. Whilst the plotting and pacing may be murky at times, this is certainly a highlight of the 7th Doctor era for good reason. Curse of Fenric sees many threads from the 7th Doctor's other stories come into play, in particular with Ace's past and what the Doctor was potentially building her up for. It also introduces the 7th Doctor's biggest foe in the form of an ancient evil called Fenric, and features logic puzzles, aquatic vampires, World War II soldiers, and a larger scale than we've seen so far. The script by Ian Briggs is ominous and mysterious right from the get-go, with many layers to it all building up to the grand villain reveal. Much of the setting and monster effects are also surprisingly intense, with the Hemivores and Fenric himself being some of the creepiest monsters the show has to offer, especially in the genuinely unsettling way stalk and attack people. It's really no surprise to say that this is one of the Seventh Doctor's greatest TV stories by far, and the narrative really tests the limits of the Seventh Doctor and Ace's relationship, as well as Ace's connections to her past and the Seventh Doctor's power. Factors give their all in their performances, with Aldred emotionally handling what feelings the story gives her, whilst McCoy's incarnation is at his most amoral and manipulative. There's a huge moment here where the Doctor has to literally destroy Ace's faith in him in order to save the day, and it's as heart-wrenching, brilliantly brutal as it sounds, but you never really feel like the Seventh Doctor doesn't care either, despite the actions he takes, and his faith in the people he trusts takes full and centre stage. By the end, a surprise message of faith turns out to be the centrepiece of the story, which is surprisingly powerful to exemplify in a darker story such as this one, but to say any more would be to give away massive spoilers, and it's best for you to go into this with as little as possible. In short, while it's not as tight or exciting as Remembrance of the Daleks is, Curse of Fenric is the Seventh Doctor's magnum opus on screen, and pretty damn close to a masterpiece. With powerful character development, tour de force performances, and a complicated but terrifying plot that makes full use of this Doctor's more amoral nature, this is one for the ages, and the best representation of what the Seventh Doctor can do at his best. I would highly recommend the special edition version from 2003, as the extra time does allow this story to breathe, but nevertheless, The Curse of Fenric is pure class from start to finish. Number 3. Survival. Final classic Who serial ever transmitted. Whilst Rona Munro admitted she would have written something with more finality to it had she known it would have been the final story for a while, it still doesn't take away from how brilliant Survival is. Survival really encapsulates everything that Doctor Who was doing right in the late 1980s, and really shows the potential for stories that still exists with the leading pair, and this behind-the-scenes duo of John Nathan Turner producing and Andrew Cartmel script editing. At the same time, this story has some of the richest theming of the classic era, much of what unintentionally fits remarkably well with this story as a finale to 26 seasons worth of adventures, since it's well known that the team wasn't told that the show wouldn't be coming back until pretty much the 11th hour. Anthony Ainley puts in one of his best performances as the Master, as he realises he's put himself into a bit of a trap and is falling prey to the planet's primal instincts. He wears a new stripe of villainy while under the influence of the planet, and it's an even more brutal side to him than we've seen before, hell-bent on destroying the Doctor. I also feel that his final fate is left a bit up in the air, something I really appreciate, as well as the fact that he acts really well alongside Sylvester McCoy as well. It's much more of a serious performance from Anthony Ainley, which beautifully matches the darker edge Season 26 7th Doctor. Ace's friends are all solid characters, as Episode 2 leads heavily into the themes of survival of the fittest and the law of the jungle. These very themes reflect well on what Doctor Who's own struggle was in the 1980s, staying afloat with new BBC management and its fight to stay on the air. These themes also act as a vessel for Ace, as the script really examines what makes her as strong as she is, and whether that's all fueled by primal desires for a free and barbaric hunt. Sophie Aldred is just superb here, juggling between playing an Ace that wants to give in to those primal urges and live her life her own way, and an Ace who's willing to be more in tune with her emotions and wants to keep travelling with the Doctor. The Doctor does a wonderful job of keeping Ace grounded and on the right path back to him. Sylvester McCoy's and Sophie Aldred's chemistry as a pair has never been better here. The primal urge to survive is great throughout this, and would make sense for Ace going forwards. Even though it was hastily thrown together, I do love the final monologue at the end. Survival really does have everything. A great script from Rona Munro, rich with relevant and clever themes, absolutely gorgeous score from Dominic Glynn, really strong production and costume design, really strong production design for the Cheetah Planet, and a final face-off between a Doctor and a Master that are more perfectly matched than ever before, and an all-round group of great performers telling a great story. It feels like a special story and a momentous occasion. It's the end of an era. There's always that lingering thought that you're going to hate the episode that ended your favourite show on some level, but Survival does the task so masterfully that I can't help but adore it. Cheetah people aren't a complete disaster on a design level, but I wish they looked more primal and savage as opposed to looking like cute teddy bears at times. Nevertheless, for being the final classic Who story to end the series on such a high, Survival will forever be one of my favourite 7th Doctor stories for very good reasons. Number 2. Remembrance of the Daleks. What a difference 1 year makes. Remembrance of the Daleks is pure class from start to finish, and I've done a review and commentary for this serial, so I'll keep repeating myself to a minimum. It's one of those rare classic Doctor Who stories where the story is as great as the sum of its parts, and it never flags for its entire length. You've got an engaging guest cast, fantastic production values, an ambitious portrayal of the Daleks, lovely kisses to the past, heart-stopping action, twists and turns, and a Doctor and companion who seem made for each other. It works as both a monster tale, an examination of the Doctor, an all-out action adventure, and something far more adult and thoughtful. Andrew Cartmel has started to introduce some very strong ideas and themes into the show, from racism to genocide, a betrayal of love, and Ben Aranovich packs the story full of extremely quotable dialogue. It's a fantastic use of the Daleks and that we keep seeing them from so many different perspectives. For the Doctor, they're his greatest enemy and he's determined to wipe them out once and for all. For Ace, they are her first glimpse at alien aggressors on her travels and a genuinely formidable force. Scientists are thrilled at the prospect of getting to understand an alien life form, and the army sees them as racist sympathisers who will be the muscle for the Keep Britain White Party. And I love the way the Doctor just dives into the story and starts a conversation without introducing himself. This is a man who thinks it is his right to stick his nose in and makes no apologies for it. The way he spits human so contemptuously might just be one of my favourite line readings from the Seventh Doctor. He's never felt more alien. The hints to an unseen past are superbly executed, and the idea of the Doctor being far more than just another Time Lord without revealing all the cards is perfectly done in the context of this story. Allowing Davros' own megalomania to destroy Skaro and talking a Dalek to death proves the Doctor doesn't need handheld weapons to win the day for the most part. Ace is exactly what the series needs at the times, a straight-talking, resourceful tomboy, the sort of companion you can imagine the Doctor wanting to travel around with. Finally, we've got a companion who doesn't just stand there and scream at the Daleks, and actually goes at them with a baseball bat, and her disgust with the racist attitudes of the past are masterfully subtle. Remembrance of the Daleks sees Doctor Who being more sure of itself than it has been for a while. It has proved to an increasingly doubtful audience that there was still a great deal for Doctor Who to give, even 25 years into its life. Number 1. Greatest show in the galaxy. Ask a fan what their favourite Seventh Doctor story is, and very rarely they'll say this serial, but this will forever stand as one of my all-time favourites. The Greatest Show in the Galaxy proves that Doctor Who still has some surprises up its sleeves. The first episode dazzles with its creativity, stylishness and charm, and the last episode is a magical tour de force of stunning direction. With a collection of oddball characters, fun menaces and bursts of imagination, this story is like a throwback to the Graham Williams era at its very best. Given that 10 years have passed since that era, The Greatest Show in the Galaxy is wonderful commentary of the state of Doctor Who in the 1980s, constantly under threat of cancellation from BBC management, low viewing figures and trying to please an easily angered minority of die-hard fans who complain it's not as good as it used to be but they're still terribly interested regardless. Doctor Who creator Sidney Newman was quoted that Doctor Who in the 80s was being made by people who had no idea why they were making it. Taking that mindset and applying it to a long-running circus, having to put on shows day in and day out, is a wonderful metaphor that the serial explores with wonders. From the cheesy junk advertisement to the encounter with the local stalls lady, to the campy yet sinister circus staff, the first episode puts in the legwork to set up the world effectively. Sylvester McCoy was often derided for making the Doctor a bit too silly, but the theatricality serves an important purpose to the story here, harkening back to the Troughton years of clownish exterior masking a scheming genius. Importantly, he is given opportunities in the script to display intelligence and experience. Ian Reddington is wonderful as the chief clown and rightfully won Best Villain in the Doctor Who Season Survey in 1988. Captain Cook and Mags make a remarkable parallel between the Doctor and Ace's relationship, and despite the hardships of the production, and that it was nearly cancelled and scrapped altogether, The Greatest Show in the Galaxy proves to be a wonderful story from start to finish, and rightfully ranked as my favourite Seventh Doctor story. At number 10, we have The Long Game. Whilst not a terrible story, or even one of the low points of the Russell T Davies era, The Long Game sadly suffers from being underdeveloped. There are really good ideas here, with the spread of fake news breeding an empire that doesn't ask questions, and it's a brilliant idea, but I feel we only get a taste of this rather than getting the whole package. Characters like the editor, Kafka and Suki are begging to be leapt off the screen and become fully rounded. Unfortunately, there's just not enough time to develop these ideas. On top of that, we have Adam, who again suffers from his potential being fully realised. All we seem to know about him is that he's clever and likes to learn, but if his motivation for sending future information to the past was given more clearance, he could have had a more positive 2-episode stint on how not everyone is cut out to be in the TARDIS. The Jagrafess is a bland-looking villain and just being a growling, snarling blob that doesn't convey much threat, and while Simon Pegg is definitely the highlight, he's not enough to save this episode from being nothing more than a missed opportunity. Not a terrible episode by any means, but far from good. Number 9. The End of the World. The End of the World is the definition of a mixed bag. Whenever I think of something good, I automatically think of something that drags it down. Whilst the idea of alien species gathering for a world-ending event as entertainment is a great idea, it's hit and miss. The comedy is hit and miss, the aliens are hit and miss, the production design is hit and miss. You get the idea. While aliens like Cassandra, the Mox of Balhoun, and the Forest of Cheam look good, the rest sadly look pretty cheap. Whilst Eccleston can nail the comedic dialogue, some of the jokes fall flat, with a writing style clearly trying to ape Douglas Adams but failing to hit the mark. A whodunit on a space station is a good idea for a Doctor Who episode, but it once again falls flat when the culprit is painfully obvious. I won't say don't bother watching The End of the World, as you could find worse, but if you want better, there's plenty more out there. Number 8. Aliens of London and World War III. The first 2 parts of the new series has a lot going for it, but the biggest issue this story has is its tone. The idea of aliens using fear tactics and infiltrating politicians to gain access to weapons of mass destruction is a great idea, and, you know, it's clearly from a time when Doctor Who never touched politics. Furthermore, we do get to know the companions' domestic lifestyle and how time travel impacts as Rose's family, and while there are ideas here that are pretty good, I sadly think it's a detriment to Rose's character as she becomes more unlikable in this story. But on the other hand, this story is definitely a key piece of Mickey's development, as he's well on his way to becoming more than just Mickey the Idiot. But combining all this with farting aliens, pig pilots and a CBBC tone does this story no favours. There are good ideas here, but it's sadly too childish for me, and while it isn't an awful experience, it's a very uneven one. Victory is sadly not naked for this episode. Number 7. Boomtown. Now on paper, bringing back the baby-faced farting aliens from earlier in this season seems like a bad idea, but it actually works in its favour. What happens when the Doctor easily defeats a villain and has to deal with the consequences of it? The dinner scenes between the Doctor and Margaret are a highlight of Series 1, as we question whether the Doctor, who has taken many lives before, has the right to pass judgment, and Annette Badland gives a terrific performance and is given more time to shine. The comedy is better handled here than it is in earlier episodes, as it's played very much straight and not too CBBC, and the dialogue is very witty. Unfortunately, what prevents this episode from reaching higher is its ending. It feels like a cop-out, as it's revealed that Margaret was lying through her skin suit teeth the entire time, and all that brilliant character building just ends up going nowhere, which is really disappointing. Couple that with an overcrowded TARDIS and Rose sadly becoming worse as a character for me. I mean, come on, Mickey deserves better here. And speaking of which, that's how you could sum up this whole episode. Excellent potential, but it deserves better as it slips on a very icy patch towards the end and never really recovers. 2/3 of this episode are great, but the last third stops the whole of it from being a highlight of the 9th Doctor era. Number 6. Rose. If you want to get into Doctor Who, I would highly recommend this episode, as it perfectly eases a brand new generation to be taken on the trip of a lifetime. Christopher Eccleston and Billie Piper are given fantastic introductions that would ensure the show's survival for at least another year. There's mystery, intrigue surrounding the new Doctor that you simply can't take your eyes off, as Eccleston has such a magnetic presence. It immediately gets new viewers hooked by using the Autons, even though they are not called that in the episode, a monster made from an everyday setting that will certainly get kids scared whenever they go by shop windows. And whilst the tone is still a bit CBBC in areas, it still gets a lot of things right by introducing a fantastic new Doctor, a simple story that is easy to follow, a villain from the past that is not too bogged down in continuity, and paves the way for a fantastic new era of the series that is still going strong today. Number 5. The Unquiet Dead. This was Doctor Who's first historical since it came back in 2005, and its first episode to contain a celebrity historical with the Doctor meeting Charles Dickens. As being Doctor Who's first historical, this episode succeeds from a production standpoint, as you really feel like you've stepped into Victorian Cardiff on a cold Christmas Eve. The Gelf I also think are a great creation, as they're aliens made out of gas that give them a ghostly and ethereal look that makes them look so unearthly but very benevolent as well.
Simon Callow as Charles Dickens is brilliant, and he even goes through an arc of his own as he starts the episode chastising his own stale imagination, but him meeting the Doctor opens up his mind even more, and by the end Charles is inspired to write again and ends up walking ecstatically through the streets proclaiming, "God bless us everyone." Furthermore, this is Eve Miles' first appearance in the Doctor Who universe, as she plays Gwyneth, a serving girl with psychic powers who is used to bring the girl through the rift. Miles would of course go on to play Gwen in the spin-off series Torchwood, and that same rift mentioned in this episode will be the basis around Torchwood's activities. With an inventive monster, sparkling dialogue, excellent production design and performances, The Unquiet Dead is definitely a highlight in the Ninth Doctor's era. Number 4. Father's Day. You may have guessed by now that I'm not a fan of the character of Rose Tyler. However, I love Billie Piper as an actress, and this is her finest hour. Peter Tyler, Rose's father, died on November 7th, 1987, and the Doctor takes her back to the day of the accident, but at the spur of the moment Rose saves her father and damages time summoning the Reapers, creatures that have come to sterilise the wound in time by consuming everything. If I was to sum up this episode from a performance and script level, I'd say humanity. This story is filled with such human elements that make it work, which is personified in Pete Tyler, played excellently by Sean Dingwall. Rose's vision of her dad is this successful businessman, but in reality he was just a bit of a Del boy making a bit of cash, and Piper's acting on seeing her dad for the first time is brilliant, as she runs such a range of emotion because she doesn't know how to feel. Sean Dingwall as Pete is also excellent, as he's a man trying to make a living for his family and will do anything for them, which makes his sacrifice all the more heartbreaking. Pete didn't deserve to die, but he's willing to do this if it's to save everyone in his family. Not to mention the Doctor's best moment here is when he's talking to the married couple Stuart and Sarah, who think they're not important in the grand scheme of things, but the Doctor tells them that they are because he's never lived a life like those two, and that's what makes them special. If I do have criticism, it's the inclusion of the Reapers, as they feel like an obligation to the Monster of the Week, along with the cliched end of the world feeling. But with a superb multi-layered script combined with fantastic performances, Father's Day is definitely one of the more human adventures in Doctor Who's long history.
Number 3. Dalek. While there were new monsters that the production team would bring to the screen, that doesn't mean they couldn't rely on enemies of the past, and what better enemy to bring back than the Doctor's most iconic enemy, the Daleks. The Doctor and Rose arrive in 2012 in an alien artifacts museum owned by billionaire Henry Van Staten, but the Doctor is horrified to discover that his one living specimen is the last surviving Dalek from the Time War. Now, one of the aims of this episode was to bring the Daleks back and show them as a force to be reckoned with, and that would send kids scurrying behind the sofa once again, and it more than succeeded. The Dalek is perfectly introduced to new viewers, as it's shown to be a merciless, indestructible killer that honestly believes that anything different from it should die. Not to mention, the episode shows the true power of the Daleks. There are excellent scenes of death and destruction, as this Dalek is not messing around. Rob Sherman definitely knows how to write for these pepper pots, and one of the best moments is the Dalek confused on what to do as it realises it's the last of its kind. The Doctor screams at the Dalek to die, but the Dalek just responds with, "You would make a good Dalek," which is just the worst thing that can be said to you by your worst enemy. And it's moments like this which make me wish that Rob Sherman would come back and write for the series. If I do have criticism, it's Rose defending the Dalek for wanting to feel the sunlight is just daft. But other than that, the Dalek is a superb episode filled with death, destruction, action, and an iconic villain brought back in full force once again. Number 2. Bad Wolf and the Parting of the Ways. At the time of this video, this story is over 15 years old, and in that time on the new series, not one story has topped this one in terms of a regeneration story. The Doctor, Rose and Captain Jack are forced to play deadly renditions of reality TV on the game station in the year 200-100, and escaping the games, the three discover the true enemy behind the game station, the Dalek Emperor, and an army of 500,000 Daleks. While the games show references to the weakest link, Big Brother and what not to wear have dated a bit, that still doesn't stop this story from being a fantastic finale for the Ninth Doctor. The Doctor throughout Series 1 influenced the people around him, and it was rarely him who saved the day, but after the Time War he became determined to be the Doctor again, and influenced so many characters throughout the series to become more than who they are and be better people. For this story, however, the Doctor saves Rose by taking the time vortex from her and pouring it back into the TARDIS, which costs him his 9th life. But every hero is only as great as its villain, and the Daleks are on top form here as they exterminate anything that's in their way. Not to mention the Dalek Emperor model is a thing of beauty. Plus, despite Jack only having been in 5 episodes up to this point, his death still means something.
He trusts the Doctor with his life, and he knows he's a dead man when fighting the Daleks, but he'll fight to the last bullet if it means buying the Doctor more time. Not to mention, Nine's regeneration scene still gets me teary-eyed to this day, as it's so sad but reassuring at the same time, and can change knowing that he was fantastic. With a superb threat, excellent action, and amazing performances filled with too many fantastic moments to count, Bad Wolf and the Parting of the Ways is a fantastic end to the Ninth Doctor's era. Number 1. The Empty Child and the Doctor Dancers. This was the first episode written by the Master, that is Stephen Moffat, and what a script he started out on. Chasing a ship through the time vortex, the Doctor and Rose arrive in the wartime London during the Blitz. While Rose meets time agent Captain Jack Harkness, the Doctor finds a group of orphaned children being terrorised by a child wearing a gas mask, asking for his mummy. What makes this my favourite Ninth Doctor story is that, like a lot of my favourite stories from each Doctor, it incorporates all the elements that I love about Doctor Who: humour, mystery, atmosphere, horror and character. This story still scares me today with the gas mask zombies, and especially the transformation of Dr. Constantine. We only met him 5 minutes ago, but it's still a sad and horrifying moment, as, while he's there to give exposition, we still learn a lot about him as a character. Constantine lost his children and grandchildren in the war, and being a doctor is the only thing he has left, so he makes it his duty to keep the patients comfortable, something the Doctor can relate to. This is also the introduction of Jack Harkness, and while he starts out as a cowardly yet dashing con man, it's still the Doctor's influence that make him a better person by the end of the story. From a production standpoint, this episode is excellent. Apart from a few dodgy green screen effects, you really feel like you've stepped into the Blitz, and setting it at night certainly adds to the atmosphere. Nancy is also a superb character, doing her best to look after hungry orphans, and comes to accept her responsibility as a mother by the story's end. Once again, thanks to the Doctor's influence, who gives us a superb speech about England standing up to the German war machine, which in turn gives her hope for the future, she finds it easy to accept time travellers, because the world is going to hell at this point, but the Doctor and Rose tell her of a better future which she can look forward to. Despite having a reputation of being one of the scariest stories, the main enemy is just a case of technology gone wrong, as the nanogenes fixed a dying, scared child looking for his mummy and spread it across wartime London, showing everything across the universe has consequences. I could go on for ages about how great this story is, but I'll just wrap up here. With excellent writing, characters, production values, and a brilliant use of sci-fi and horror, The Empty Child and the Doctor Dancers is a superb story in which everybody lives, and it's my favourite story of Series 1.
With Christopher Eccleston bowing out of Doctor Who after one series, the chase was on for the 10th Doctor to make his impact, and with David Tennant in the leading man chair and Russell T Davies in the showrunner chair, Doctor Who would reach new heights of popularity in the UK. So much so that this is the era that got me into Doctor Who, and I can only thank Russell T Davies and David Tennant for that. So we have 4 years worth of TV to get through, and my god is there gold to be found here. Every TV story of the 10th Doctor will be ranked here. However, the animated specials such as The Infinite Quest and Dreamland won't be counted here. I'm only focusing on the live action stories for now. Without further ado, here's every 10th Doctor story ranked. At the bottom of the pit, we have number 36, Fear Her. Yeah, I know, I'm so predictable. Fear Her is undoubtedly the worst story of the 10th Doctor era. The idea of people becoming drawings is a great idea, but the episode lacks any atmosphere or gravitas to make the story scary or chilling. The 10th Doctor and Rose are both insufferable prats, walking around with a degree of smug and arrogance that I just find irritating to watch. At times it feels as though the production team took a camera into a council estate, minus a director, and just made up the story as they went along. I applaud the attempt to do something a little different with the Alien of the Week, because all these decades after the show first aired, it is hard to think up anything that we haven't seen before. The Isolus is a fairly unique creation, a benevolent being that is attacking people because it has empathy for a lost and lonely girl, but because it is snatching them away in a painless way as possible, and proves to be a rather airy fairy in reality, it just fails to capture the imagination or generate any sort of tension. It might just be the most vanilla Doctor Who alien of all time, lacking any personality or excitement. The Doctor lighting the Olympic flame might just be the worst moment of the Russell T Davies era, and one that is masquerading as one of the best. Oh, the irony here. Supporting cast look completely lost, lacking any conviction in their performances, and look like they just wandered onto a set one day and decided to improvise the rest. Fear Her just feels so haphazard, and the fact that it's replaced a script written by the Stephen Fry makes me dislike it even more. Being a cheap, dull and boring episode, Fear Her rightfully ranks as the worst 10th Doctor story. Number 35. New Earth. This is a textbook example of what not to do for a season opener. As it's been a few months since we've seen the new Doctor, here's your chance to show off the actor's talents. Oh wait, no, let's not do that. Let's have cringeworthy body swap comedy. Did you learn nothing from the shortcomings of the Twin Dilemma or Time and the Rani? But that's not the only thing holding this episode back. New Earth lacks any punch or excitement to make an impact when it comes to launching a new season, stretches broad comedy to its limits in giving the last human Cassandra some painfully unfunny cockney to drawl out. Should a story that is supposed to be a commentary on slavery and medical experimentation really be hung with such camp and slapstick dressings? No, it shouldn't. The idea of the Sisterhood's medical breakthroughs all being the result of slavery and torture is a powerful statement to make. It hardly has any time to be considered when we're being distracted with the farcical body swap scenes and Tennant just camping it up. Doctor Who has a good track record of confidently switching between comedy and drama, but the two genres are presented at such opposite ends of the scale that one is actively fighting the other. I would much rather this be a darker episode that concentrated more on the darker underbelly of the Sisterhood's operation, and as a result New Earth just feels like a watered version of both stories that Russell T Davies is trying to tell. Not only that, I don't feel like they should be part of the same episode at all. I didn't realise making a cocktail of all the cures and everyone giving each other a hug would cure them all, but, well, here we go. Considering the effects work, the makeup and the amount of extras on display, it is an oddly cheap-looking episode that dodges the dramatic bullet at every turn, when what was needed was a sizzling reinstatement of the best of the first series. As a comedy it fails because it isn't very funny, with some embarrassing performances from our two leads, and as a tragedy it just bombs because there is simply no time to give any substance to this situation. New Earth is utter rubbish. Number 34. Love and Monsters. Okay, I swear, Series 2 isn't all bad, it's just that most of the bad stories are crammed into this season. Regardless, Love and Monsters is like the Spider-Man 3 of Doctor Who stories, hated at the time but has gained a substantial cult following. Sadly, I'm not one of them. Also, there's a lot of dancing as well. The idea of someone ordinary becoming obsessed with the Doctor and wanting answers from the past is a nice idea. Sadly, the characters here are overpoweringly stupid. Yes, don't pay attention to the blatantly obvious screaming. Yes, keep on trusting the hyper fan whose friends go missing when they're last seen with him. The script feels insultingly lazy as we move from one set piece to another because the plot needs to. I'm not against Doctor Who taking meta jokes at fan culture, and the Absorbaloff being a metaphor for the worst type of obsessive fan is a cool idea. The angle the rest of the episode takes just feels so heavy-handed. The episode does its best to say how being a fan is like touching God and everything is amazing because you met the Doctor. Oh, just give me a break. Absorbaloff isn't threatening as Peter Kay does his best to stick his tongue out, which may scare your 1-year-old, but it ain't doing anything for me. Now, if this is your favourite story, more power to you, but Love and Monsters rightfully deserves its place on this list. Number 33. Planet of the Dead. Doctor Who had rather a limited run in 2009, so you'd think they'd make every special count, but they really didn't with this one. It has the dullest approach to telling a Doctor Who story in a good long while by revealing the twist of the tale in the title, and then following up after half an hour with a bucket load of exposition. We have no reason to connect with what has happened on this planet, there's no personal stakes, and as a result the genocide feels like an event you just shrug your shoulders at. You have a threat that's devoid of personality and a story that always goes for exhibitionism over emotional investment and no real sense of danger. Rather than give the idea of the planet of the dead any emotional worth, the script just makes cheap shots about dead people being in Christina's hair. Yay. Furthermore, the script feels more concerned with ideas and cliches that have been done before. Psychic powers, an alien swarm, bug creatures, which, yeah, that may have been impressive in Series 1, but this just feels trite and redundant at this point. There are a few moments of spectacle and the odd laugh with Lee Evans, but ultimately, one and only Easter special fails to live up to that name. This is the ultimate popcorn telly. It's light, forgettable, and even whilst you're consuming it, you'd be hard-pressed to figure out why you are. Number 32. Doctor's Daughter. You may be surprised to see a Series 4 episode this low, but that's because you've forgotten how excruciatingly nothing this whole episode feels. The Doctor's Daughter is the series pretending to be bold and ambitious, but it's just running on the spot for 45 minutes. It's an odd one because it is an idea that could work, but it needs double the running time, more brave writing, and a stronger actress in the central role of Jenny to even begin to be able to pull it off. I wouldn't want to sit for another 45 minutes of this though. Its biggest selling point is fudged by the fact that Judge Moffat just feels stiff and unconvincing in the role of the Doctor's Daughter, and her pointless death scene and resurrection feels like blatant manipulation rather than just a natural conclusion to the whole story. Add to these problems a jumbled narrative with an unconvincing reveal at its heart, some lousy production values, underdressed sets, and cloying music, and you have a troubled episode planted right in the heart of what is an amazing season. The story has no time to breathe or world build in any way, and the twist that this generation-spanning war has only been occurring for 7 days feels artificial and adds nothing to the story or characters in a substantial way. For being the only true dud of Series 4, The Doctor's Daughter stands out, but only because of its missed potential. Number 31. The End of Time. Yes, I get it. I know this made you all cry with the 10th Doctor's departure. I know it tugs at your heartstrings when his last words are uttered. But you know what else I've seen? The rest of this episode. This is a textbook example of what to do when writing out a departing Doctor. The idea of the 10th Doctor refusing to accept change until its agonising end feels wrong to me. It shows the Doctor is incapable of accepting change and only casts a dark shadow over their successor. Why not reassure the audience that change is fine and the Doctor will be okay despite becoming a new man? It's not like they did it before in 2005. Explanation of the Master's return due to lipstick and draining the life force of Master cult members that are forgotten about as soon as we're introduced to them is a laughable explanation. I would gladly have accepted.
I thought you were dead. Nope.
But now the Master is back, are we going to make him scary? No, let's just have him hop around like Zebedee and shoot lightning out of his hands like the Emperor from Star Wars. What do you mean this won't be the worst scene in Doctor Who history? This is terrifying television, you know. The rest of the special is overlong, padded, and there's nothing to convince me that the 10th Doctor wasn't given a good send-off. Including the Time Lords feels so last minute, despite Timothy Dalton being awesome as Rassilon, and the threat they pose feels non-existent. For a story called The End of Time, very little of that actually poses a threat in the grand scheme of things. Whilst I like the scenes between the Doctor and Wilfred, The End of Time isn't going to stand as a favourite of mine. Number 30. The Runaway Bride. Not against Doctor Who attempting to do a screwball comedy, but you at least have to be funny, and this Christmas special really isn't. Loud, annoying, and lacking any intelligence in the script whatsoever, this could have been a moving grief piece for the Doctor losing Rose. Now we do get that at the end, where the Doctor commits genocide and Donna convinces him to stop, but need I remind you that less than 5 minutes ago this was preceded with an unfunny pratfall? That would be like if the Underwater Menace ended with the "Do I have the right" scene from Genesis of the Daleks. Whilst Donna is my favourite companion from the RTD era, here she doesn't leave much of an impression, constantly shouting and asking questions, but hey, at least she got better. Arachnos fares no better as she barks around giving orders whilst doing nothing, which is a shame as it's an impressive looking monster. The rest of the episode fares no better, with unfunny jokes and slapstick that does nothing for me. I do like the motorway scene. Runaway Bride is just a huge bunch of Christmas nothing for me. Number 29. The Idiot's Lantern. Yep, it exists. You thought I got rid of that gag, didn't you? Number 28. Daleks in Manhattan and Evolution of the Daleks. Even the weakest story of Series 3 is merely okay, which I think is a testament to how strong the series is. The idea of the Daleks using human flesh to evolve outside of their casings is a good idea, but the execution leaves a lot to be desired. It has a lot of good moments, but the elements fail to gel together, sitting awkwardly next to each other. I couldn't figure out what genre I was watching from one scene to the next. The second half abandons much of its characterization for something that is entirely plot-driven, something that was common in the classic series but just feels alien in its new incarnation. As if the plot had been a little better thought through, I wouldn't have minded so much. The second episode begins really well, but the climactic set piece happens 10 minutes in, leaves the rest of the story just kind of limping to its conclusion. I really don't buy the Doctor willingly helping the Daleks to evolve that's involved the kidnapping and possession of innocent people. Surely even the Doctor would be against this. I don't want to be too hard, because it has clearly been put together with a lot of care. The location is well realised and the performances are direct and both top-notch. It It is simply a case of too many ideas pulled randomly from the bag, and not enough cohesion to bring them all together. The stylish mess that I am inclined to be a bit more forgiving towards a story that is trying and doesn't quite make it to the finish line, but this is rather than one that is just winging it, and this is definitely a case of the former, but it ranks as the weakest Dalek story from the first 4 series for me. Number 27, Next Doctor. So, a couple of years ago I had this ranked as the worst Cyberman story, but having mellowed out, this is far from the worst story to feature the Silver Giants. Sadly, a lot of this feels like 2 stories clumsily merged together, and don't complement each other that well. David Morrissey shines as the Jackson Lake Doctor, but for a story called The Next Doctor, the episode is certainly in a hurry to prove that that's not the case. Once the revelation happens that Jackson Lake isn't the Next Doctor, his character has nowhere to go. Sure, he's helping the Doctor defeat the Cybermen, but he feels more like background help than contributing anything substantial. You want to tie this story to the Cyber invasion? Here's the solution. Have both Doctors take down the Cyber King in their respective TARDISes. A hot air balloon and a police box taking down a giant Victorian-looking Cyberman is something I want to see. Cybermen get some cool moments here, such as the graveyard scene, and the Victorian setting is a nice backdrop. But again, the Cybermen feel overshadowed by Miss Hartigan, who is terrific, and you can understand why she hates the patriarchy, but I don't get how that makes her worthy to be the Cyber King or having the most brilliant mind the world has ever seen. Yeah, I ain't buying it. Furthermore, the less said about the Cyber Shades, the better. The Next Doctor is a perfectly competent piece of TV to enjoy on Christmas Day, but it could have been so much more. Number 26, The Lazarus Experiment. Doctor Who's attempt to do a B-movie mad scientist story is an admirable way to fill 45 minutes, but somehow they made this quite repetitive. On a positive note, Mark Gatiss absolutely shines as Professor Lazarus, and has a fantastic hero-villain dynamic with the Doctor, as the pair discuss the importance of death and the flaws of the longevity of life. Sadly, between the titular experiment and the cathedral scene, the episode becomes a very repetitive running up and down corridors, with too much of running into rooms, blasting Lazarus, but oh wait, he's not dead yet. Whilst it does cause the episode to feel empty and full simultaneously, it breezes along at a nice pace that doesn't allow you to feel bored, not unfulfilled either. Being a perfectly competent 45 minutes, the Lazarus Experiment sits comfortably in the middle of the 10th Doctor era. Number 25. Voyage of the Damned. Doctor Who meets Hollywood disaster movie? Got me in, I guess. Voyage of the Damned is a fast-paced disaster movie in space, and when taken as a blockbuster Christmas special, it is very well done, executed with panache and performed in style. You won't want many stories of this ilk, but as an attractive one-off with nice visuals, pace, excitement, and some pleasant touches of character, it's a highly engaging watch. Now, it does come in for a lot of bad press, but I think it is a story that knows exactly what it's doing and gets on very well with doing it indeed. It's more of a crowd pleaser than trying to challenge you, so to speak, on Christmas Day. While it may not be the most intelligent story or script ever written, it's a blockbuster that is designed to entertain you, and is certainly more of a crowd pleaser than most, and sometimes that is enough to recommend. Number 24. Partners in Crime. Sweet mix of comedy and energetic storytelling, Partners in Crime introduces Donna really well, usually telling us how her life has been since her crazy wedding, and the comedy of the Doctor and Donna narrowly missing each other has a nice pace and tone to it, where it doesn't come across as overplayed, and they make a brilliant team once they meet again. The idea of aliens using an obesity epidemic to create new members of their race is a neat idea, and the adipose are perfectly cute aliens to make the episode feel unique. However, like some RTD episodes, it does suffer from having a tone problem. People start dying due to the adipose being born at the end, and tonally it's a bit of a mess. The episode wants me to feel tense, but the adipose are just so cute looking that I find it hard to feel the urgency of the situation. Nevertheless, it's still a good season opener for such a strong series, and a great reintroduction to Donna, even if the tone is not always hitting its mark. Number 23. Utopia, Sound of Drums, and Last of the Time Lords. Series 3 finale, I find it hard to review, as the 3 episodes, despite being one huge story, feel very distinct from one another that can have its positives and negatives. Though let's start with the positives. Utopia is terrific, even without the shock cliffhanger. The idea of the Doctor helping the last of humanity escape the end of the universe is a gripping enough plot to stand on its own, but the return of the Master certainly turns it all the way up to 11, and how lucky were we to get Sir Derek Jacobi as the Master, even if it was only for a couple of minutes. The next episode fares well too. The Sound of Drums is basically a massive love letter to the Pertwee era with politics, international intervention, and first contact with alien species all coming to the forefront in spectacular ways. Underneath, you also have the thrilling Doctor-Master relationship, which veers from violent enemies and perhaps too close friends in the aftermath of the Time War. And underneath that, you have Martha gaining her independence and fighting to keep her family safe from the grip of terror that has seized Britain. There's so many standout scenes, it would be impossible to name them all. There's great highlights such as the flashback to Gallifrey, the childlike Toclafane with murderous intent, the very real threat of guns and bombs threatening the Doctor, and the awesome reveal of the Valiant. This is a great episode to watch. It's an episode packed with incident, character drama, actions, and has a stunning final cliffhanger. Last of the Time Lords, however, doesn't quite stick the landing. Whilst it's a terrific episode for Martha, means of travelling the Earth via chip TARDIS key are questionable at best. It makes you unnoticeable unless you want to be seen. Shouldn't the Toclafane see her as well, knowing she's working against the Master? Turning the Doctor into Baby Dobby was never a good idea, and I don't know why he couldn't just be kept as an old man, and while the big red button may be pressed at the end, I appreciate how the Doctor uses the Master's telepathic field that has binded the human race in fear, he turns it into hope, which is terrific. I still don't entirely understand how the Doctor becomes a magic flying Jesus, or why that was necessary in the first place. It might be hard to look past its faults, but there is a great deal to like here, amongst a few harmful mistakes. Surprisingly enjoyable and a triumphant end to Martha's travels in the TARDIS. Even if the third episode does let it down, it's still quite a worthy finale. Number 22. 42. Without Graham Harper's dynamic, stylish direction, I think that 42 would be quite a different beast, but with Graham Harper in the director's chair, I think it manages to transcend some cliched writing and becomes a strong standalone episode that pulls off a vibrant narrative in real time. This isn't a particularly deep or complex Doctor Who story or a thoughtful piece. All 42 wants to do is scare the pants off you and provide an hour of adrenaline entertainment, and it reaches that goal with flying colours. Thanks to some great atmospheric, strong performances and a palpable sense of danger throughout, it is easy to be dragged along with the excitement and revel in the gorgeous production values that show commands this time. It might not be the most intellectually stimulating Doctor Who adventure, but it manages to maintain its incredible pace, shows in a lively Doctor-companion relationship, and gets in some touch with some powerful emotions too. Sometimes you have to simply react to the story rather than dissect it, which makes 42 an excellent first-night performer, but not so satisfying on, say, repeat viewing. Nevertheless, 42 is an adrenaline-filled episode that will thrill and entertain you. Number 21. Christmas Invasion. Being as one of the finest alien invasions, Christmas Invasion has the full package for what you're looking for from Doctor Who on Christmas Day. It starts off as an intimate affair about Rose trying to deal with the loss of her Doctor, but it only gets more ambitious from there, revealing a unit base inside the Tower of London, the heart in the mouth sequence of the human race about to jump from a great height, the epic sight of a spaceship hanging over London, transportation to the Sycorax spaceship, and finally the sight of the Doctor stepping out of the TARDIS in his pyjamas and engaging in an epic sword fight over the rights to planet Earth. It's very well crafted and offers maximum enjoyment. However, I find it a shame that the Doctor is put in bed for the first two acts of the story, when you really should be showing off the new actor as much as possible, and that does hurt the episode for me. However, when the 10th Doctor is allowed to shine, it is terrific during the final act. I only wish the Doctor was allowed to do more. Nevertheless, the Christmas Invasion is the special that keeps on giving, never feels underdeveloped or rushed, a fantastic way to kick off the 10th Doctor era and the Christmas specials as a whole. Number 20. The Sontaran Stratagem and the Poison Sky. The perfect popcorn Doctor Who adventure, the reintroduction of the Sontarans with the style and tone of a John Pertwee story makes this one of the more entertaining adventures of the 10th Doctor era. The Sontarans make a stunning debut. Mind you, with Christopher Ryan as General Stahl, how on earth could they fail? He is a general I would easily follow into battle, and there is a fantastic reason for what they are doing to the Earth that is saved for the tail end of the story. The idea of taking something as ordinary as car sat-navs and having them emit a toxic gas is an inspired idea, and the Sontarans' plan to turn the Earth into a clone world is fantastic. Shown to be a force to be reckoned with, massacring unit soldiers and gleefully slaughtering their enemies, feel content that they get to die an honourable death in battle. Whilst it's a shame Martha is replaced with an evil clone, meaning she doesn't really get a proper story here, it is a great story for Donna as she reconnects with family and infiltrates the Sontaran ship despite her doubts. The Sontaran two-parter may not be the most intelligent story ever written, It's thoroughly entertaining, and that's definitely enough to recommend. Number 19. The Unicorn and the Wasp. Murder, a mystery, Agatha Christie and a giant wasp. This episode is like enjoying a cool glass of lemonade on a hot summer's day. Not only that, but this is a lovely homage as to why Agatha Christie's work is so celebrated, but also an interesting look at the woman behind the books as well. It's nice that we learn something about her rather than this simply being a parody of an Agatha Christie story. Her disappearance is a story worth telling and explaining, and I love the structure of the flashbacks with lies, affairs revealed, perverts uncovered, alcoholism revealed, and the suspects may not have committed the crime. They all have a secret to hide. It's a nice callback to other Agatha Christie novels where any one of them could have done it, but they've all got their own secrets. The final sentiment that people will never stop reading Agatha Christie novels is the perfect way to end this short and sweet gem. The Unicorn and the Wasp is a bright and cheerful story from start to finish that rightfully ranks as a fine celebrity historical that this era did so well. Number 18. Planet of the Ood. Return of the Ood as a superb commentary on empires built by slaves is taken appropriately seriously, and it's nice to see human villains and corporations being the villains as opposed to aliens. The Ood Sphere is a wonderfully realised alien planet with an excellent ice landscape combined with an industrial gritty factory setting, which is an inspired design choice. Graham Harper giving the action scenes a sense of scale and gritty atmosphere, a fabulous villain in Tim McInnerny's Mr. Halpin. Seeing the truth behind Ood operations is really grim for a family show, but appropriate enough to get the message across, and Donna hearing their song of captivity is a wonderful scene that shows the horrors of slavery. Grim tone does fit the serial throughout, but when we get to the revelation of what the Ood are really trapped by, it goes off the rails for me a little bit. The giant brain feels too out of place and too surreal for a story like this. I'm seriously getting Time and the Rani flashbacks, and that isn't a good thing. Nevertheless, Planet of the Ood is a mature slavery tale that works reasonably well, even if the ending lets it down a tad. Still great stuff nonetheless. Number 17. Army of Ghosts and Doomsday. Okay, I understand I may get hate for putting this story as low as it is. I won't lie, I find the story a tad overrated. Army of Ghosts is a terrific first part, building up the mystery of the ghosts and the Torchwood Tower perfectly, and the revelation that the ghosts are Cybermen are fantastic, and this scene is set for a wonderful Cyberman story, right? Wrong! Cut to Doomsday the following week where Russell shakes the metaphorical Etch-a-Sketch and says, "Nah, I don't want to." The Daleks come in, and it's all about them now. The Dalek and Cyberman conflict is still cool to see, the two most iconic villains of the series engaging in all-out war, but it's comically one-sided. The Cybermen don't even get to kill at least one Dalek, and starts off the trend of the Cybermen playing second fiddle to another monster in the revived series. Nevertheless, as an action-packed explosive finale, Army of Ghosts and Doomsday is still a fun watch to be had, and whilst I didn't care much for Rose during her second series, my god does Billie Piper knock it out of the park with her exit. Sensitively acted by David Tennant and Billie Piper. Whilst it was easily past time Rose left us, it does see her go out with an emotional wallop. There's so much that is good here that it's a shame it doesn't quite hold together as well as it should, but there are still a wealth of great scenes. Whilst I don't think it's as great as some may claim it to be, the Series 2 finale still packs a punch whenever I watch it, even if I'm not always on board with the hype train. Number 16. Smith and Jones. Rima Agaman had huge shoes to fill as companion Martha Jones, but luckily Smith and Jones proves she was more than worthy to join the TARDIS. Just the very idea of the intergalactic police catching up with an elderly vampire in such an innocuous setting transported all the way to the moon is enticing enough to earn this a winning score from me, but Smith and Jones is an episode of simple but bold images that really shows how assured the show has become in its core audience and how its confidence is building year by year. Doctor Who wouldn't have dared to feature rain travelling upwards or a hospital on the moon, let alone giant space rhinos walking across the surface to lay siege to the medical facility. What a brilliant way for Doctor Who to have its cake and eat it by plonking a hospital on the moon, because it makes the entire episode studio bound for the most part. It doesn't sacrifice any wonders of exploring the wide universe. Scenes such as the hysterical patient staring out of the night sky, or the Doctor and Martha walking out on the veranda to have a real sense of fairy tale magic about it all. And the Jadoon are one of the rare Doctor Who aliens that come along every now and again that aren't really evil and don't want to conquer or take over the world. They're simply amoral and just kind of scary looking. They will kill you, but only if you commit a crime and get in their way. But if you cooperate them, you will be fine. And how brilliant Martha Jones is here. She manages to save the Doctor's life at the end. No wonder she joins the TARDIS. Smith and Jones is basically one long runaround. It's one that is stuffed with great scene after great scene. Fun characters, pace, wit and style. Just a really strong start to Series 3. Number 15. Rise of the Cybermen and the Age of Steel. The very first Doctor Who story I ever watched. I'll keep the nostalgia talking to a minimum. As a reintroduction for the Cybermen, this is a great debut for them, showing a human population with information being downloaded straight to their heads. It's a terrific idea and is a great upgrade for the 21st century Cybermen. The idea of humans walking into a factory and coming out as upgraded Cybermen is a haunting image. The world building is done reasonably well, as the upper class thrive on their upgrades, whilst the homeless and forgotten are rounded up for experiments and conversion, all under the monolithic Cybus Industries that controls the world's technology. Graham Harper never had the chance to bring the Cybermen to life in the classic series, but here he gets to indulge himself and is in safe hands as they make a stomping return to the series. What an entrance they make at the party, advancing on the mansion and smashing through the windows. Whilst the motivations of John Lumick do feel cloudy, as I can understand him wanting to convert himself and prolong his life, but why enforce this on the whole population? It feels like plot elements were cut that would have made this a bit clearer. Nevertheless, for introducing me to Doctor Who, Rise of the Cybermen and the Age of Steel will forever be special to me. Number 14. The Shakespeare Code. Making William Shakespeare the rock star of his era was certainly an inspired choice, and the thespian within me can't help but enjoy this night at the theatre. I find there is much to enjoy in the Shakespeare Code, that I settle into its world of wordsmiths and witchcraft with such ease. Essentially, this is a case of Doctor Who and Shakespeare team up to take on witches, but to sum it up as starkly as that does the story and the production team a bit of a disservice, because both have been crafted here with a lot of care. It takes a lot of effort to pull off something as entertaining as this, and certainly to do it this stylishly. The dialogue sparkles, the ideas are imaginative, and the director Charles Palmer offers great scope to fill the screen with classic imagery. It's a story that features a strong Doctor and a sassy companion landing in history, forgetting all about the TARDIS and story arcs and simply having a rocking good time investigating a mystery in Elizabethan England. This sort of unpretentious storytelling is quite rare in the series these days. It should be applauded, and once you add in the cinematic visuals and the wits, you have a massively entertaining episode that rightfully ranks as a great celebrity historical. Number 13. School Reunion. Putting aside the Daleks from Series 1, School Reunion feels like the first time the revived series feels connected to the classic era, with the return of Sarah Jane Smith and K9. School Reunion is much more than just a homage to another show. It's a terrific character drama in its own right. It's a well-paced mystery with some memorable set pieces and a satisfying resolution that is tied into the theme of loss that the series is exploring. I'm amazed at how much they managed to pack into this one episode without any of it feeling too rushed. Doctor gets a great number of moments, his face-to-face with Mr. Finch and his temptation at bringing back the Time Lords, and whilst I'm not a fan of Rose and Sarah Jane's rivalry, as it comes across as petty more than anything, Elizabeth Sladen's triumphant return to the series is fantastic, and she sets my heart fluttering whenever she appears. Sarah is still feisty, nosy, nervous and brave. It's like she never left the series, and I love the way she so effortlessly shows the newbies how it should be done. She's scared when she needs to be, asks the right questions, queries the Doctor's motives only when absolutely necessary, and just remains as resourceful as ever. The Krillitanes are creative antagonists, and with a great villain performance from Anthony Head, School Reunion is such a bold and nostalgic watch that I never tire of watching. Number 12. Gridlock. A population being isolated from a killer virus but kept together by their faith, that aged like fine wine. No other show would produce something as insanely unique as Gridlock, and every time that happens, it makes me love Doctor Who just that little bit more. Everything that made New Earth feel so empty in Series 2 is given plenty of substance here. Gridlock manages to explore its world in some depth because we're always on the move. We juggle some wacky concepts and characters, exciting with some visually arresting set pieces, and delivering a handful of some of the most emotive moments in the series that we had to date. Not all bad for a 45-minute episode. David Tennant seems so much more comfortable in Series 3 without a happy-go-lucky Rose Tyler holding him back, and is delivering one knockout performance after another here. Prima Agaman gets to carry a subplot of her own and prove that she is not wasted either. Gridlock proves that Russell T Davies is the most unpredictable of Doctor Who writers, always trying a stab at something new, very often achieving hugely entertaining results. And to add to all this, we've got the return of the Macra. For being one of the most surreal Doctor Who stories ever made, Gridlock will go down as one of the unique stories in the 10th Doctor era. Number 11. Tooth and Claw. The story behind this episode is that RTD wrote this in a weekend, and if that's the case, I'm seriously questioning whether he was human. Russell T Davies and Euros Lyn work up the scares, build a tangibly rising atmosphere of terror, and seed the show with terrific character moments to make Tooth and Claw one of the shining gems of Series 2. The script in particular seems to be a response to Davies's critiques, who complain that he writes nothing but kitchen sink drama and fluff. Instead, he knocks them out with his tightest piece of writing yet, turning the setting into a conundrum to be puzzled out and utilised to defeat the wolf. As a visual piece, it's still one of the most successful episodes of the new series, every shot beautifully considered and edited together with dynamic fluidity. The performances are all top-notch, with David Tennant really making his mark as the manic, wild-eyed Doctor. And whilst I'm not a fan of the 10th Doctor and Rose's bet to make Queen Victoria say, "I'm not amused," David Tennant finally gets a full episode to shine in, with Pauline Collins producing a sympathetic and resourceful Queen Victoria. And when you strip away all the gloss, there is an intelligently rendered tale to be unearthed here, one that is happy to just scare the pants off you. This is a Philip Hinchcliffe horror for the next generation. It's fast-paced, it's scary, it's brilliant entertainment that is perfect for Halloween viewing. Number 10. Stolen Earth and Journey's End. Assembling Earth's mightiest heroes to fight the Daleks 4 years before the MCU was able to do so, this Series 4 finale packs so much, and for the most part succeeds with flying colours. The Stolen Earth is phenomenal television, the closest we have ever come to a movie for the new series, with all the velocity, exhilaration and astonishing production values you would expect if Doctor Who hit the big screen. The first half is astonishingly fatalistic, with the Earth stolen and attacked, friends caught in the crossfire and the human race being conquered. The TARDIS flies into the heart of the problem, the Doctor realises that his friends have all found each other, and the sense of euphoria and pride at their union is just phenomenal. Russell T Davies juggles mad concepts, returning villains, emotional moments and a whole host of brilliant companions, combined with the return of Davros brought to life brilliantly by Julian Bleach, and you have a phenomenal 45 minutes of television. However, with Journey's End, I feel it does buckle under its own weight, and some characters are shoved in the corner until they're needed again, and the idea of the Dr. Donner is a sweet idea, though I ain't a fan of how the whole conflict is resolved by pressing buttons on a control panel. Need I remind you, is located in a prison cell of all places. Nevertheless, Donner's departure is heartbreaking and serves as one of the finest companion exits, a proof of how the Doctor can make life better for one person. Being a terrific celebration of the past 4 years, Stolen Earth and Journey's End rightfully deserves its place in the top 10, even if it's not entirely perfect. Number 9. Impossible Planet and the Satan Pit. Most underrated story from this era, this two-parter combines the styles of a Troughton Base Under Siege and the gothic horror of the Tom Baker era, and succeeds perfectly. It's almost the perfect fusion of classic Doctor Who, Base Under Siege, ventilation shafts, monsters, suspense, slower scenes that allow for some complex dialogue, and a stylish production, pacey action, emotional drama, and the complex characterization that you can find in the new series. It's just something about the interaction between the cast, the chemistry, information we're given and how they react to the situation that they're in, just sells these characters as a group of desperate people trying to get out of this situation alive. When these people do die, it just really means something. Superbly cast, and this is just one aspect of a genuinely impressive production. It feels like it had more time than usual lavished upon it. Even Murray Gold's music feels like a lesser collection of emotive themes and geared perfectly towards the atmosphere and the action. The Doctor and Rose are separated for much of the story and work extremely well within their own storylines, but there is always that longing feeling of worry for each other's safety that permeates every scene, and given the dire situation that they are in, it is quite believable and natural. The idea of the beast being the ultimate evil and sin in every religion is a terrific idea, that combines science and mythology, and Gabriel Wolf's voice perfectly brings the monster to life that will guarantee nightmares. For being a perfect Base Under Siege story that ranks the horror factor up to 11, this ranks as one of my favourite 10th Doctor stories for a very good reason. Number 8. The Fires of Pompeii. Yet another episode that I feel gets overlooked in this era. There isn't one part of this story that isn't firing on all cylinders, from the excellent performances, the quality direction, astonishing effects, and an excellently crafted script that pushes the Doctor and Donna into some very difficult decisions and forcing them to confront each other's morality, and the climax which delivers one dramatic punch to the gut after the next. It's one priceless scene after another, culminating in one of the most devastating endings to any Doctor Who story. Blistering dramatic final 10 minutes that will leave you gasping for air. This is the episode where Catherine Tate proved her dramatic potential, and her chemistry with David Tennant is positively sizzling. The scale of this episode is immense. The image of the Pyroviles stomping around inside the volcano, giant behemoths with sparks flying from their every footstep, is fantastic. Another astonishing set piece and the highlight of the episode visually is the volcano exploding and the ash reaching out to block out the sun. Donna condemning the Doctor is powerful drama, likes that we haven't seen since maybe the massacre in 1966. He slaps down his objections after his brutal abandonment of the family they have gotten close to. The Doctor and Donna as the household gods is a lovely finishing touch. For being a wonderfully realised historical, Fires of Pompeii certainly needs more recognition. Or better yet, you can also read the Target novel. Number 7. Silence in the Library and Forest of the Dead. Two-parter that tackles so much within 90 minutes, but Stephen Moffat certainly makes this work. The first part is the perfect scene setter, packed full of mysteries, introducing us to all the major players, brewing a stifling atmosphere and relishing in some terrifying ideas. With the advent of Donna's so-called death, the second part is one knockout scene after another as the narrative insatiably unravels, but the surprises just keep on coming. When you look at what Stephen Moffat is juggling here, a library planet, killer shadows, virtual reality, Doctor and Donna facing their own futures, a post-dated love story, the fairy tale adventures of a dying child, this is a remarkably packed script that brings all of these elements together for a remarkable conclusion. At the same time, Stephen Moffat throws in lots of ideas like ghosting, nodes, walking skeletons, while still having time to make some intelligent comments on the conventions of TV. Add to that the debut of River's song, played wonderfully by Alex Kingston, and you have a wonderful sacrifice for her that still makes me sad, despite having only just met her in this story. This two-parter begins a 5-episode, 10 out of 10 streak, a revived series would never have since, and I can only love this story even more for that. Another home run from Stephen Moffat. Number 6. Waters of Mars. Perfect breaking point for the 10th Doctor, giving us a fixed point in time that the audience isn't aware of, but the Doctor knows full well he can't interfere, sets the stage for a perfect conflict. Emotionally, it's one of the most unnerving and discomforting Doctor Who stories, and it also features one of the most powerful characterisation in New Who, economically painted in some very deep strokes. It's a superb cast that totally convinces a unit working together under siege and stress. Lindsay Duncan deserves so much praise for her performance as Captain Adelaide, one of the most impressive guest appearances in Doctor Who's 60-year history. Adelaide is likeable, intense, utterly believable, but a great foil for the Doctor. The story keeps pushing until the end, until you're desperate for a breather. It says some frightening things about the 10th Doctor, who has started believing his own reputation. This is a Doctor who has lost so much at this point in his life, and proves what travelling alone will do to him, even if he doesn't have someone to remind him of his humanity and to keep him in check. During the unforgettable climax, the Doctor declares his godhood and that he is taking over from where the Time Lords left off, and his hubris is instantly trampled on by Adelaide, who demands to know who the hell he is to decide who the little people are. When she backs away from him, genuinely terrified by what he has become, the audience realise that even the Doctor has crossed the line. He declares himself terrifyingly unstoppable, as Adelaide tells him like a slap to the face it's wrong. It's just incredible TV. For being a terrifying base under siege story that has a closer look at the Doctor's actions, The Waters of Mars will easily stand as one of the 10th Doctor's finest. Number 5. Human Nature and the Family of Good. Breathtakingly good throughout, there isn't one part of this story that isn't firing on all cylinders. Over the course of this two-parter, we experience a charming and ultimately heartbreaking love story, an affirmation of Martha's love for the Doctor, a tear-jerking character study of John Smith, the human version of the Doctor, an exciting action adventure, some brilliant scares, and a touching commentary on the First World War. The production values are to die for, with Charles Palmer proving a standout director, and his handling of the material is first-rate, pushing the actors to the fore and giving them plenty of room to show off their talents, but also providing some striking set pieces and splendid location work. Whether it is moments of romance or terror, the tone of the piece is absolutely convincing, and helped immeasurably by one of Murray Gold's finest scores for the series, showcasing the talents of David Tennant, Jessica Hines, Freema Agyeman, Harry Lloyd. It is also one of the finest acted stories, with the central romance in particular proving a masterpiece of character drama of the kind that makes it so unique. This is a story that proudly stands in the top 5 10th Doctor stories. Number 4. The Girl in the Fireplace. Love story across time and space, The Girl in the Fireplace has so much to say in 45 minutes. The overall effect of Fireplace is just dazzling. It is so alive with inventiveness, so radiant in its confidence, and the execution, courtesy of Uros Lin, results in one of the most attractive looking Doctor Who stories ever. I love how Moffat slaps two incongruous elements together to really grab your attention. The fireplace on the spaceship, the horse trotting down the corridor, illuminated by artificial lights, the beating heart wired into the ship, Net in a ball gown surrounded by ugly technology. Any one of these moments pushes the magic of juxtaposition of these elements is just so appealing. Our glimpse at the ethereal Paris is typical of this episode's attention to detail. A romance needs a great deal of opulence, and the location work is elegant and alluring, perfectly in tune with its tone. The scene where the droids terrorise the ballroom is so gorgeous to look at that I forget I'm watching Doctor Who for a moment. Extravagant artistic costumes and an exquisitely decorated hall, this is stylishly brought to life that will certainly stand as the best story of Series 2. Number 3. Turn Left. Without a doubt, Catherine Tate's finest hour as Donna Noble, Turn Left is bold, brilliant, and delivers a what-if story with real nerve. Because of its lasting emotional impact on me, the stunning production values, the bleak, uncompromising tone, and adult content, it manages to achieve the impossible. Given the Doctor's absence, this should be the weakest of the series, but it really ranks as one of the best of Series 4, and the two individuals responsible, Russell T Davies and Catherine Tate, should be extremely proud of what they achieved here. Catherine Tate has always been excellent, but here she's utterly amazing, silencing all of her critics with a performance that has gone down in Doctor Who history. Russell T Davies has written an impeccable script, and it's dramatically realised by Graham Harper, giving us a deliciously dark walk through the last 4 years of alien invasion, and showing us the consequences of them without the Doctor's interference. Jacqueline King and Bernard Cribbins provide the best support that Tate could ask for, wrapping up the episode with some weighty talent while still giving her the limelight. The World Without the Doctor is a terrifying place. The episode never shies away from how much we are in his debt, but the human race is a formidable force too, and Donna proves once and for all what an incredible person she is, suffering terrible indignities, watching her world collapse, and willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to put things right. I couldn't love her character more than I do in Turn Left. This is a superb what-if story that truly shows us the power of the Doctor. Number 2. Think. Without a doubt, the finest Doctor Light episode there has ever been, and it's certainly a story that I would show to newcomers, and the Doctor is barely in it. Sally Sparrow is instantly likeable as our main character for the week, resourceful, funny, intelligent, and compassionate for those around her. The Weeping Angels are terrific villains that make a terrifying first impression, creatures that freeze into rock whilst they're being observed, and sent you into the past when you blink. Just an inspired villain, but I don't think they would have had the impact without the direction from Hetty MacDonald, keeping them as statues because we the audience can still see them, a perfect way to keep the suspense going. Combine that with a timey-wimey plot about getting the Doctor his TARDIS back that doesn't feel convoluted and feels so tightly written. It's easily one of Stephen Moffat's finest scripts. You can see why the Weeping Angels made such an impact and even beat the Daleks in the favourite monster poll, and it would be number 1 on my list, but that honour has to go to Number 1. Midnight. Yeah, I know, I'm so predictable for having this as my number 1, but it's my favourite for a damn good reason. I know RTD has a reputation for turning Doctor Who into a kitchen sink drama, but this episode will prove you wrong. The simple act of repetition may seem basic on paper, but this episode brings every aspect of horror and tension to the very end. They are such simple ideas and yet they're so effective, that's why this is so chilling. Hanging on the ceiling and walls, the darkness hiding nasties, the game of repeating phrases, the horror behind the eyes. RTD doesn't need money to frighten his audience when the simple act of locking terrified people in a confined space and scaring them to death does the job better than practically any Doctor Who story. How the story shifts from the horror of the entity to the horror of the passenger's reaction broke a real sense of dread in me. Unknown aliens are frightening enough, but unrestrained paranoia is a whole new level of psychological horror that the show rarely feels compelled to explore. This is the only story where the people that the Doctor is trying to save are so frightened that they turn on him and try to kill him. Not people who are under any alien influence or being brainwashed, they're just normal, frightened people, and that is simply terrifying. The simplest of ideas so effectively executed, the most complex characterization, Midnight surprises you throughout and tightens its grip around your throat until you're gasping for air at the ending. I remember watching this on transmission and just being scared to death by this as a 10-year-old, but also blown away by how much the characters were as frightening as the monsters. It was worth the cast almost losing their minds being cooped up in one set for days on end, because the performances in it are brilliant. David Tennant is exceptional, and Leslie Sharp gives one of the most terrifying performances in Doctor Who's 60-year history. Midnight is easily the best story of Series 4. It's Russell T Davies' finest Doctor Who script, greatest story of the 2000s, and definitely my favourite 10th Doctor story. Matt Smith had a lot to prove as David Tennant's successor. Doctor Who had been taken to one of its popularity highs, and with RTD vacating the showrunner chair, change was on the way for Doctor Who once again. A brand new decade would see Doctor Who taken to worldwide popularity, and an emphasis on fantasy and interconnected storytelling. What are the best stories this era has to offer? Let's find out. At the very, very, very bottom, we have number 39, Asylum of the Daleks. No, I didn't announce the winner first by mistake. You didn't skip towards the end of the video. This is without a doubt the worst 11th Doctor story ever, and it's so bafflingly bad I don't even know where to begin. The idea of unhinged Daleks is pretty cool, but basing this on Daleks' inability to extinguish divine hatred may sound thematically deep, but it's about as artificial as eating fresh air when Daleks killing each other is a precedent in other stories. Furthermore, the titular asylum makes no sense. Why have the force field only be turned off on the planet where the insane inmates are? You might as well give a prisoner the key to their own cell. But to top that off, Oswin the Dalek can wipe the memories of the Doctor from the Daleks, thus making the whole asylum setup pointless. Wow, yay! Speaking of Daleks forgetting the Doctor, I can't wait to see all the great things they do with this plot element. I'm sure it won't get dropped like the brand new Paradigm Daleks. Oh, and I haven't even gotten to the utter trash that is the Pond's divorce. It comes out of nowhere and it's completely forgotten about for the rest of the series. Was it only there to give Amy and Rory something to do? Asylum of the Daleks is bad on every level. Its characters are bad, its plot is bad, its story is bad, its fan service is bad. How bad is this story out of 10? Let's say 39. Or 11. Number 38. Journey to the Centre of the TARDIS. I debated putting this or Asylum of the Daleks as the worst, and whilst the latter may infuriate me, this episode just bores me. This is a hollow, illogical confusion of unoriginal ideas featuring some of the worst guest performances in the series' long history. This is far from Doctor Who's finest hour. Exploring the depths of the TARDIS is a cool idea, but all we get is generic corridors that do nothing for the imagination. Don't even get me started on the wooden performances from the three salvage men, because I might get nasty, but their efforts make an already hollow story venture into the realms of utter unwatchability. All three of them are completely unsympathetic. A man who convinced his brother that he was an android because he was always his dad's favourite. Even if there was a screamingly convincing motive, a powerfully written and acted relationship that we were emotionally invested in, and enough time to reasonably explore this idea, it would still be extremely hard to buy. You only have to think about the tricky twist for one moment to realise that it doesn't make a lick of sense. He might have lost his memory of his life, before he was convinced that he was an android, but how does that explain his need to eat or his ability to sleep either, or how he perspires, or why anything? He might just be the stupidest man to ever appear in the series. That is before you start to probe the psychological madness of why his brother would ever try and convince him that he's an android. Seriously, why would you ever do such a thing over a long period of time? What could possibly motivate this kind of obscene identity theft? The story promises to develop into the impossible girl arc for Clara, but nah, we don't need that. Let's reset everything by the end. It's so backwards. For being a dull as dishwater runaround, this episode should be stripped down for scrap. It'd be hard-pressed to find anything worthy here. Number 37. The Doctor, the Widow and the Wardrobe. I'm amazed Stephen Moffat wrote not only my favourite Christmas special, but also what I consider the worst. Fatigued writer trying to out-Christmas his previous year, and he ends up dousing the series in syrup and producing one of the least effective scripts in the show's 60-plus year history. There is no point where Doctor Who should be this unengaging, this tired, this lethargic in its attempts to impress and wow the viewer, this reduced to cliché and sentimentality and this lacking in incident, relatable characters and memorable moments. This could be held up as the cure for insomnia or the piece of television to be studied by those who are entering into the medium to warn of how not to make a Christmas special. I hate how horribly self-knowing the show was during this period, too, taking everything for granted and refusing to present anything as fresh or original. Wait, that's because nothing here is fresh or original. It's a hackneyed piece of old sci-fi rubbish, that visual equivalent of watching paint dry over a millennium, and about as creative as a lecture entitled The History of Glue. The Window and the Wardrobe may have all the ingredients of Christmas, but is being put together by someone who fundamentally doesn't quite know how to pull off the festivities. There is barely anything to recommend here, unless I have trouble going to sleep. Number 36. Nightmare in Silver. I apologise for any Series 7 fans, but it's not my fault most of the worst stories got all crammed into one series. Acclaimed writer Neil Gaiman giving the Cyberman a reboot? This has to be the markings of a classic, right? So I'm just scratching my head as to what the hell went wrong here. It's one of those rare Doctor Who stories where nothing seems to be working, where the director and the writer seem to be coming at the story from entirely different angles. As far as I'm concerned, Neil Gaiman has completely failed to understand the core strength behind the idea of the Cybermen. It's not their super strength or the ability to move at the speed of light, it's the body horror that's always been the most chilling aspect, taking hold of a human being and threatening to turn them into machine. It's one the show's been desperate to shy away from ever since the creatures were first invented. This just feels like no exception. Furthermore, the kids are irritating, the characters feel like vacuums despite the best efforts of the cast, who are utterly wasted here, and for completely misfiring the Cybermen, Nightmare in Silver will go down as one of the Silver Giant's worst outings. Number 35. The Curse of the Black Spot. A throwaway adventure with far too many faults to be a memorable episode, The Curse of the Black Spot fails to match up to the quality of previous pirate stories and makes these buccaneers downright boring. There is too much reliance on storybook cliches, the direction is boring and lacks the gumption of a real swashbuckling adventure. There's a real sense that the budget cannot quite pull this cinematic concept off. Clearly all the money has been spent on the season opener. Matt Smith feels perfectly at home in this setting, and Hugh Bonneville is good as Captain Avery, but it's very disappointing with how Amy and Rory are characterised here. The episode lurches into a very different story about half an hour in, and it takes all the potential threat of the siren and gives it the most clinically unsatisfying payoff imaginable. There's really not much to say here. This is just a completely dispensable mess. Number 34. Let's Kill Hitler. Yeah, the title is cool. It does nothing with the premise. Debuting the second half of Series 6 with the revelation that River Song is Mel's, a character we've never seen before but is supposedly Amy and Rory's best friend, is so earth-shatteringly stupid I'm surprised anyone approved of this. We spent 3 years figuring out the mystery of River Song and she used to be someone we never met before. How will I contain my excitement? The episode doesn't even feel like a story. It only seems to exist to introduce the Tesselector, a shape-shifting robot that I'm sure in no doubt is going to be the finale's cop-out. How exciting. Let's Kill Hitler is packed with good ideas, but misses pretty much every emotional beat and ignores so many important questions. How has Amy given up on the idea of experiencing her baby's childhood? Why would River give up all of her remaining lives for a man she's just met? What are the emotional consequences of that? How do Amy and Rory feel about spending their childhood in the dark about Mel's? It's caught in the middle of a spider's web of a narrative arc like a little fly struggling desperately to entertain and look hip, to disguise the fact that a lot of what Moffat is presenting doesn't actually come off if you give it some thought. There really isn't much to this one. Number 33. The Rebel Flesh and the Almost People. Some stories of the revived era I can point to and say, if only there was an extra episode to flesh all this out. And then there's two-parters like this one where I wonder why we needed 2 episodes to tell this story.
The story is crippled immediately by a lack of identifiable characters. None of the human guest cast appealed to me in the slightest, so there's no hope left for the gangers. Jennifer in particular is just a hopeless character, atrociously performed and characterised, and dragging Rory into a dead-end subplot that makes him look more like an idiot than a hero. Had all this been condensed down into one frantic episode, it might have been made to work, but dragged out to an hour and a half, it plays the same tricks over and over until a naff monster effect and paranoia seem uninteresting. Another damaging factor is the direction and editing. Some scenes that should have flowed beautifully are discordantly chopped together, and there are an amazing amount of scenes with agonisingly long pauses, as if they are asking us to pass judgment on how boring this all is. Twist ending is cool, yeah, but that's not enough to save the prior 90 minutes. Pebble Flesh and the Almost People is a mess of a two-parter that collapses into a gelatinous mess the more it goes on, and I only want to forget about it. Number 32. Snowmen. Never really had the best relationship with the Snowmen, as I understand this is a popular Christmas special, but I can't say I'm a fan. Stephen Moffat usually takes everyday objects and makes them scary, but he really wasn't able to with this episode, as they come across as Zippy from Rainbow as opposed to anything scary. The special feels like it's running on artifice, with plot elements happening not for any natural cohesion, but because the plot requires them to. We could have had a Victorian governess as our new companion, but it's a shame that's thrown out of the window for the sake of an Impossible Girl arc. Richard E. Grant and Ian McKellen feel wasted. The whole Christmas episode just feels remarkably unspecial. I can't say I'm a fan. Number 31. The Bells of St. John. Yep, it exists. Number 30. The Wedding of River Song. Prime example of the best and worst that Stephen Moffat has to offer as a writer. The first half is fantastic, with gorgeous imagery of time going wrong and all happening at once, the Doctor accepting his own mortality, the death of the Brigadier. All of this is amazing. Then the second half occurs and it's painfully dull, with the finale beating us over the head with information that we already know, seeing Amy and Rory get back together when we know this will happen, and a final twist that just makes the entirety of the series feel like a huge waste of time. It frustrates me to no end, because The Wedding of River Song started so magically until it fizzled out into artifice and cop-outs. One of the biggest casualties of the 11th Doctor era, if you ask me. Number 29. The Beast Below. You know Series 5 is a strong series when its bottom story is merely okay. The Beast Below is crying out for more time and a slower pace, and to explore its ideas, and to fill in some very important details and iron out our understanding of this world. The idea of Starship UK is great, but the realisation, both on the page and on screen, don't leave much to be desired. It needed a bigger budget to bring its ideas to life, and more of a chance for its guest stars to shine, who just feel wasted here. It should have been superb, but it's frustrating and vague, selling itself on half-baked emotional moments. There are cool ideas about humanity torturing a creature of beauty for the greater good. It raises the questions. This is a society that can design buttons that can have a radical effect on your memory, but is completely in the dark when it comes to building an engine to free the star whale from its responsibilities. The episode as presented isn't given enough depth to suggest a greater meaning like this. If 1% of the population protests the ship would stop, how is that kind of any democracy? Surely 1% would be the minority, right? Polling booths are an unsubtle metaphor for the government suppressing information, and while I get the sense The Beast Below is trying, it just needed way more time to flesh its ideas out. Number 28. Angels Take Manhattan. The episode is trying its hardest to give Amy and Rory a great emotional punching send-off, and the final scene is terrific, but once again this episode suffers from its 45-minute format. The first half of this episode is typical Moffat madness. We're leaping from one location to another, packed with knowing narrative tricks, and trading character drama in favour of over-processed plotting that doesn't feel like it's in aid of anything. However, the sense of unease we get from the fact this won't end well for our companions is handled exceptionally well, even if I'm just scratching my head as to why the Doctor couldn't just meet Amy and Rory outside of New York in the 1930s and pick them up, but regardless, Angels Take Manhattan isn't completely unwatchable. Whilst the Weeping Angels may have lost their scare factor, Amy and Rory's exit is done very well. There's a lot holding this episode back from being one of the greats. Number 27. Time of the Doctor.
The finale for the 11th Doctor is a perfect example of having its heart in the right place, not its head screwed on properly. The Doctor defending a town until his dying day is a terrific idea for a regeneration story, and completely in line as to what the Doctor would do. Sadly, the rest of the special is bogged down by trying to tie up 3 years' worth of story arcs, and feels like a whole series' worth of storylines was crammed into one 60-minute special that is just fit to burst. I'm honestly quite torn on this one. On the one hand, Matt Smith is giving it his all for his final performance as the 11th Doctor, and his last words are utterly beautiful. But on the other hand, it gives us elements we've already seen before, a mysterious woman who knows all about the Doctor and all his greatest enemies converging for an event, which could have been meaningful, but it just feels trite and redundant at this stage, at least in terms of execution. Being an emotionally frustrating finale for the 11th Doctor, Time of the Doctor both awes and frustrates me. Number 26. Victory of the Daleks. Hey, remember when the Paradigm Daleks were the most controversial element of the Moffat era? Oh, how the days were early. If any story was begging to be a two-parter, it was this one. Focus part 1 on the Daleks pretending to be benevolent, the cliffhanger is the new Daleks, and part 2 does everything to show us what the new Paradigm Daleks can do, and justify this huge change. Sadly, everything here is crammed into 45 minutes. The redesign of the Daleks never bothered me too much, it's just the fact that they did nothing with them. I know it was only their first appearance and you don't want to reveal all your cards too soon, but you have to give the audience something, as the most these new Daleks do is shoot down 2 Spitfires and that's kind of it. Heck, the Paradigm Daleks were so underused that this is the only TV appearance of the Orange Scientist Dalek. Seriously. Victory of the Daleks isn't a total write-off, but for rebooting the Daleks that ultimately went nowhere in the long run, it's not going to rank high in my Dalek stories. Number 25. Name of the Doctor. I'm split into 2 people whenever I watch this story, and neither of them can decide on a verdict. There's the fanboy in me who thinks that Stephen Moffat has written a script that is full of strong ideas, memorable set pieces, offers up nostalgia into the Doctor's past at the end of Series 7, so that the 50th anniversary special can look to innovate the future. Then there is the nit critic in me that can see on first viewing that this story poses more questions than it does answer. It's hideously overplotted, with whacking great holes treading through, that fails to give a reasonable answer to some massive clangers that have been poisoning Series 7. Well, it's not completely unwatchable. If you start to think about the details of what Moffat is proposing for half a millisecond, it does fall to pieces, like a brilliantly realised construct that has been assembled with the instructions. Frankly, it is a bit of a mess when examined, but is salvaged by a strong production, some jaw-dropping moments, and the presence of the previous Doctors. I would hardly call it the masterpiece that so many were declaring at the time, including myself, but it isn't the disaster that others have claimed either, like a lot of Series 7B. The Name of the Doctor is a massively flawed piece of work. It has more impact than any of the others because of the implications of its revelation. It's a nice appetite whetter for the 50th anniversary, but I doubt it will be remembered as one of the greats. Number 24. The Power of 3. I'd really like to applaud Chris Chibnall for showing how Amy and Rory's lives changed since becoming passengers of the Doctor as opposed to full-time companions for Series 7A. Oh wait, I'm supposed to hate Chris Chibnall because I'm a YouTuber. But regardless, The Power of 3 is a nice scene setter for the Pond's departure. It's quite timely that we should get this close to them and enjoy lovely moments exploring how close they have become to the Doctor and the effect that he has had on their lives over the past couple of years. There are some really effective moments in here, and it's tragic that the Pond should make such an exciting choice just before their departure. And everything surrounding the cubes is done really well, from the comments on society, how we initially panic, and then adjust, and then just start to utilise them, their freaky abilities right down to the look of them gathered all over the world just watching and waiting. The idea of a slow alien invasion is a terrific idea, and Kate Stewart makes a strong first appearance here, and Gemma Redgrave is still going strong in the series. Sadly, what stops The Power of 3 for being truly exceptional is the ending. It's incredibly rushed, and the fact that it's all resolved so quickly leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Regardless, the first 2 acts are incredibly strong, make me realise how much I was going to miss Amy and Rory. They truly were the Power of 3 for the 11th Doctor era. Number 23. Night Terrors. This is what Fear-Her should have been. Become so powerful that he's able to send a call for help across the universe into the TARDIS. The Doctor, Amy and Rory come to investigate.
Doll's house setting is wonderfully creepy, and the peg dolls with the motionless eyes are guaranteed to cause nightmares. Night Terrors is certainly strong on atmosphere and thrills. Sadly, its revelations do bog it down, as this could have been an interesting insight into the fear of children, but the revelation that, oh, your kid is an alien just feels cheap, and should have been more relatable to kids as opposed to a pretty cliched resolution. Night Terrors is still a comforting watch for me that certainly deserves another look from fans. Number 22. Closing Time. Setting the stage for the Doctor's impending death in the finale, Closing Time is a comforting, nostalgic watch. The Doctor and Craig once again make a great comedic duo, and Craig struggling to be a dad is a nice evolution from what we saw in The Lodger, and doesn't feel like repeat. This is a lighter episode with more lighter elements at hand, and I think they're handled exceptionally well. The Cybermen may feel like an afterthought, but there are some nice shots of them being worn down and in dimly lit corridors, and you get the sense these are a group of survivors slowly but surely rebuilding their forces. Cybermats are given a great reintroduction and update for the new series, and the scene where Craig is to be converted is terrific. I only find it a shame that they weren't gutsy enough to kill him off. The Cybermen have had many weaknesses over the years, some sensical and some nonsensical, but being defeated by fatherly love really does take the biscuit in terms of nonsense. Nevertheless, for being a lighter episode amidst all the story arcs of Series 6, Closing Time is a comfort watch for me. Number 21. Cold War. The goal of Cold War was to bring the Ice Warriors back for a new generation, and for the most part, they pulled it off. Skaldak is gorgeously realised, the look of the armour is beautiful, and everything about it is perfect. Nicholas Briggs gives Skaldak an air of terror, convincingly sounding like a fallen, experienced veteran. Cold War takes the formula of a base under siege story and has fun with it. Now, I can understand fans wanting something a bit more, but for being an entertaining new series debut for the Ice Warriors, Cold War is perfectly comforting viewing for me. Number 20. Crimson Horror. Giving the Paternoster Gang time to shine was a great idea. The Crimson Horror is probably the closest we'll get to a TV spin-off with these characters, and they all shine really well here. All very entertaining, and with each mad twist and turn, balmy visual and trendy framing device, I was ticking off my reference list with increasing glee whenever I watched this. The first 15 minutes were a joy to see, bringing Madame Vestra, Jenny and Strax back to the fore, and for a long while keeping the Doctor out of the action. While it may be a bit messy in areas, with Mark Gatiss desperately wanting to squeeze a classic series comedy horror four-parter into 45 minutes and having to rush through all the important bits so he can get to the fun stuff, preferring the iconic moments over telling a decent story. It was gorgeously shot. Flashback reveals everything you need to know about the problem with this one-episode format, squeezing an entire first episode from the classic series into a few minutes worth of stuttering development. The pacing of the Crimson Horror was relentless, and it kept throwing new ideas and pleasing images right up until the end, so it is easy to be bewitched by its many charms, although it climaxes on a pretty brainless confusion of action, and leaves quite a few important questions unanswered that shows that the script wasn't properly scrutinised in the development process. How did Missy Gillyflower figure out how to build a rocket? What was her motive for wanting to destroy the human race? It just feels a bit cloudy. Nevertheless, we were damn lucky to get Dame Diana Rigg herself as our antagonist for this episode, and for wearing its homages like a badge of honour, the Crimson Horror is a fun way to spend 45 minutes in an otherwise lacklustre series. Number 19. Hyde. A small but effective cast, plenty of atmosphere, clever ideas, and a story that confidently strides from one genre to another, Hyde is by far one of the strongest episodes of Series 7, and the one which embraces the essence of the show most famously. It's a script that keeps developing and throwing fresh ideas at you, from the time traveller stretched across a moment of time to the Doctor's jaunt through the timeline of the planet Earth, to Clara's banishment from the TARDIS, the clever paradox resolution through the advent of love, and Neil Cross handles the concepts like a really masterful craftsman. It's an exceptionally busy tale, but never feels rushed, and one which feels like it's going to end with lots of questions hanging, but ultimately resolves itself in a very satisfying manner. While it may be busy in areas, Hyde certainly ranks as a great horror story for the 11th Doctor. Number 18. A Town Called Mercy. Definitely the episode that has grown on me most over the years. A Town Called Mercy is an excellent drama, and the first episode in Series 7 with a sustainable narrative that doesn't have to resort to smart tricks to tell a story. The Doctor can't hop about through time or set up the plot via a myriad of locations. He's stuck in one place in a difficult situation and is forced to think through his actions and morality. It is a refreshing change of pace, and as a result is one of Matt Smith's most impressive performances as the Doctor. He's funny, he's thoughtful, he's dramatic. The episode playfully obeys the conventions of a Western, but puts a pleasing science fiction spin on most of them. And almost uniquely in Doctor Who these days, there is more intelligent dialogue than there is spectacle. It's gorgeously shot, there's a great score from Murray Gold, there's drama, excitement and memorable performances. A Town Called Mercy certainly has the whole package, and is an episode that definitely deserves another look. Number 17. The Vampires of Venice. The addition of Rory Williams officially into the main group is a very welcome one, as Arthur Darvill is the emotional core of this story and the big highlight performance-wise compared to other actors. He's extremely likeable, but struggles with the new status quo and setting around him. You can still tell that there's so much more to him than me, in the way that he stands up to both friends and villains for what he feels is right and what is owed to him. He's easily New Who's strongest male companion by a wide margin, in my opinion, and allows natural conflict to arise between him and the Doctor, and he isn't immediately caught up in the wonders of time travel and the fantasy of all this like Amy was. Hammer horror imagery is gorgeous as well, and the Croatia location work, and whilst I'm not a fan of the fish people, the vampire elements are well handled, and Helen McCrory is a very enjoyable villain. Vampires of Venice is a strange New Who story, even with the confines of its own era, examining the tropes of the past while also purging them in an effort to move forward and keep things unique and fresh. The plot is one of the weakest of the season overall, combining several overused tropes and ideas into an odd mishmash, and it's hard to say the character work and development is entirely perfect, but with a great Italian atmosphere and strong performances from some of the mains, particularly Arthur Darvill's Rory, whose inclusion is brilliant and very much needed after the events of the prior story, it's definitely a fun watch, and at the very least a memorable first outing for this TARDIS trio. Number 16. Dinosaurs on a Spaceship. A prime example of Doctor Who letting its hair down and just having fun with a title like this, and it certainly doesn't disappoint. Dinosaurs on a Spaceship is bursting with gorgeous ideas, almost as if Chibnall has finally been let off a leash and allowed to let his imagination run riot. The exotic design of their spaceship is awesome. It feels very classic Who to film the Doctor and friends having fun on a beach and pretending that it's the engine room of a spaceship powered by an ocean. As the Doctor says, it's quite ridiculous but also brilliant, and it strikes me that most of the best ideas to come along in Doctor Who could have had that slogan tagged to them. And whilst I'm on the subject of great designs, the Silurian art looks unlike any spaceship we've ever seen, and it's all the more impressive for it, and the inclusion of Rory's dad Brian is terrific, and while it may not be the most thematically rich or deep, Dinosaurs on a Spaceship is just a fun watch from start to finish. Number 15. The Rings of Akaten. I am baffled this was voted in the bottom 10 in Doctor Who magazine's 50th anniversary poll, when for me this episode encompasses everything that makes Doctor Who so special. It manages to be a self-contained 45-minute story that does its job well. I think The Rings of Akaten is the perfect example of the strengths and the limitations of what the show can achieve at the moment. All the CGI featuring the rings and the pyramid look incredible, and it's hard not to get swept up by that kind of visual majesty, unless you're quite cynical. It's so wonderful that we get to meet so many different types of aliens, but perhaps we could have concentrated on one or two really good ones rather than what feels like hundreds of merely adequate ones. However, the speech given by the 11th Doctor at the end is nothing short of wonderful, and perfectly sums up the 11th Doctor's character, an old man in a young person's body that was flawlessly brought to life by Matt Smith. Clara gets a proper chance to shine here, and the scene with Mary is fantastic when she's not bogged down by the impossible girl arc. Rings of Akaten may not be perfect, easily ranks as my favourite story from Series 7, and it deserves another look. Seriously, if you think this is worse than Warriors of the Deep, maybe have another look at it. Number 14. Hungry Earth and the Cold Blood. Chris Chibnall was given the task of reintroducing the Silurians for a modern audience, and for the most part he succeeded. As controversial as Chibnall's interpretation of the Doctor is in his own era, he absolutely nails it here. The Doctor is goofy, charming, but also intensely wise and authoritative, and this is Matt Smith's stronger performances, providing such a range of emotions. His motivations and advocacy for peace drives him to total anger in the ending of the story. He tries so hard to find common ground between the humans and Silurians, but it blows up in his face in the biggest way possible. Not only are the Silurians forced back into hibernation, but he ends up losing Rory as well, all from his own curiosity. This is a story where these characters aren't perfect, they're flawed and make so many mistakes, and the Doctor isn't exempt from this. He lets Elliot go, making him responsible for his abduction, and he wastes time investigating the crack which leads to Rory's death. These characters feel far more interesting once they're liable to mistakes like these, building to his guilt. Added to the guilt from previous encounters with the Silurians where they end up dead again, he's determined not to let this happen. It's really interesting watching this episode with acknowledgement of the Silurians and other stories of the classic era, because it adds so much more to the Doctor's motivation. The moral dilemma is well presented, as the Silurians aren't one-dimensional bad guys, but they're creatures with understandable motivations, and even the humans aren't flawed either. The story marvellously shows that neither side is perfect. Overall, this is a great two-parter packed with fascinating characters and a really compelling plot. Chris Chibnall understands the Silurians so well, and it was a great choice to bring them back in this way. I think this is a really underrated story, and certainly deserves more love. Number 13. The God Complex. There's a lot to love about this story for being such an oddball of an adventure and tackling themes such as faith and beliefs. It just goes to show what a creative director can bring to the show, because with its single location and monster, this is clearly the cheap episode of the year, but cut together this fast and cleverly, it is extremely easy on the eye and the time flies by. It's a clever premise that allows for moments of psychology, some really bouncy dialogue, and a wrenching twist at the end that knocks the Doctor for 6. It really does seem that all of his personality flaws are catching up with him, and they're vocalised in the God Complex, and to round off this character assassination, the Doctor realises that he has completely misjudged the situation, and because of his advice, 2 and possibly 3 people end up losing their lives. No wonder he decides to set Amy and Rory up in a nice new house at the episode's ending to keep them safe. He can see that proximity to his adventures can brew up a whirlwind of peril, and whoever's decision it was to make the story's location a gaudy hotel was a great call, because within seconds it's such an instantly recognisable setting, but filmed in such an off-kilter fashion, it becomes something far more sinister, like something out of The Shining. It is that horrid patterned carpet and the fact that all the corridors look the same, and it's so depressingly normal but jarring in context to the story as well. For having one of the best guest characters of Series 6, the God Complex will stand as one of the most innovative stories of the 11th Doctor era. Number 12. Impossible Astronaut and Day of the Moon. Kicking off the series with the death of the main character may be playing your cards too early, but this two-parter proves to be just as strong throughout. Whilst the pacing may be off for the first episode, the second episode is great. Taking the alien invasion premise and twisting it as a revolution is a great idea, and the ending is just the perfect chef's kiss to this type of story. The silence are a wonderful creation, editing themselves out of your memory as soon as you look away, and is a great idea, and the use of increase of tally charts is a chilling use of visual storytelling. All 4 leads get a chance to shine, and it's just an infectious watch from start to finish. Now, why do I have a cricket bat every time I watch the moon landing? Can someone answer this for me? Number 11. Lodger. Proof that even the stories that were given the budget of 20p can be quite good. Who would have thought that Doctor Who could work as a blokey sitcom? Lodger is basically a three-way character drama between the Dr. Craig and Sophie, but it's far more sweet and amiable than you could ever imagine. It's Matt Smith's most eccentric performance in his first season, and there is a lot of comic potential in the Doctor trying to fit in a suburban Britain. You wouldn't want to see this sort of thing too often or every week, but as an amusing one-off, it is a perfectly nice production, filmed with a delicate touch and featuring 2 warm performances from James Corden and Daisy Haggard. The Lodger is short, simple, sweet, and definitely enough to recommend. Number 10. A Good Man Goes to War. For nearly 50 years, the Doctor has built up quite the reputation, and this episode attempts to deconstruct the god mythos of the Doctor. A Good Man Goes to War as a mid-season finale ends up feeling like a hyped-up spectacle of everything that Doctor Who has been for the past season and a half, with a devastating finale that answers long-standing questions while leaving many more in its wake. But the drama hits when it needs to, the character beats are both extraneous and necessary, and they're some of the best of the season, and it's impossible not to feel what these characters are feeling as both joy and sorrow play their part and take hold. If you want to sum up the whole of the 11th Doctor era in one episode, this would most certainly be it, and it rightfully deserves its place in the top 10 11th Doctor stories. Number 9. Time of Angels and Flesh and Stone. If Blink was Alien, then this is most certainly Aliens. Stephen Moffat has written a near-flawless script which is skin-crawlingly scary and epic in scope, and packed full of memorable characters who all get a moment to shine. It's one of the only times that Moffat has managed to pull off a really strong narrative and substantial character drama together during his era. Adam Smith deserves a medal for his avant-garde direction. The production is approaching movie standard, and there are plenty of delicious visuals and set pieces to feast your eyes on. The atmosphere is tense and frightening, and few Doctor Who stories are as dynamic as this without jettisoning their integrity, and it manages to feel traditional as well. The dark tunnels, the crew under siege from an extremely scary force, and it all feels uniquely New Who at the same time. And whilst I'm not a fan of the final scene, and seeing the angels move did cheapen their scare factor a bit, this two-parter superbly combines horror and action and proved that the Weeping Angels weren't just a one-hit wonder, and is certainly one of the highlights of Series 5. Number 8. A Christmas Carol. By far the best Doctor Who Christmas special we've ever had. When confronted with an old, selfish man, the Doctor goes back in time and manipulates his life. This continues the thread of the Doctor feeling like this immortal, unstoppable god. He's on a power trip and easily changes the course of a man's life without batting an eyelid, and doesn't even get challenged. I love that this Doctor spends more time around the children than he does the adults, introducing himself to them and allowing them to feel comfortable around him. This is one of the best qualities of this incarnation. Reflecting the appeal of the show, it treats its younger audience with so much respect. The late Michael Gambon as Kazran Sardik is brilliant casting. He brings to life such a complex bitterness to this character, a sense of resentment built from years of trauma and loss. Even from the start of the episode, there's hints towards a tragedy hidden under the surface, with the pain of him becoming like his father and never really knowing how to confront those feelings, leading him to regress even more. His chemistry with Matt Smith is fantastic, with both characters having this ancient authority to them that they play off each other so well. I love the subtleties with the younger Kazrans as well. The child is still innocent and truly empathetic, wanting to be nothing like his dad, but as he gets older, he starts to adopt some of Elliot Sardik's sensibilities, such as not understanding how a poor family could be happy. The transformation Gambon gives this character from a tragic to old man to a tragic kinder old man is really special and unique, and the way he can easily switch between the two is a testament to his acting ability. Writing for this episode is phenomenal, with some wonderful one-liners and a truly heartbreaking character moments. You really manage to empathise with all the cast due to how well they're fleshed out and explored. And in conclusion, this has very minor flaws, but it's such a wonderful piece of Christmas television. It's festive, it's sweet, it's magical, and it just has so much heart. These characters are written amazingly, and the way they develop over the course of the episode is brilliant. It's one of the best Christmas specials in the show's history, and perfectly fits this incarnation of the Doctor. Number 7. Doctor's Wife. Neil Gaiman's episode is unlike anything we have seen in Doctor Who before, and it ticked all the right boxes for what I think can make this series so great. It's dark, twisted, imaginative, funny, clever, emotional, and satisfying. Another thing I love is that this episode looks lavishly expensive, and yet it doesn't pour its money into soulless set pieces, but where it counts: the glorious junkyard on the Astronoid, the extra rooms in the TARDIS, the graveyard of TARDISes that we see. The dialogue sparkles, the ideas are brilliant, and the music is fantastic as well. This is the episode where the Doctor manages to build a working TARDIS out of hundreds of different models, and he doesn't care that it's impossible. This is the episode where Amy and Rory are menaced through the ship's corridors by a disembodied voice that eats TARDISes. It's the episode where the Doctor gets to talk to the most faithful friend he ever had and tell her how much she means to him. It is something to be treasured forever, and is a perfect love letter for Doctor Who, and one of this era's greatest triumphs. Number 6. The Day of the Doctor. Celebrating 50 years of Doctor Who was no easy feat, but by the saints of Gallifrey did Stephen Moffat pull it off. There were so many wonderful reasons to embrace the Day of the Doctor, a busy story having to live up to so much expectations. What we have is a gripping first 20 minutes, plenty of running about and larks for the next half an hour, impressive innovation for the show's mythology, and a shove into the future for the last 20 minutes, and a massive love-in for the series at the ending. It's a story that doesn't just want to be a heavy drama, but wants to include sequences of levity and relish Doctor Who's adventurous roots too. It doesn't just want to celebrate the show's past, but it wants to hand the show a potential future as well. It wants to revel in the joy of a multi-Doctor story whilst yearning at the loss of so many of the classic Doctors. It wants to do pretty much everything it possibly can to see the anniversary in, and it is to the credit of Stephen Moffat that he absolutely pulls it off. There's so much richness and joy and horror and drama in here. Day of the Doctor is a compelling anniversary story that certainly lived up to the hype, and watching this in the cinema was certainly a treat. Number 5. Amy's Choice. There's so much to love in this story. Dreamlord is a fantastic villain, and Toby Jones steals every scene he's in. This is probably the closest the 11th Doctor got to facing off with the Master. As much as I would love to see him return, he's so good in this episode that it would be hard to use him again without cheapening him as a villain. The way he taunts the Doctor, Amy and Rory is so well done. I love how much he gets into our characters' heads and makes them doubt themselves. The reveal at the end that he's the Doctor's subconscious really recontextualises a lot of what we've seen, and it's an excellent way to end the episode. It also really highlights something I like about the 11th Doctor, and that's his hidden darkness. On the outside, 11 seems like one of the more naive and childlike incarnations. Underneath all that, there's a darkness that we don't see very often, but when we do, it's clear why the Doctor is so scared of himself. The central dilemma of which situation is the dream is done extremely well. The whole time it seems obvious that the TARDIS is reality, but there's just small things that aren't adding up here. The reveal that they were both dreams is a great way to resolve the episode, and I especially like the scene between Amy and Rory at the end. Overall, I think Amy's Choice is one of Matt Smith's strongest episodes and an absolute highlight of his era. Amy and Rory are written so well, and the way this episode develops their relationship is amazing. The villain is excellent, the plot is great. This is an episode I always love revisiting, and is one of the highlights of Series 5. Number 4. 11th Hour. Without a doubt, the greatest debut story we have had for a new Doctor. Matt Smith had the near impossible task of following on from one of the most popular incarnations of the Doctor ever, and yet he manages to effortlessly pull this off, protecting those heroic, charming traits that are synonymous with the Doctor, while infusing his own boyish flair into it. It's a brilliant idea to introduce him alongside a young girl, highlighting his rather innocent, childish personality, yet the threat allows him to step up and assert his authority. Instantly we're offered a perfect encapsulation of what this incarnation stands for and represents, a guide through a whimsical adventure, but always ready to protect you from the darkness that fairy tales can hold. His return to Amy's adult life could potentially be a great commentary on the audience, understanding that they've grown up and may want to move on, but the show, and the Doctor, is still the same, and it's never too late to enjoy being a kid, which is ultimately why it's a family show. This new incarnation is given plenty of opportunities to show off, standing off against Prisoner Zero multiple times, while simultaneously convincing Amy and the audience to stand by his side as he does so. Something that really interests me is the Doctor opted to bring the Atraxi back just to scare them off. It underlines how powerful he can be. For all the silliness he's performed while in this raggedy right at the end, he decides to don the bow tie and tweed jacket and show that he's much older and wiser than he looks, adding the cherry on top to what this version of the character is like. He's certainly not someone you want to mess with and shouldn't let his juvenile charm fool you. Overall, for doing just so much right, the 11th Hour rightfully stands as one of the 11th Doctor's greatest stories. Number 3. The Girl Who Waited. By far the best story of Series 6, The Girl Who Waited juggles a lot of the most delicate story elements you can put into Doctor Who, a high-concept world, time paradoxes, and moral choices being the tip of the iceberg. It's remarkable that it all comes together to make one of the highlights of the 11th Doctor era. It was about time Amy waited a lifetime for Rory for a change. That dramatic irony isn't what the story is about. It is about loneliness, how alone Amy felt in this kindness facility, how she felt betrayed that the Doctor and Rory took away 36 years of her life, and what her motives could be for breaking out now. While this episode is meant to be a character study for Amy Pond, testing how much she can trust the Doctor and Rory, I believe Arthur Darvill is the one who absolutely nails every line he's given. We tend to think of Rory as a bit of a dopey comic relief, but episodes like this prove that he has an incredible range and can go on tough adventures, especially at the ending when he tells the Doctor he's turning him into Doctor and has to comfort the older Amy as they leave her behind. I could never imagine another male companion pulling those bits off as convincingly. Karen Gillan is obviously fantastic too, having to play two versions of Amy with similar motivations, but completely different outlooks on the situation, and the fact that she insisted on playing the older Amy rather than be recast is a testament to how much this character means to her and where she wanted to take her. Matt Smith is brilliant too. This is clearly an episode about the companions at what they can accomplish and how they can save the day on their own, and almost makes the Doctor the villain here, and that I think is a brilliant way of selling this episode. It's the Companion Spotlight episode to end all Companion Spotlight episodes, and one of the finest 11th Doctor stories. Number 2. Vincent and the Doctor. One of the few pieces of TV that still brings a tear to my eye. It's awesome that an episode with such gorgeous character drama, and one that studies schizophrenia with such sensitivity, still has time for a giant invisible chicken roaming the streets. Visually, it's one of my all-time favourite Doctor Who stories. Every frame has been exquisitely lit and designed to provide a feast for the eyes. Some of the imagery is appropriately as dazzling as a Van Gogh painting itself. Matt Smith and Karen Gillan give their best performances of the 5th series, and it's Richard Curtis's treat to pair them to some wonderful dialogue and interplay. But the star of the show is definitely Tony Curran, who takes a potentially unsympathetic role and creates a Vincent van Gogh who is entirely credible and great fun to be around, and before the episode he will have broken your heart by the end. Intimacy and chemistry between these three characters is extraordinary. Vincent and the Doctor will easily stand as my favourite historical episode ever made for Doctor Who, and I couldn't love it more if I tried. Number 1. Pandorica opens and the Big Bang. This may surprise a lot of you, but this is my all-time favourite story from the revived era, as the Series 5 finale encompasses everything I love about this mad show in a blue box. This story is especially beautiful in every sense of the word, divided by story and character. The Pandorica Opens takes all the clues and recurring motifs of Series 5 and brings them all together for a fantastic climax that has one of the greatest cliffhangers in Doctor Who history. I know a lot of fans like to dig at the second half, but the Big Bang takes all the character beats of the series and gives them a beautiful climax. Amy grows up, Rory becomes a man, and while River is still a mystery, they all still get time to shine here. Concluding Doctor Who's fairy tale season feels 100% earned, with the powers of memory and love, which is what this season has been all about, topped off with a timey-wimey approach to storytelling, and you have a modern-day classic in my opinion. By far my favourite story of the revived series for a damn good reason.
After celebrating 50 years of TV, Doctor Who continued under showrunner Stephen Moffat and 12th Doctor Peter Capaldi. Quite possibly the most versatile actor to ever play the role of the Doctor, I firmly believe that you could place the 12th Doctor into any story from any era and he would 100% fit. But we're here today to discuss the best and worst the 12th Doctor had to offer. All 35 stories are ranked here. At the bottom of the barrel we have number 35. In the Forest of Night. Are you even surprised at this being at the bottom? I can't recall a Doctor Who story where virtually nothing happens as much as this one. In the Forest of the Night feels as though it's about 5 drafts away from being something very special. However, you would need to times the budget by 10, get rid of the ending, and completely revolutionise the characters and narrative in order for this to work, and tone down the annoying kids. But the biggest crime that this story commits is that it's just so boring and dull. Whilst I'm not against Doctor Who doing a whimsical one-off story where there isn't much of a threat, the execution of this story is just as dull as dishwater. With an initial interesting idea in the trees forming around Earth, it doesn't exactly do much with that concept really. It's too fairy tale and everything has to work out perfect for there to be any genuine threat. It's never quite explained just exactly what's going on, there's no real depth or actual science, it's just rather brushed over. There's no villains, just a brief appearance from a pack of wolves and then a tiger. Neither of them pose any real threat, leaving most of the story as just the characters wandering around aimlessly. For being the worst story the 12th Doctor era has to offer, In the Forest of the Night may look like a nice fairy tale, but it's about appealing as eating leaves. Number 34. Lie of the Land. I'm still scratching my head as to why the Monks trilogy of Series 10 was, well, a trilogy. I'm not sure where to start with the bad. The Monks failed to make any impression despite appearing in the equivalent of a classic Series 6-parter. The rule of tyranny is barely established before it's ignored in favour of all the character work. Doctor and Bill just feel out of character to a factor of 10. It's hard to believe that their interaction could be fudged this badly, given the excellent groundwork we've had in Season 10. The episode is paced very inconsistently with nothing truly exciting happening throughout, and a 5-minute interlude with Missy intruding in the middle to remind us of the story arc, and the ending, which in a long line of love conquers all ending, does fit a pattern in this era, but it just proves to be rather unsatisfying. Not to mention how this entire 3-parter is wiped from humanity's memory, rendering the whole exercise pointless. It's rare for a story to start as strongly as it did with Extremis, and then just hemorrhage continuously until it limps to such a bothersome conclusion. Not to mention, the episode plays out like an amalgamation of much better episodes, a pale retread of the Master 3-parter for Series 3 and Turn Left. I think Pyramid and Lie both have their emphasis wrong. The middle part should have dealt with the heavy characterization, and the climax should have been a lot heavier on plot, whereas here it's more like the reverse, especially when the characterization here is just so lacking. The Doctor and Bill coming out of the story with plenty of egg on their faces. The Lie of the Land may come across as a vital arc of Series 10, but it just comes across as a waste of time more than anything. Number 33. Pyramid at the End of the World. This is a largely empty affair that feels once again like setup for the main event rather than the meat in a 3-part sandwich. The Pyramid at the End of the World sacrifices its characters to the plot, a wealth of guest characters in this story, but I at no point felt as if I got to know them. They are simply functions of a glacial plot. I'm not even sure what to think of the monks. On the one hand, it's quite novel to have a different kind of invasion story, they will only invade humanity once they've given their consent. However, it doesn't make them the most exciting of monsters, just twiddling their tendrils and hanging about waiting for a duff move to be made on humanity's part. They featured in 2 episodes and just feel like you know nothing about them, their motives or their history. The first 10 minutes do feel kind of fresh and interesting. The idea of a 5,000-year-old pyramid that appears overnight is a striking idea. I expected the initial talk to give way to some action which never really comes to anything. It doesn't help that things are boiled down to their most simplistic level, with the disaster that will bring the world to its knees being insultingly signposted, and the bringing together of the military leaders failing to work on any plausible level. Pyramid at the End of the World is trying to do something different, which should be applauded. However, within its intriguing premise, it's a plodding and childish affair, and the talk there is lacks punch and comes across as just very flaccid. You're best off skipping the most of the monk arc. Number 32. The Caretaker. Now, what to think of The Caretaker? It was entertaining enough, but I did spend most of the 45 minutes wondering why I was watching this instead of something more engaging. 45 minutes passed harmlessly enough. Some of it made me smirk, some of it made me check my watch, and most of the relationship stuff just fell flat because it was told without any joy. It's all character development, but a story here is barely considered. It's a domestic drama played for real without the entertainment value of warm and funny characters that makes getting close to them worthwhile. Clara and Danny's love affair might just be the most somber relationship ever. It's missing 2 things that really make it work: humour and passion, in contrast to the Doctor and Clara's relationship that's really started to gel, and they share a number of moments in The Caretaker where the characters do shine together. It might have something to do with how Clara just feels wrong-footed throughout this episode, and how the Doctor keeps her constantly on her toes, but I'm not sure why we had to dedicate an episode of Danny Pink meeting the Doctor. If you wanted it to have more of an impact here, should have had more punch to it, but The Caretaker just comes across as a waste of time. Number 31. Kill the Moon. I'm torn about this episode, literally split down the middle. Kill the Moon, I understand, is a divisive episode amongst fans. Some seem to love it and others seem to hate it, whereas I see both the good and the bad. I find the easy diamond in the rough to be 12 and Clara, a duo I often forget how much I like due to Clara being such a temperamental companion, and they're easily placed in one of the best character situations they found themselves in. The Doctor completing his arc of "Am I a good man?" throughout Series 8, he abandons Clara so she can make up her own mind on a situation through some faux moral system. I think the Doctor being a character who can make terrible decisions like this and hurt people due to his disconnect from humanity is a really refreshing thing that they brought to the table. And it's brilliant to see the Doctor be like this. It reminds us that he's not human, he is an alien. And the scene at the end with Clara finally snapping in the TARDIS is really, really good, and both actors knock it out of the park. Now, Moon being an egg isn't a problem I have with the episode. The idea of humanity deciding the fate of the egg, it's the fact that only half the Earth in darkness will be able to decide. Does the revised series seriously not get how time zones work of the Earth? Only half of the people are able to turn their lights on and off because only half the Earth is probably going to be in darkness. Top that off with Courtney, who is a prime example of why kids should not be allowed in the TARDIS, and you have a real hodgepodge here of good and bad. I could sum this up as a rough diamond, a sparkle on occasion, but putting it just feels very rough. 30. Twice Upon a Time. A story that didn't really need to exist and was put together at the last minute. It could have been a lot better, but I think what we got was perfectly okay. While I think David Bradley is great as the First Doctor, I'm just not a big fan of the way he's characterised. Suppose Stephen Moffat was going for the whole "look how much we can change in our lives," but it just comes across as a step backwards for the First Doctor when you look at how much he grew over his initial tenure. The Generation speech at the end of the episode is terrific. feel the whole episode feels like it's just running on fumes, and while you can argue that's the point as a regeneration story doesn't need to be grand or epic, it kind of feels like a Children in Need short that was stretched out to over an hour. Take it for what it's worth, but I think we're all agreed that the Series 10 finale should have been the end for the 12th Doctor. Number 29, Sleep No More. Not really a fan of found footage stories, but did this episode win me over? Well, yes and no. It's got interesting ideas, a unique format, it's campy and spooky, but it doesn't do any of those well enough to be considered great. Certainly should be talked about more and given the benefit of the doubt. This isn't going to be seen as some underrated masterpiece anytime soon. I think it's just a case of an episode getting less and less interesting as it goes on. The Sandmen are a great concept on paper, and in that final scene with Shearsmith's crumbling face, but when they're wandering about corridors, they're just nothing but scary monsters that we have to get rid of. With their evil plan to make must-watch TV, they really could have been a smarter and more playful threat, like something more frightening rather than just generic zombies. Found footage is an interesting medium, but the format really could have been played with more, considering the said villain's plan. These are of course just nitpicks, but these smaller issues build to make an episode that just loses me 20 minutes in. At the end of the day, it's sloppily ambitious, and really something who should try more often. I guess I could sum this episode up as better luck next time. Number 28, Smile. Smile serves as the first proper adventure featuring Bill and 12, and I have some conflicting thoughts on it. There are quite a few positive aspects here. Peter Capaldi and Pearl Mackie are as stupendous as always, and hands down the best part of this story are when Bill is trying to figure out why the TARDIS is a police box. I must also praise the effects, the sets look great, and I really like the music here, especially towards the end. Fortunately, there's not really much to sing praise about. The emoji robots was always going to be a dated concept, and it just feels like so much is crammed to reach the resolution. The heart of the episode is in the right place, but I don't think the execution entirely works. One thing, I don't quite follow the Doctor's reasoning that the robots are sentient. He says that because they are engaging in self-defense, they self-identify as a species. That doesn't really make much sense to me, since any advanced robot would of course be fitted with self-defense protocols. Plus what he says to the medical staff basically boils down to, just live with the robots, otherwise they'll horribly kill you just like your families, or leave you to die of starvation. That isn't really coexistence so much as putting up with something that could kill you one day. Regardless, like the previous episode on this list, its heart is in the right place, but it doesn't quite come together as a whole. Number 27, Magician's Apprentice and the Witch's Familiar. I feel we're now onto the first good story of this Doctor's era, and I feel the Series 9 opener encompasses both the strengths and weaknesses that Stephen Moffat has as a writer. The Magician's Apprentice does take forever to get going, and struggles to justify this being 2 parts. I feel there's too much location hopping stretched over a thin and vague storyline. However, I feel as we get to the Witch's Familiar, the plot picks up a lot more. The scenes between the Doctor and Davros are terrific, as Moffat scales back on trying to write a huge sprawling epic and focuses on the characters involved, and the results are pretty good. I like the scenes between Missy and Clara sneaking into the Dalek City, they're effectively done, though the whole thing does feel quite drawn out. Had this been a 60-minute season opener, I probably would have rated this a bit higher, but for being a solid nostalgia-baited season opener, it just about teets into the realm of good. Number 26, Return of the Mysterio. Doctor Who as a superhero movie, whilst the two elements may not mesh together entirely well, and plot-wise you're looking at a bit of a car crash of a story with some underdeveloped ideas, what salvages this story and lifts it surprisingly high in places is just the amount of heart on display. The nice kisses to the genre is cool, the stylish visuals, the character work, which whilst never aspiring to anything substantial, is nicely written and brought to the screen well by the cast. I really enjoyed the love triangle between Lucy, Grant and the Ghost, and the nice humour that arose from the situation. There really haven't been scenes like this in Doctor Who before, because these scenes aren't really Doctor Who, and it's not a bad thing to have. Justin Chatwin and Charity Wakefield deliver charming performances, and you're rooting for them all the way, even if their eventual kiss is pretty predictable at the end. It's the gentlest kind of romance. It's innocent that there's only one hit of sexual tension, but that's why it's enjoyable for all the family to watch. You know, Christmas time. There were moments where the direction worked very well. Private Wayne New York is brought to life, the honesty of the intimate character moments, and there were times where it does feel a bit sloppy, like the split screen sequences, the Doctor on the live camera, the pedestrian nature of how the aliens were presented. And to sum it up, I have seen better Christmas specials, but I've also seen far worse as well. Number 25, Face the Raven. Ominous with a great sense of location and some gorgeous touches that make the overall experience a pretty memorable one. There is a sumptuous visual element to Face the Raven that lends it to a lot of presence, and the way the episode starts to prickle like sweat on your back that you just cannot reach is very well handled. The whole notion of hidden streets was really imaginative. Finding it was brought to the screen with panache. First 10 minutes are some of the most entertaining of Series 9, and when we get there, the use of the old monsters in an unusual way was cleverly handled, and the concept of the alien bolt hole opens up storytelling possibilities for the future. This idea could be used again. Marla's death is well handled. The idea that it's her own reckless behaviour of trying to be like the Doctor being her downfall is pretty well executed, and the Doctor's rage as to losing his friend is well performed by Capaldi. For being a fairly standard mystery with a well-crafted ending, Face the Raven gets a permanent tattoo of 25 for this list. Number 24. Eaters of Light. The only episode in the revived series to be written by a classic Who writer. I really admire the children's storybook vibe, which gives the story an air of a mythical fairy tale. Rona Munro does a good job of giving the Doctor a sense of great age, especially when he wants to sacrifice himself to the Gateway. The script captures the essence of Scotland, mud, the damp, it's in every image, every word, and the musical score gives the story a very unique tone compared to the rest of Series 10. Sci-fi elements intertwine well with the setting, offers educational insights to Scottish Roman history. Some of the characters also experience growth here when Bill makes a prejudiced assumption about the sexuality of a Roman soldier, and even grows from this encounter. Other than that, there isn't too much to sing the praises of the Eaters of Light, but it is a nice bit of fluff before the finale and a nice trip to history. Number 23. Woman Who Lived. This is an example of a very good character-driven story, and I'm now able to appreciate it for that. It's a great study of Ashilda/Me and how immortality has affected her. She's so different from the Viking girl we saw in The Girl Who Died, and is quite an interesting character. I do like Ashilda in this story, as she's likeable in quite a moral ambiguity way. Maisie Williams gives it her all to infuse Ashilda with lots of depth and emotion, to the point where she could be a great recurring character. Longing for a new life and her struggle with immortality is wonderful to watch, filled with some palpable emotion, such as the death of her children. It's not just a study of Ashilda, but also of the Doctor as well, and whether his good is everyone else's good. It forces the viewer to ask the question, was he right to save Ashilda's life, and doesn't give them an easy answer, opting for them to interpret this however they want. I don't want to answer it myself either, because that would ruin the pathos this episode has. Doctor's interactions with Ashilda are really well handled, such as his response to her beliefs around life and death. There's some nice humour in this too. Capaldi and Williams get some great exchanges, Sam Swift is a wonderfully funny character, providing comic relief when it's needed. The whole episode is largely light-hearted in tone, which ironically helps it to be a more deeper study. And then the Space Lion shows up at the end, and I'm out of craps to give. As for having two really good acts, but a really naff third act, The Woman Who Lived is a great insight into eternal life that could have been perfect if it just wasn't for the ending. Number 22. Girl Who Died. I more or less put this sort of mid-season two-parter together, and I feel they're both similar in tone and quality, which is fascinating as I feel it has the opposite problem of The Woman Who Lived. I appreciate this being one of those Doctor Who stories that lets its hair down, and has fun for the first two acts and takes the ideas of Vikings fighting aliens and does it in a bonkers way that makes you want to keep watching. The mood shift from comedy and drama to drama and comedy again, exuding the sort of confidence you don't often see these days in Doctor Who. Interesting that by ejecting all the timey-wimey cleverness from the series for 1 week, it allows for more time for the show to breathe, for the people to come to life and for the Doctor and Clara to engage in real conversation. May be historically inaccurate, but the Vikings are a likeable bunch, and you genuinely care about their fate. I really like the nature of this episode as well, a one-part adventure with consequences that spill off into another individual piece next week. It's a great setup for the price of immortality. For being a run-of-the-mill adventure with a strong ending, The Girl Who Died is best enjoyed with lemonade on a warm summer's day. Number 21. Robot of Sherwood. Closest we get to the 12th Doctor meeting her historical figure, Robot of Sherwood is by no means a great episode, or even one that holds up critically, but it's a great time if you turn off your brain and just enjoy yourself. The Doctor and Robin Hood entering into an ego contest actually makes for some pretty solid jokes, and the general light-hearted feel of this story is pretty fun. However, I really wasn't a fan of how this episode downplayed the Doctor's intelligence multiple times, just to either prop up Clara or for the sake of comedy. Plus the ending with the golden arrow was pretty stupid. Regardless, this is still a fun enough time, and it's entirely skippable for those who don't like it. Though one thing I do like is the ending speech from Robin Hood, that always hits well for me. For being the most vanilla story of the Capaldi era, Robot of Sherwood is a nice historical that won't rank as one of the greatest, but it's a fun time regardless. Number 20. Pilot. The title is pretty accurate, as it does tend to remark a soft reboot for the show, despite it being the 10th series since Doctor Who came back, while also introducing us to Bill and crafting a fun plot in the process. Honestly, I think it succeeds on all fronts very well. The reboot aspect of this is pretty admirable. You don't really need to know anything about the show prior, and yet there are many clear references to past episodes, ranging from Clara to River Song, and Bill makes a great introduction. She's well characterised, funny, and not afraid to call the Doctor out on his actions, all important qualities here. Plus, she may be the only major character in the show whose gayness isn't presented as a quirk, it's simply part of who she is. Other than that, while Heather isn't a particularly strong villain, she more than serves her purpose as the catalyst for 12 to show Bill a preliminary tour of the universe. Overall, it's a good episode and sets up a really good season. It serves as an introductory piece for Bill, and that's enough to recommend from the first episode of Series 10. Number 19. Knock Knock. The story combines haunted houses with student accommodation. Pots and a friend searching for a house to rent. They discover an old mansion with a strange landlord and a mysterious tower, and then of course strange things start happening. The plot here is pretty strong, with a house of youths being digested one by one into the house itself. It doesn't feel padded or too full of action, and it's paced very nicely. I believe this is a hard blend for a writer coming to Doctor Who to nail first go, but Mike Bartlett pulls it off. All around, the acting is great with no weak links, all of the characters are written pretty well, and easy for the actors to play. It's nice to see Bill be in her natural habitat with her own friends. The 12th Doctor is also at his best here, showing his comedic and dark sides, and I think the main reason this story holds up so well is probably Peter Capaldi's performance. David Suchet is fantastic here, and it proves why he's such a brilliant actor. His character comes across as gentle and kind, and yet he also displays a cold menace when required to. It's a standout performance. Knock Knock is your fairly standard horror story that isn't anything too special. It's good entertainment nonetheless. 18. Empress of Mars. An episode aimed squarely at the fans, Empress of Mars is a great ending to Mark Gatiss' time as scriptwriter on Doctor Who. The action is well staged and dynamic, the Ice Warriors look better than ever, with the Empress being spectacularly realised, and the guest characters provided some reasonable support. The setting is quite vivid too, and whilst there was nothing particularly standout in their characterisation, the Doctor and Bill were engagingly handled here. I'm sure the classic Who feel was absolutely intentional, and Alpha Centauri suddenly appearing in what might be the most amazing cameo of the revived series was the perfect cherry on top of the cake. I do like the subversions of the evil race trope, and I was very happy that they didn't make Friday out to be a generic bad guy, and that instead he was instrumental for the peace between humans and Ice Warriors. Members of a species having their individual characteristics and motivations, and the expanded world building regarding Martian history makes them feel like a real group of people, rather than just generic bad guys or the monster of the week. I really wish one day we'll get a story dealing with a future human space imperialism, with the human race being the invading aliens instead, pushing the trope subversion even further. As for the group of humans, there were some nice characterisations, most importantly of all the Colonel, who has some nice and cheesy moments with the Ice Warrior Queen, but didn't feel too out of place, fitting in with the tone of the adventure. Empress of Mars is Mark Gatiss' love letter to Doctor Who, and I'm all here for it. It's fan service from beginning to end, and that's enough to recommend for me. Number 17. Dark Water and Death in Heaven. The ever-controversial Series 8 finale certainly has its detractors and defenders, and count me as one of the defenders. The reaction to Dark Water was complete critical acclaim when it first aired, and I can accredit that to three familiar Doctor Who staples: the return of the Cybermen, the return of the Master, and the return of two-parters. However, there is a great deal more than that to recommend in Dark Water, but that triple whammy of surprises in the last 10 minutes leaves me gripped to this day. It continues the theme that we're mooted in a very in-your-face fashion. What's the one thing more appalling than people being burnt alive and begging for you to stop while it's happening? People being shoved back in their decaying bodies and brought back to life. Missy admitting that our dead far outweigh the living in terms of numbers, how we wouldn't have a hope in hell if they were directed to slaughter us, is a really great concept. And using these dead bodies to turn them into Cybermen is a great idea, and the image of Danny Pink being squashed into a cyber suit is haunting imagery. And whilst the Cybermen may be underused as they come across as Missy's soldiers more than anything else, I do love this interpretation of the Master, with Michelle Gomez giving an incredible performance. And you get the sense that her and the Doctor are best frenemies, something I've not really felt since the John Pertwee era between the Doctor and the Master. For being a fascinatingly morbid take on the afterlife, the Series 8 finale may not be perfect, but I think it's a great story nonetheless. Number 16, Time Heist. Time Heist not only continues to test the 12th Doctor's relationships with others, but it feels like unlike anything you would have seen in the previous Doctor's era. A glossy high-stakes heist akin to Ocean's 11, with the hallmarks of the Doctor's adventure in space and time. New cohorts, a striking monster, and a timey-wimey complication. This feels like the point where the new era of Doctor Who was truly starting to form. The production values for this episode feel very unique for the most part. Baxos Bank looks so clean and sterile, like any bank would kill to look like, but it's contrasted well with its dark and rusty basements that the Doctor and his friends have to start traversing. The characterisation is also pretty strong. The Doctor gets to be brash and say shut up more than ever. Clara's got a lot to worry about with the mission on a personal level, and Angela enjoyed seeing more became more common around this time, and Sai and Cybra make for great one-time companions too. You get the sense that they would have been joined by a third or fourth newcomer in an earlier draft, or if this episode was made for an earlier era, but they trimmed the fat and made them just more compelling characters with more screen time. However, Mrs. Delphox is a great villain, played impeccably by Keely Hawes. For most of the story, she's a cunning, no-nonsense fox with a love for her job, but the ending reveals a more insecure side to her, and let's just say, relatives as well. The ending to the story could have been predictable, but it was earned through great performances and a keen sense of timing over when the audience will be asking questions. And while I personally thought the teller's usage was a bit thin, you can have a story like this in Doctor Who without needing an obvious monster. Its powers are captivating, and it gets a sweet ending for being the best from writer Steve Thompson. Time Heist is a fun and confident story in the 12th Doctor era. Number 15, Last Christmas. The Christmas special that's certainly grown on me over the years. The dream within a dream plot is something that every sci-fi show has to have pop at some point, and it usually works within its rigid formula. Doctor Who nails this by making it as funny, scary and quirky as possible. Stephen Moffat subverts all the cliches by refusing to acknowledge at any point that what we are seeing is the truth once the cat is out of the bag. He plays the same trick over and over until you're wondering if we will ever see reality again, and it really works. Even when the Doctor and Clara hop off in the TARDIS at the end, you could still be waiting for one more twist that this happy ending wasn't authentic, but it was, of course. That's how much Moffat can make me doubt what was fiction and what was reality. It's a really great take on the dream plotline. I especially love that the knockout twist that the entire base under siege scenario is a massive con. So much so that what happens during this episode marks it as one of the least relevant in the show's history because everything that we experience is a lie. Escaping that lie, though, is the entire point of the story. Now, on a character level, this is one of the most relevant stories in the whole of the Moffat era. It gives the Doctor and Clara a chance to reveal their deceptions from the end of Death in Heaven, and part company in an honest fashion where they acknowledge exactly what they think of each other. Last Christmas is a really good special, and 10 years on, I can truly say it is one of the stronger Christmas specials. Number 14, Hellbent. Hey, remember when this was the most controversial finale? Before the days of the Timeless Children and Bi-Generation, we had the hybrid. Nevertheless, I am a pretty staunch defender of Hellbent. Every single interaction between Capaldi and Coleman is astonishingly written and wonderfully moving, and it's really wonderful to see the Doctor pushed in a way that we haven't seen in a while, acting as an inverse of the way Clara herself acted at the start of episodes like Dark Water. I think people often forget how long Clara has been with the Doctor, not just in terms of screen time, but also in universe. of how long she's been in the Doctor's mind. She was the face that intersected his long struggle on Trenzalore, she was the person that was in his mind during the billions of years inside the confession dial, and to think that the Time Lord's collective negligence over something so minor and ultimately pointless cost the life of this one person, it's perfectly understandable that the Doctor would go a little off the rails here. It's not like he's never done this before, and I'm sure every bad encounter with Time Lord society is boiling under his skin. And now for a completely cold take here, Capaldi is once again an absolute powerhouse in this episode, delivering some of his best acting as the Doctor, which says a lot considering how consistently astonishing he was. The Doctor breaking all his own rules in Hellbent wasn't at all a sudden deviation from his character, but in fact clearly signalled in nearly every episode leading up to it in Series 9. Every episode, the Doctor is confronted with the possibility of Clara's death, testing his commitments to the moral code that he sets himself. Every episode separates them and contrasts Clara's capability with the Doctor's caution. It's obvious as the season builds up that there's only one place this can end. Clara will die, and the Doctor will break everything in response. For pushing the boundaries of the Doctor-companion relationship, Hellbent will have its defenders and its harsh critics, but count me as a defender. Number 13. The Husbands of River Song. A final fitting appearance for River Song, The Husbands of River Song has a thread of sentimentality to it that enveloped me and left me feeling as though I'd been embraced by a close friend in a very intimate moment. Peter Capaldi and Alex Kingston turn this bizarre pantomime into something extremely watchable, their chemistry lighting up the story in every scene that they're in. Just when you think that the whole piece is going to be a disposable watch at Christmas time, and as a piece of fluff that Moffat pulls off a massive coup at the climax by expertly weaving this story into River's character arc and providing some closure for her. It's performed in a way that feels perfectly natural, and the feeling of romance and closeness between these two characters who have been through thick and thin together is very palpable. Whilst it may not have the most engaging plot, The Husbands of River Song is a bright, colourful, festive adventure perfectly enjoyed on Christmas Day. Number 12. Deep Breath. Whilst this episode didn't do much to justify it being an hour long, Deep Breath is still a great introduction for the 12th Doctor. The plot is solid, but nothing too spectacular like the 11th Doctor's introduction. Clara lamenting the passing of 11 is a little annoying at times, but the payoff at the end works well for the handing off of the baton, and I can see the difference Jenna Coleman has made due to the change in the Doctor, which is always a plus. She shifts to a more profound companion for the Doctor, one that looks deeper into his character and develops a deeper connection come the end of the episode. The standout of this episode, however, is Peter Capaldi and how he brings the 12th Doctor alive. From his physical presence to the more emotional and reflected moments, this is highlighted perfectly in scenes such as the kidnapping of the horse and the genius scene with the homeless man in the alley. Peter Capaldi brings a weightier presence for the Doctor that is so very different to the confident and raggedy Doctor we got in the 11th hour. Yet it's so obvious that they are same character, which is, I believe, the key to the brilliant casting here. Whilst Deep Breath won't rank as one of the best debut stories, it's still a great start for the 12th Doctor. Number 11. Thin Ice. You'd think opening with an elephant on the ice would be playing their cards too early, but Thin Ice has a lot going for it. With its atmospheric and playful setting, the unusual reveal of the creature being misjudged, the enjoyable characterisation of the Doctor and Bill, the drama of asking the question of whether the Doctor has killed somebody, and dealing with the emotional fallout of that and the astonishing production values, almost as if you've stepped right back into history. Countering that is the fact that there is nothing truly original happening here. There are old jokes like wandering through history, exploitative villains, a deadly creature that turns out to be benevolent, the Doctor's checkered past, but it all feels presented in a new way. But given they are presented so stylishly here, it's pulled off very well. Thin Ice is just shy of being an out-and-out classic because of this, but it achieves what it sets out to do to a very high standard indeed. It's a story that's well crafted, well characterised, and just well filmed. Take a step out of the TARDIS and enjoy a night at the Frost Fair of Old London town. It's a historical certainly worth celebrating. Number 10. Extremis. A very tight script. On first viewing, Extremis may feel like it's scattering of ideas and random scenes for its first half, but the story coalesces beautifully around its big twist. How the clues are staggered throughout the episode are impressively done, with each step taking us closer to the truth. It's an episode that rewards subsequent viewings in that respect, but along the way there are great lines, an intriguing plot, and some good laughs, further examination of the Doctor's blindness, some gorgeous moments between Bill and Nardole, and terrific production values. It is really the last 10 minutes that do astound me, Nardole confronting the truth of reality, Bill struggling to come to terms with her situation, and the Doctor proving that he is the hero, no matter how he has been constructed. The icing on the cake is the return of Missy, and the knowledge that she has been in the vault all this time is a bit predictable, but it means that we can finally move on with the vault arc plot instead of it being long-winded and drawn out. Extremis would be a bit higher on this list, but the conclusion of the Monk arc in the next 2 episodes lets it down a lot, but it's still worthy enough to make it into the top 10 12th Doctor stories. Number 9. The Zygon Invasion and the Zygon Inversion. It was about time the Zygons were properly modernised in the new series. Their fling with the 50th made it seem as though they'd never left, but here they truly get a chance to shine because this 2-parter has so much on offer. Great mysteries, excellently dark tone, and a superb utilisation of the Zygons. A war's broken out, leaving everyone paranoid, and that paranoia is a good thing. Let the trouble commence. That's the creepy thing about this 2-parter, the characters' fears and biases are completely justifiable. Not ideal, but the predicament has thrown them all off balance. Most of the Zygons are still trying to live in peace, so they're just as much a victim of the confusion as humanity is. Unit, however, doesn't see it that way, and the Doctor has to keep convincing everyone that it's barbaric to be so forceful against even an alien menace. And yet within this whispered conflict there are some lovely subtle touches and visuals, and the comment that utopia never lasts forever and somebody will always come along and destroy the vision that you have fought so hard for is so achingly profound. I was astonished that I had never had the point elucidated on Doctor Who or TV before with quite such clarity. What is war really for when nothing ever lasts forever? When there will always be another tyrant unhappy with the status quo? Why not sit down and talk instead of fighting when fighting is just ultimately pointless? It's a very worthy message, beautifully put across, that certainly makes this 2-parter one of Capaldi's strongest. Number 8. Under the Lake and Before the Flood. This is a very much a typical base under siege story, but it's done incredibly well. Too many stories in that format can get old very quickly, but this one keeps things very fresh, and I'm quite surprised that they did. On paper, it does sound pretty formulaic, and if you've watched a lot of Doctor Who over the years, you probably won't like the sound of this one. Basically, you have an underwater base, ghosts terrorising the crew, the Doctor and Clara have to figure out why, and yeah, it doesn't sound particularly interesting, but it's done really well, with the plot adding in some new elements to keep it all fresh. The side characters in this story are very memorable, and they just don't feel like the same characters with a different face on. I find Cass a particularly interesting character, because she's deaf and has to communicate through sign language. This could just feel like something that was put in for no real reason, but her lip-reading abilities are actually used well in this story, when the ghosts are silently repeating the same phrases over and over again. And it introduces quite another paradox, but does so rather cleverly and interestingly, and it touches on the dark moral decisions of the Doctor yet again. Thankfully in this episode it's not used too badly, and it does show how the Doctor stands up against evil and makes decisions to try and save as many people as possible. The time travel element is used really well, and the whole plot is very strong. All the characters are well established and continue to be throughout the 2-parter, and for being a pretty subversive 2-parter, this story rightfully ranks as one of my favourites from the Capaldi era. Number 7. Into the Dalek. The Moffat era didn't have the best track record when it came to Dalek stories, but this one easily ranks as the best from this era. Into the Dalek is a great story, action-packed, rich in topical themes, featuring guest performances from the cast and with some interesting things to say about the Daleks. A shallow interpretation of this story that you often see is that it's simply a retread of what we saw in 2005's Dalek. And yes, there are similarities. A damaged Dalek prisoner, a sudden escape, extermination spree, the phrase good Dalek. But in practice, these two are quite opposites. Into the Dalek depicts a standard Dalek who, untainted by human DNA, saw the futility of the Dalek race and wanted to change, but was held back by its own evil engineering, until it saw something it could truly adopt for its own, the Doctor's pure hatred for the Daleks, which it reveres in. When Rusty says the Doctor is a good Dalek, he's implying that even at his best, the Doctor is simply a Dalek, but with a strict moral code. The Doctor discovered who he was by defining himself as the opposition to the Daleks, but if he himself is more like a Dalek than he realises, what does that mean for his definition of who he is? Into the Dalek establishes many of the themes that will go on to become important later in the Capaldi era. It's essential viewing for the 12th Doctor Doctor's time in the TARDIS, and it's undoubtedly the best Dalek story of the Stephen Moffat era, by a wide margin. Number 6. Oxygen. This episode is Doctor Who firing on all cylinders. Bold, original, clever, tense, beautifully paced, characterful, funny and satisfying. In the Capaldi era, this is the benchmark that everyone else should be working to as well, I think. Just as Moffat was the standout under the RTD era, Jamie Matheson more than proves how much of a great writer he is under the Moffat era. And what you have is a threat on the inside, the oxygen suits that are working against you, and the outside, the dead-eyed zombies attacking you en masse, and 2 companions that are allowed to be absolutely terrified. It's the tensest the show has been for quite some time, and it's a formula for success that the show traded in for many years in the classic series that I thought had just been forgotten. Add in an already terrifying environment and you have a Doctor Who episode that ticks all the right boxes when it comes to scaring you. This is the bonding exercise that Dr. Bill and Nardole need as well. A race to survive together, and a feeling that they are a group of friends working together to get out of this situation. Each of the regulars get a time to shine, with blindness, oxygen starvation, and it holds back from being indulgent or overly spectacular like so much of this era. It focuses on a tricky situation with a small group of characters and some very clever ideas. The direction is fantastic, capturing the claustrophobia and terror of the setting with the precision of Scalpel. The performances are first rate, the music underscores rather than overwhelming the action, and the final scene is fantastic. Oxygen is brilliant. I genuinely do get short of breath watching this, and it's just short of the top 5. Number 5. Mummy on the Orient Express. This story is remarkably entertaining throughout. It's top-notch, comfy Doctor Who, an interesting premise for a monster, a great supporting cast, expertly paced waves of tension, and some great character stuff with the 12th Doctor and Clara at the end. The solution to the conflict is a little rushed, but at least that solution is clever. This is the classic Who formula firing on all cylinders, and is easily one of the highlights of Series 8. The sets look fantastic, seamlessly blending the 1930s and sci-fi aesthetics. The train feels confined, the characters are trapped in this environment, but it never becomes too claustrophobic to watch. Neither does the direction feel cluttered, despite some lovely attention to detail in the background. The exterior shots of the Orient Express are gorgeous, truly picturesque, and while the Mummy is excellent, it's a traditional yet realistic and subtly detailed design, creepy without being excessively gory. The dialogue sparkles throughout, and the themes are all presented thoughtfully and interesting. Even the musical number is really good. The whole episode is absorbing, exciting, clever, and exactly the kind of Doctor Who magic that I love to see. Number 4. Flatline. Flatline is Doctor Who being made for adults with very little in the way of light relief, pleasant characters or quirky settings, and it truly has a foreboding menace here. You wouldn't want the show to be like this every week, but my goodness has it pulled its socks up and delivered something unique and transfixing. What I loved about this story was how it just never stopped giving. It opened up in a unique approach with the shrinking TARDIS. And rather than just play that clever idea, it kept delivering surprises after surprises and ingenious notions until your brain starts wrestling with them. Writer Jamie Matheson pins them to a gripping narrative that puts Clara centre stage and allows her to really shine. With stunning direction from Douglas McKinnon, Flatline is packed full of memorable images with a tangible sense of tension, and it's no wonder writer Jamie Matheson won Best Writer of the Year for Series 8. Number 3. Listen. Listen practically defies a lot of explanation and will leave viewers as thrilled as it will irritated, I think. But I kind of like that. It's Doctor Who pushing the boundaries again and not rejecting Hollywood concessions for the audience. Listen expects some people to be appalled and others to be aghast at all the liberties it takes, and others to be bowled over by the exploration of the unknown. Listen deliberately asks more questions than it answers, which is bound to cause a portion of the Doctor Who fanbase to be pissed off at this episode, but it's taking an intellectual approach to exploring fear, and it may not reach the anxiety levels of Midnight, it does get very close. This exposes the major difference between Stephen Moffat and RTD. One is discussing what makes things frightening, and the other is just simply being frightening. You decide which approach you prefer. It's exquisitely shot, full of strong ideas, and trying to say something vital about the character of the Doctor. Listen, for me, is a fantastic analysis of fear that will forever be our constant companion, and I really love the episode for that. Number 2, Heaven Sent. This is not only a brave episode, but it redefines what a Doctor Who story can be, and Stephen Moffat achieves this by smashing through the boundaries and changing the shape of the series into something entirely unique, and it's all just for one episode. The presentation, the horror, the strength of performance from our lead actor, the poetry in the writing, the surprises, everything about this episode is adult in a way that New Who rarely dares to be. It's one of those stories similar to, say, The Waters of Mars, that could take place at a particular point in the Doctor's timeline, which makes even its placing entirely unique. The Doctor has lost his best friend and is trapped in his own personal hell. It's a terrifying labyrinth inside a puzzle box where he's stalked by a dark wraith that seeks not his fear but his honesty. Peter Capaldi gives a career-defining performance in what is practically a one-man show, and he just rivets me from start to finish for almost an hour. It's a bold move to show that the Doctor this afraid and this menaced by his own personal demons, since he's our constant companion in this series, and he is one that the kiddies latch onto for comfort. Goodness knows what younger viewers made of this existential nightmare. I can imagine they were either sitting there frightened or maybe a bit bored by it. Now, funnily enough, this is one of those stories that I probably don't revisit too often, as I wouldn't want Doctor Who to be like this every week. However, I can't take that away from Heaven Sent, because it's just an episode to be placed in a special vault, reserved for those episodes that remind me just how astonishingly good Doctor Who can really be. Heaven Sent is a masterpiece for a damn good reason. Number 1. World Enough and Time and The Doctor Falls. Without a doubt, the best Cyberman and Master story of the revived series, the series 10 finale has the full package. The opening where Bill is shot within 5 minutes is such a heavy and brutal moment that really sets the tone for the rest of the story. Everything is just superb. The pacing is perfect the whole way throughout, and the story handles all of its elements excellently. The Cybermen have never been as well portrayed or as terrifying on screen as they are in this episode. It's one of the very few Cybermen stories that properly manages to show the horror of cyber conversion. The scene where Bill hears the patient saying pain over and over again, and then the nurse comes to help him, but we see all that she did was turn down the volume on his communicator, is such a harrowing and dark scene that I'm really surprised they got away with it. These Cybermen really feel like people who went through a horrific process to remove their humanity, and are in pain every second of their existence, and that horror is exactly what the Cybermen should be. The idea of using a black hole and relativity to mess with time on the spaceship is a really clever idea, and I love how it's incorporated into the story, without feeling too clever or self-indulgent. The fact Bill had to wait over 10 years for the Doctor while it was only 5 minutes for him is heartbreaking to watch, and that whole final scene where the Doctor encounters the converted Bill is such a gut punch. It's such a dark fate for a companion, and that final shot of Bill crying inside the cybersuit is a great cliffhanger. The Doctor Falls is equally as great as well. Peter Capaldi gives a fantastic performance. He really shows us exactly the kind of person the Doctor is in this episode, and his speech to the Master just sums up the Doctor's character so well, and it's just an amazing scene from any era of Doctor Who. Missy's character arc is also handled very well throughout the whole story. Her scenes with John Sims' Master are amazing, and I love the chemistry the two of them have. It's crazy it took over 50 years for anyone to do a multi-Master story on TV. The final moment between the two of them, where Missy decides to stand with the Doctor and kill her former self, only for him to kill her in turn, is such a great scene on so many levels. Missy's decision to stand with the Doctor finally completes her arc, and the Doctor's death mirror each other quite nicely, as they both do the right thing, without hope, without witness, and without any reward, showing that they aren't really so different after all. The Master committing essentially what is double suicide is just very in character for them, and if there ever was to be a final Master story, this should have been it, even though I do love Sacha Dhawan's Master. I do love that scene so much, and it's a perfect ending for Missy. It's heartbreaking that the Doctor never even finds out that he got his friend back right at the end. World Enough and Time and The Doctor Falls will forever go down as one of Doctor Who's greatest achievements in storytelling. Jodie Whittaker broke the glass ceiling, becoming the first woman to play the Doctor. And whilst her era may have been disturbed by a global pandemic, I truly believe the Whittaker and the Chibnall era produced some exceptional stories throughout their 4-year run. As I rank all her adventures, similar to the Sixth Doctor, I will be ranking Flux's 6 individual episodes as their own stories. All 6 episodes are uniquely distinct from one another despite being one story, and they do all wildly vary in quality, so I think it's fair to rank them individually. So, for one last time, let's rank all of the 13th Doctor stories. At the bottom of the barrel, we have number 29, Orphan 55. An episode that encompasses everything that is wrong with cramming so much into 45 minutes. Orphan 55 is fit to burst, and the fact that it jumps from one set piece to another, with barely any time to breathe or think, makes this the worst story of the 13th Doctor era. The idea of this holiday park being a simulation to protect humanity from its true nature is a great idea, but the episode itself just does nothing with the twist. And therein lies the problem. The idea of this being Earth ravaged by climate change shouldn't have been the twist, it should have been the premise, or at least spread this across 2 episodes to give this story time to develop and have its twist mean something. Instead, we just get a sloppily placed together epilogue about how climate change will doom us all, but it's not in aid of anything to the story. Top that off with an underused TARDIS team and trying to establish a supporting cast for the week. Orphan 55 is all the worst traits of the 13th Doctor era just packed into one. Number 28, The Battle of Ranskoor Av Kolos. I appreciate Chibnall for trying to make Series 11 more standalone episodes, but you definitely needed to have something that ended more with a bang for this finale. The characters are completely underexplored, the Uks flip their beliefs far too easily, the sniper bots are said to be a huge threat, but since their first appearance they easily get shot down, and the return of Tim Shaw just fails to make any impact, unlike his first appearance did. Additionally, the episode's world building is just completely ignored, with the protagonists facing no consequences for breaking them. For example, the neural balances. The Doctor says they can't survive without them on, because the planet is psychic and will attack their minds, but when she and Yaz decide to give someone else their neural dampeners, nothing seems to happen. Chris Chibnall even confirmed in an interview that this finale was a first draft, and oh boy does it feel like that. The Series 11 finale is everything Doctor Who shouldn't be, boring, bland and lifeless. This episode is the equivalent of carrying an already big package down a flight of stairs and piling more on top and looking surprised when it falls flat on its arse in a tumble. The division elements make zero impact in the story because it feels so lifeless and empty. They're lazy, boring, predictable and just rubbish. The division is just that. Tecteun is just that. They're just evil, that's it. And it's hard to care for Tecteun as a villain or a protagonist in her own story because we've never met this character before, only learned about her in the finale last year. So do you care when she's got rid of or the connection she has to the Doctor? No, because the only reason she's killed is for dramatic shock, so she can't answer any questions. Why is she so obsessed with the Doctor? Why does she want the Doctor back for division when they cause so much trouble for her and them? Why on earth should we all care? I guess that doesn't matter. Top that off with the Grand Serpent infiltrating unit since the early days, which does nothing for me other than add further confusion to the unit timeline. Everything here feels so much is happening, but nothing is being said. And despite the conviction of the cast, the episode feels like a huge exposition dump before the finale, which I could forgive if the finale was a bit better, but we will get to that. This stands as the worst segment of the Flux season by a wide margin. Number 26. Arachnids in the UK. Quite possibly the most meh story of Series 11, as I don't have much strong feelings to this episode either way. The scenes near the beginning with Graham going to his house without Grace is really well handled, and genuinely some of the most emotional stuff in televised Doctor Who. Bradley Walsh has the perfect eyes for those sombre and quiet moments, and the whole scene is aided by Sega Nakanola's great score, which is excellent throughout the episode as well. VFX on the spiders is also very good, and maybe the best a creature or monster in Doctor Who that has ever looked this scary in my opinion. Overall, the first act is pretty good, and it's a shame that the rest of the episode can't continue in the same calibre. I admire the Doctor for referring to the spiders as beautiful creatures, but this is later contradicted when she just lets them suffocate slowly and in agony, which goes against what the episode was going for. Overall, Arachnids in the UK has decent ideas, but doesn't work as a whole, and just feels like a flaccid experience. Number 25. Vanquishers. It's a standalone episode, it's okay, but a minute after it you'll just shrug off and probably won't bother to remember it for the rest of your day. Okay. Not exactly a good sign for a series finale, particularly something like Flux as well. There's a lot of good character moments in here. like the Three Doctors interaction, especially with Time and Grand Serpent as well. Jericho gets a nice send-off, and it's great that he gets a good and heroic moment. The Carvanista's fate is pretty sad as well. You feel bad for all the Lupari. Splitting the Doctor into three is a good idea, and in an easy way at least helps to solve the multiple plots. Some may say it's a cop-up, but I'd rather have that than companions suddenly becoming highly capable, practically a Doctor surrogate. Swarm and Azure are probably really cool looking villains since we've had in the revived series, but they turn out to be quite a dud. There's no clear reason why the Division let them loose in the first place when they know how strong they both are. Not to mention, if the Division/Tecteun are the ones that created Flux, their function is kind of annulled anyway. Azure said they're imprisoned and feeling their death in a loop, so what's the whole thing about the couple and the beacon in the Arctic Circle? So, to summarise, The Vanquishers is a pretty good standalone episode, but as a finale, it is very lacking. Number 24. Legend of the Sea Devils. Yep, it exists. Number 23. The Saranga Conundrum. Ask me what I thought of this episode when it first aired. I would have had it at the bottom of Series 11, but over the years it has improved for me that I can call this okay. In my humble opinion, it is hardly more than that, and if it does get a little pedestrian in places, there is plenty happening in the myriad of plots to keep the interest focused and the surprises coming. I'm still confused about the title though. Perhaps the conundrum is how the 5 different narrative threads belong together in the same episode. It is overstuffed to allow all this to come together as one, but for being perfectly fine, the Saranga Conundrum is a vanilla slice of the 13th Doctor era. Number 22. Praxeus. Okay, now we're into the episodes I can start calling good. An ambitious, expensive and necessary exercise, writer Pete McTighe manages something rather miraculous. He does give all 3 companions a great deal to do, while still making the Doctor the hero and star of the show. Graham gets to tug on the heartstrings in a way that only Bradley Walsh can, and it shows just how little this gentle coaxing of sentiment this character has been utilised in Series 12. Mind you, there has been so much going on, it has left little time for character pauses, so this is a treat. There's a nicely drawn gay romance that doesn't feel in any way exploitative or cliched, and that's a pretty minor miracle. The moment where it looks like one of the guys is going to die at the ending, my heart was on my mouth, and I don't want to feel that way about characters I've only just met. But it's a really effective regardless. This is essentially a meat and potatoes episode of Doctor Who rather than one of the big hitters, but there is so much happening here that it goes to show just that even the filler episodes are packed with quite a bit of gold. Gorgeous location work that gets the pulse racing, with exciting set pieces, another great score from Sega Nakanola, a number of very creepy scenes in a series that has found the scares again, and has a feeling that the 13th Doctor can whip up a gang of friends in a heartbeat just through her sheer likeability. A meat and potatoes episode of the 13th Doctor era. Number 21. Once Upon Time. Personally, I think Once Upon Time is good. It has a very high concept idea, and it has moments of greatness, mostly coming from the Doctor herself, but it does kind of feel like a pit stop from the main plot. There is no flux at all really, and it reintroduces a plot thread from last year which wasn't entirely popular with fans. However, I do admire Chibnall greatly for dedicating a whole episode to resolving a cliffhanger and giving further insights into characters' history like Yaz, Dan and Vinda. Once Upon Time is a unique experiment within the series' history, and it does reward repeat viewings. I only wish it was more coherent and had a broader impact within the whole of Flux. Number 20. The Halloween Apocalypse. Created during a global pandemic, we had the right to fear that Doctor Who might not make it to our screens in 2021, and in defiance of expectation, Chris Chibnall instead chooses to weaponise the limitations set on him. We can't have an unlimited amount of actors? Fine, we'll have a guest cast that feature throughout, and as a result we get to luxuriate with those characters and really get to know them. We can't film abroad? Fine. Chris Chibnall chooses his location filming wisely, and instead takes us on a whirlwind tour of the universe to a diverse, weird, and visually stunning number of CGI vistas. Can't have an entire season of Doctor Who because of the COVID restrictions? That's okay then. Chibnall leans into his previous successes of heavily serialised television and creates the longest running, structurally ambitious and fluid piece of long-form storytelling we've seen in Doctor Who for a while. There was plenty here that was set up with no payoff, but the scenes themselves were great set pieces, like the Angel attacked, Diane being pulled into the house. Dan is introduced with great economy and clarity and likability, and immediately fits the series' new cosmic fantasy tone, and there is real enjoyment to be had with the Doctor and Yaz pairing that had previously been hidden to this extent. You'll find the usual Chris Chibnall exposition here, and that's just an aberration in his work, and you can either tolerate it or not, and you'll either like it or just find it overstuffed. For being a good start to Series 13, the Halloween Apocalypse just about makes it to the top 20. Number 19, The Ghost Monument. Lots of nice details and moments, but not too heavy on plot. Challenging plot details need to be added because this was a perfectly serviceable runaround, but it had a plot as light as the opening episode, and it lacked the excuse of having to set up the main characters. As a result, it does feature quite a lot of very good character moments that explored the new dynamics and gave the guest actors plenty to work with, but I can't pretend at any point I was particularly surprised or engaged with what they were going through. Chibnall simply presents his ideas straight up with no ambiguity or ability to surprise. A planet that moves, a space race, a ghost monument, a missing TARDIS, deadly water, sentient tea towels. These are all decent ideas that are worth building up, but the Doctor and her companions just hop from one set piece to the next, with the endgame something that is spelt out since the start. Countering that you have two brilliant guest characters, very well played with interesting backstories, and this is an excellent chance to see the regulars gel, for Jodie Whittaker to take charge of the series through some moments of danger, and for Graham, Ryan and Yaz to step into peril and still want to move on at the ending. It would be remiss of me to fail to mention how beautiful this episode looks, and the lengths that the production team have gone to ensure that this show matches with current day TV. The cinematography is phenomenal, the direction stylish, and the score refreshingly unhysterical and atmospheric. I like the Ghost Monument, but there were moments where I was clock watching between all the decent character beats, and for that it's perfectly good. Number 18, Eve of the Daleks. I appreciate this New Year special for its placing after the events of Flux, in how it's much of a smaller scale character piece trying to escape the Daleks in a setting as mundane as a storage unit, as opposed to the universe-ending threat we got in Flux. The time loop plot is handled very well and keeps you engaged enough to keep watching, and the Daleks, like in all their appearances in the Chibnall era, are very well characterised. They're blunt, ruthless, to the point, and always answer back. They're just so funny for me to watch. Add to that, the TARDIS crew all get time to shine, with Phasmin being officially confirmed, and I appreciate how it's integrated into the story. Dan notices that Yaz loves the Doctor romantically, and given that Diane in the previous series didn't want to pursue a relationship with Dan due to her trauma, it makes sense from Dan's perspective why he'd urge Yaz to tell the Doctor how she feels, as life is too short. It is really well handled. However, the romance between Sarah and Nick doesn't quite work for me and comes across as more stalkerish than anything else. Nevertheless, for being a self-contained story filled with time and love, Eve of the Daleks caps off Chibnall's Dalek trilogy in a lot of style. Number 17, The Woman Who Fell to Earth. Pretty enjoyable for the most part, even if it is a little thin on plot. The big shout out for me is Jodie Whittaker's Doctor. The simple fact of the matter is, I just find her a delight in her debut, easing herself into the role confidently, effortlessly connecting the audience with moments of silliness and authority, and assembling a bright new team to join her on her adventures. The dialogue feels more functional and less stylised than we are used to than previous showrunner eras, as it's much more realistic. There simply isn't much story here to speak of, but is merely dressing in order to bring these characters together into a functioning unit, and on those terms it does its job pretty well. It's like somebody has taken a musty old cellar that is obsessed with relics and opened the windows and let sunlight and fresh air. With a refreshing new Doctor and a warm family to travel the universe with, and what looks like a serial developing, the show has gone more or less back to its familial roots, but brought itself bang up to date with 2018. It's a promising approach and started the 13th Doctor's tenure very well in my opinion. Number 16, Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror. A terrifically entertaining character tale with great monsters, plenty of action, and a chance for Jodie Whittaker to show off what she can do. This is a history lesson set during the 1920s, and that is a pitch that pretty much any series would die for. Nikola Tesla is a remarkably vivid character, expertly played and written with enough detail so you feel if you've learnt a lot about him, but with no time to sketch him in a terrific depth so you can pop off to the land of the internet and find out more. Doctor Who is at its best when it inspires you to ask questions and to discover the historical characters that we meet, whilst also entertaining you at the same time. The monsters are pretty generic, but they're outstandingly realised, and the action at the climax was really exciting. Nikola Tesla's Night of Terror is a great example of what the show does so well in Series 12 in my opinion. Realised locations, a great sense of fun, surprises, terrific action, and a brilliantly written Doctor, and the results are a glorious piece of Doctor Who that feels utterly traditional, but trendy and smart at the same time. Number 15. Revolution of the Daleks. There's so much going on here, and some things are handled with real dexterity, and other things don't quite come together, but the overall piece is full of fun, energy, excitement, and emotion. It's a thrilling ride with some awesome set pieces, and a chance to see this set of regulars have one last exciting adventure against the Daleks. It starts out as a political thriller using the Dalek blueprint in a pretty intriguing way, and those were some of the best scenes because the latter half becomes an 80s tale with Daleks' civil war coming to Earth, albeit with an enormous budget to make the devastating war look pretty spectacular. Jodie Whittaker waltzed through this story with confidence, intelligence, and has a commanding presence. The Doctor gets so many opportunities to strut her stuff in the latter half of this episode, confronting the villain of the piece, standing up to the Daleks, formulating a frankly insane and terrifying plan, conniving a plan where she gets to spit bile at the racially geared Daleks and trick them in the process. In moments of introspection and a devastated reaction to losing friends at the ending, Jodie Whittaker is loving playing the Doctor, and she's utterly compelling to watch. Captain Jack is back and as much fun as ever, not taking over too much as he would be, but he is a warm addition to this TARDIS team. Chris Noth returns as Robertson and plays a slimy, camp and occasionally bonkers villain, and he's really entertaining to watch, and the character moments for Ryan and Yaz are some of the best scripted moments for this TARDIS team since they joined the show. The pacing and direction are occasionally off-key, but the overall effect is that of an overstuffed delight with lots of memorable scenes. Huge kudos for the moment the Daleks all fly into the TARDIS. The last 10 minutes are really good as well, with two companions choosing to leave the Doctor rather than being forced out through some dreadful science fiction hoops to be forced out of the TARDIS. This story might not feature Graham and Ryan as you might have thought, but their last scene together is really well handled. Revolution of the Daleks isn't perfect, but it kept me highly entertained throughout. Number 14. Can You Hear Me? This episode is to this TARDIS team to what Fragments was to Torchwood. Can You Hear Me marks a turning point for Yaz, Graham and Ryan in a huge way. How this episode fools you into thinking it's going to be all about people's phobias and then winds up saying something profound about mental health in general and how we need to talk is pretty impressive for a family show. With racism, environmentalism and mental health under his tenure, Chris Chibnall isn't afraid to make the show about something whilst also entertaining you. Can You Hear Me has a real punch to it because of its character work. It's the most accomplished character piece in a while, especially when it comes to the main regulars. The plot works extremely well to a point, but ultimately it is wrapped up with a little too easy of a ceremony, and to its detriment to allow for the 10-minute epilogue, which is where all the striking material is. Mandip Gill is astonishingly good in an episode that is feeling like it's really showing her off, and the rest of the regulars aren't too far behind either in terms of greatness. The Doctor is still a weird, quirky, awkward alien having adventures and trying to keep herself together in the knowledge that her planet has gone up in flames, but her companions feel like real people, struggling, asking questions about their existence and coming to terms with the demons of their past. They feel so much more real to me now after I've watched Can You Hear Me? Stunningly realised and acted. Watched this more than once and it does benefit several viewings. Number 13. Ascension of the Cybermen and the Timeless Children. The finale that looked at Hellbent and decreed I'm the most controversial series finale. Ascension of the Cybermen is a gripping and lead into the finale. It's a story that brings some real muscle and monstrousness back to the Cybermen in a way that reminds us of their power and destruction across the universe, which is a nice contrast to usually seeing them on the verge of extinction and desperate to survive. Ascension of the Cybermen remains a superior slice of action Who, with a palpable atmosphere and tense and stifling scenes throughout. The Doctor is neutered here to the point of learning everything but achieving nothing, and on the other hand, with the Timeless Children, the explanations given are designed to make you sit up and pay attention, or make your head explode in a non-canon defying way. The Master has never been in a more electrifying hands than Sacha Dhawan. The companions have a number of great moments, the production is out of this world, and the mysteries expanded on in The Timeless Children spin the series in a more enigmatic and optimistic direction that offers excitement and hope for the future. While it didn't really pay off that in the long run, I'm not going to cause it as a detriment against this finale. As an experience of raw emotions and revelations, it's really well handled. As an event in Doctor Who history, it's pretty unprecedented. It's the episode where the Cybermen resurrect dead Time Lords and take over Gallifrey, and that's the least impressive shockwave. It's an episode that teaches us that everything we know about the Doctor is a lie. It's the episode where the Master begs the Doctor to kill him and destroy their planet because of what he has learnt about their past. Chibnall has taken out all the toys in the box, the Doctor, the Master, Gallifrey, Regeneration, the Cybermen, and assembled them in the most twisted way imaginable. Whether this works for you or not is personal, but anybody who accused him of lacking ambition in his first season needs to bow their head in shame. I do admire the guy's guts to create something new here. He has fundamentally marked the series from this point, pleasingly offered explanations for lots of questions that were thrown into the air this season, thrown up new mysteries to be solved, and handed us developments to the mythos that is constantly being reinvented. And speaking as someone who had their past shattered shortly before this episode aired, this story helped me get through it, and it made me realise I've never been limited by the past, and neither has Doctor Who. Number 12. It Takes You Away. An episode that refuses to play by the rules, but has a fascinating look at grief and loss. It takes you away with Switch's tones, styles and narratives with gleeful abandon, and yet somehow gelling into an unpredictable piece that remains touching, dramatic, suspenseful and satisfying. Director Jamie Childs has proven to be a hell of a find here, and he has to create very free, distinct worlds in this story. The crisp suspense of the Norwegian sequences, the comic book horror of the Anti-Zone nightmare, and the dreamy brightness of the Solitract plane. The episode hops from one location to the other without apology, and it's simply a case of keeping up or getting off the ride. You should hold on tight throughout because it ultimately leads to a touching confrontation between the Doctor and Graham, a breakthrough for Ryan and that moment that everyone has been waiting for, when Jodie Whittaker cements herself as the Doctor and blows a kiss to a sentient universe that's in the shape of a talking frog. My favourite scenes were in the middle sections, the Doctor and co exploring the Anti-Zone. It does feel very classic Who, but with a real nasty streak to it, especially with the inclusion of ribbons and the flesh-eating moths. The aesthetic just looks gorgeous, and it's unlike anything you've seen before in Series 11. And that's one thing this series has done extremely well, plonking the TARDIS down in visually distinct and diverse places, truly suggesting that this show can go anywhere. In contrast to the rest of this year, however, which has very much gone down the road of telling a self-contained story with a particular feel to it, It Takes You Away takes massive joy in opening out what the possibilities of Doctor Who can be, and having the carte blanche to take you anywhere it likes. That freewheeling indulgence leads us to an insane sequence where the Doctor gets to talk to a sentient universe in the shape of a frog, a concept so out there you might think that Douglas Adams got a hold of the script from beyond the grave. It's beautifully scripted and performed, and Doctor Who has dished up far more bizarre stuff than a talking frog. I just accepted it for what it was, a playful expression of life. This doesn't have the usual climactic momentum of a penultimate episode, and proving that Series 11 really is doing its own thing. How can I possibly complain, though, when I walk away from an episode that intrigued, thrilled, baffled, and also moved me in such a unique way? It's another memorable tale, and one where Jodie Whittaker truly gets to claim the series of her own. For being the true thematic ending to Series 11, It Takes You Away will go down as a wonderfully surreal episode. Number 11. Fugitive of the Judoon. What started off as a mundane Judoon adventure turned into a huge mystery into its fabric. It threatens a huge revelation, and then it turns out to say something quite profound about the Doctor's life. Fugitive of the Judoon starts out as the most comic book adventure of the Chris Chibnall era, Judoon stomping around Gloucester, near a lagoon, and then builds and builds until it shakes the core of the entire series, and leaves the viewers with massive questions about the implications of the revelations involved. There's a broader picture emerging about Gallifrey, and the use of continuity is deployed like a weapon in the narrative to batter the audience at the appropriate moments. It shows that good storytelling will always be what makes good Doctor Who. Jodie Whittaker and Joe Martin make quite a team, and those central performances had me smiling throughout. The fugitive Doctor makes a terrific impact despite her short amount of screen time, and whilst this is a gripping watch, I feel it is let down by repeat viewings, as some of these questions are left unanswered due to behind-the-scenes issues. Nevertheless, for giving us a terrific mysterious incarnation of the Doctor, Fugitive of the Judoon is just shy of the top 10. Number 10. The Witchfinders. I love the confidence of tone that The Witchfinders has. It's a story that isn't afraid to switch between camp character comedy, historical cruelty, and quite disturbing horror. The witch trials are a subject I've long wanted Doctor Who to see, and it always felt like a subject that's rife for drama. That nasty streak that runs through this season, how it shines a light on the darker aspects of humanity, has been one of the most prevalent and powerful themes that we've had. It does us well to remember how we can be fed to fear things, and within that fear commits the most terrible of acts. Nowadays, we get to accuse and taunt people just from behind our screens, but let's not pretend that social media hate isn't a form of witch trial either. This just strips away all the devices and drops us into a period where we actually wanted to see the lethal results of our condemnation of others. Alan Cumming delivers a delightfully whimsical King James, who terrifies because he's a man who's willfully pointing the finger and committing murder whilst indulging in the drama of it all. He's enjoying the theatricalities of all the murder, the paranoia, and the episode wisely delves into why he's such a suspicious man. It really is an amazing performance. Siobhan Finneran, who offers the performance of this season as Becky Savage, is also really good. A woman consumed by her own hate and anger and accusing all and sundry to keep the suspicion away from herself. I found her a genuinely monstrous character long before her transformation. The direction of the story, all bleak and colourless, and yet focusing on unnerving imagery, feels very appropriate, and it is one of the most atmospheric scores of the year too. The only thing that really isn't time for is the alien menace. They're not really given great exploration, and so all we get is a throwaway line about their past and why they're on Earth, and it does seem a bit rushed. A shame, because they are visually very frightening, and a very ghoulish element of Series 11. This is a story where the Doctor is tried as a witch, but walks every bit the heroine away from all of this, and just for that it deserves to be in the top 10. Number 9. Spyfall. A confident globe-hopping start to Series 12, Spyfall is never once pretending to be a realistic drama. It's pure escapism, and it's taking all of its characters on just a joyride. Spyfall takes everything that Chris Chibnall asks about: bombs on planes, cars out of control, lights being on the attack, and delivers really spectacularly here. Everything has stepped up a gear. The direction is unabashedly expensive and exciting, the music is gripping, the regulars are getting on like a house on fire, but showing appropriate panic in the circumstances. The script is witty and smart, and the pre-titles and cliffhanger make not just a welcome return, but are both pretty epic. I wouldn't want every episode to be like Spyfall, but as a mission statement that the series is back, and you shouldn't get too comfortable, this is about as sunny as Doctor Who comes. Sacha Dhawan knocks it out of the park and gives me my favourite interpretation of the Master of the revived series. This Master is suffering from a form of post-traumatic stress. He's seen something so distressing that it has unhinged his mind, and he's essentially reaching out to the Doctor in the most perverse way imaginable, handing her an alien invasion and a big wacky plan to foil in order to get her attention. He wants her to know what he has discovered about their people, rather than just sit her down and tell her just isn't his way. He hates her, and he wants her to suffer as well. Sacha Dhawan has moments of complete mania and sadism, and he really wants the Doctor to suffer. It's almost like he is a version of all those fans who hate this incarnation, and he's so desperate to bring her down, but yet still wants to be a part of the show and is desperately clinging for attention, trying to be a part of it. It makes it doubly satisfying when she bests him later in the episode, because his reaction of pure frustration must be how those fans feel when Jodie Whittaker owns this show in Spyfall. For opening Series 12 with a bang, Spyfall rightfully earns its place in the 13th Doctor's top 10 stories. Number 8. Kerblam. A very smart, confident episode that paints an intriguing vision of the future. It rocks up with some terrific set pieces, some great guest characters, and not a bad climax either. The twist that the people we think are the villains are the good guys and vice versa is such an old trick, but I think it's pulled off with quite remarkable effectiveness here. Its big fun name, like Kerblam, is a step away from Amazon, and I really love how the episode pokes fun at how they have fingers everywhere, and could be responsible for the most appalling acts of terror. Countering that is the fact that the suits who represent the company are actually honourable and good-hearted, and what they want best for their human workers. It's quite a balanced examination. I also like the whole humans being replaced by machines angle, which, for once this season, didn't feel like a lecture, but they're to provide some local colour, and to give the human characters an extra layer of sympathy. There's a fair amount of talk along the way, but the dialogue is punchy and fun, and there's memorable performances as well. I feel like the guest characters are being given a much better crack at the whip in this era, and more opportunities to show what they're capable of. Essentially though, this is all a massive bundle of fun. The Doctor and company infiltrating a universal delivery warehouse to uncover something sinister going on. It's Doctor Who at its most idiosyncratic, while still feeling very much like the Doctor Who of old. Number 7. Resolution. A truly impressive job of bringing back the Daleks for one of their most satisfying turns in the revived series. Resolution had me on the edge of my seat on my first watch, and it still grips me today despite watching it several times now. Chris Chibnall ditches his touchy-feely approach to Doctor Who and goes for a dynamic, epic, emotive and exciting seasonal special with plenty of chilling scenes and riveting action. If anybody thought that Series 11 was too flaccid, this is the shot of adrenaline that was needed. Everything is ratcheted up to 11 here. The direction is forceful, pacey and unashamedly exhilarating. The music is the most in your face since the show returned, the performances of the regular cast match the severity of the threat, and the Dalek itself is a brilliant makeshift design that looks absurd and murders without any apology. Chibnall's approach to the Dalek in bringing it together piece by piece is inspired, and in doing so he achieves the impossible. He delivers a pretty original Dalek tale, and that's something that you would have thought would have been impossible at this stage in the show's history. The idea of the recon scout Dalek, the first to reach Earth and the first to leave Skaro, buried on the planet since the 9th century, and slowly bringing itself together and building a new casing, is a terrific idea. Does Resolution need the domestic scenes wedged into its running time? Would it have worked as one 45-minute episode? Probably, and whilst the scene in the cafe with Ryan and his dad does hurt the pacing a bit, I cannot deny that this material is genuinely well written, so I'm not too harsh on it. It's more than made up for by some unforgettable set pieces and moments where the series aspires to reach movie-level production values. I love the fact that the first series of the 13th Doctor adventures was subtle for the most part, and you might think the show had gone soft with its first female Doctor, and its climax, it delivers possibly the punchiest episode of this series yet. It's almost enough to make you think that Chris Chibnall lulled his viewership into a false sense of security just to make his impact on New Year's Day, and it's a terrific Dalek story for that. Number 6. The Power of the Doctor. Often considered the best story of the 13th Doctor era, and yes, this is a great send-off for the 13th Doctor, but it's just shy of the top 5 for me because I just prefer the other 5 stories on this list more. But the nostalgia with old faces returning is a wonderful aspect, which lifts the episode hugely. The moment when the 13th Doctor finds herself meeting manifestations of her consciousness, the Guardians of the Edge in the form of the 1st, 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th Doctors, is a truly magical addition. I am thankful to Chris Chibnall for finding this tenuous excuse to bring all those actors back, in their more aged forms. It was fantastic to see them all as they are now. They all perform their cameos in a way that's so perfect that CGI de-aging wouldn't have really done them justice. It's nice and fitting that Joe Martin gets to return as a manifestation of the fugitive Doctor as well, and it's fabulous to also get the return of former companions. Sophie Aldred as Ace is brilliant in more ways than one. Bradley Walsh pops back as Graham and works brilliantly with Ace. Tegan gets a good role in this story too, and the cameos at the end of Joe, Mel and especially Ian were terrific to see. The emotion I felt seeing William Russell making his long overdue return as Ian Chesterton was huge. The scenes with Davison meeting back up with Tegan and Sylvester McCoy meeting back up with Ace are superbly emotional as well. The joy and warmth of these scenes just shines through. They were tremendous. Sacha Dhawan steals the show as the Master, and his plan to tarnish his greatest enemy's name and reputation is an inspired plan, and whilst the Daleks and Cybermen's inclusion wasn't entirely necessary, they were competently used enough to give our companions a threat to fight. Whilst it is overstuffed, The Power of the Doctor stands just behind The Parting of the Ways as the second best regeneration story of the revived era, and is a comforting nostalgic watch that reminds me why Doctor Who is so special to me and so many others. Number 5. Village of the Angels. Chris Chibnall and Maxine Alderton really made the Weeping Angels scary again. The major part of the episode set in the village with angels attacking people is tremendous. Professor Jericho is a wonderful guest character, beautifully acted by Kevin McNally. He was a character many fans, me included, wanted more after this story, and at least we got it. The return of Claire is very welcome too, as she is another very well acted, strong character. All the other villagers are good too. The scenes are nearly all full of quality, tension and thrills, as well as nice humour, and I think that writer Maxine Alderton is the strongest writer of the Chibnall era. She wrote some of the best material for the 13th Doctor, and it's quite clear, I think, she's most likely responsible for all the great stuff in this episode, while Chibnall writes in all the overall story arc of this bit. The exhilarating scenes with the angels are compelling, and the story is clever and fun. The cliffhanger is thrilling and powerful, the atmosphere of the Cursed Village was phenomenal as well, and the overall dark mood throughout the episode was delightful. I thought the idea of the rogue angel hiding inside a human's mind was extremely interesting, and the quantum extraction sequence with the angels taking a place out of time to hunt for someone was a compelling and frankly awesome new idea for them. Village of the Angels is many fans' favourite episode of Flux. However, that honour for me goes to number 4, War of the Sontarans. My goodness, the Sontarans came back strong. War of the Sontarans is one of the best 13th Doctor stories and is a wonderful example of how much having a focused narrative can impact an episode for the better. The battlefield was an impressive set, as was the Sontaran encampment. Sarah Powell was equally as good in this episode. The commander was also pretty solid, especially at the end, and Jodie Whittaker knocked it out of the park. This was certainly one of her strongest performances, really channeling some essential Doctor qualities. The Sontarans were back to their classic roots as brutal warriors and used exceptionally well. Their plan of slipping in while the Flux is taking over is pretty smart, and the main Sontarans that we follow are quite engaging. Their ending in Crimea was especially brutal, and 13's reaction was pitch perfect, and it's just very happy to see them used well in the modern series as opposed to comic relief. In a similar vein, the Sontarans' presence in Liverpool was good too. Dan fighting them with a wok was pretty funny, John Bishop continues to be excellent, and the introduction of his parents felt a little unnecessary, but they weren't too bad to be around. Carvanista worked a lot better for me in this episode as well, and that was the great stuff. Pretty much everything with the Sontarans worked, and whilst the Temple of Atropos was a bit of a distraction for this episode, the Sontarans and the Crimean War worked so well for me that this has to be one of my favourite episodes of the 13th Doctor era. Number 3. Rosa. Racism is a common theme in the series, but it has rarely been tackled here in such a brutal, unflinching way where the ugliness of humanity is laid bare. This is communicated through Ryan and Yaz, and make this adventure really personal for them, and allows us to connect with both characters for how they're treated. However, it was Bradley Walsh's Graham that made the greatest impact amongst all the regulars, and struggling to play his part in an important moment of history. The show hasn't tugged on many heartstrings like that in a long time, as Graham has to fight his nature to make sure something good comes out of a very unpleasant moment of humanity. It's less about holding up a person from history and more about ensuring that the right event takes place. The race against time to stop Krasko from interfering with Rosa's plot of history generates a lot of excitement. Every demeaning act that is issued made me emotional, and any piece of drama that can connect me to its characters and themes is definitely doing something right. All the regulars gel in a massively engaging way, and all 4 of them had something to offer here, but it's their group scenes that impress me the most. Rosa as an episode is a beautifully written and filmed piece of drama with plenty to say. I thought it was a truly excellent piece of Doctor Who, and the show reclaiming its ability to get us all hooked on real history. Number 2. Demons of the Punjab. This is really different, and it's so rare that I get to say that about a Doctor Who episode. The way it was shot, the pacing, the subject matter, and the focus on the intimate details over the sweeping politics of the time period. I've never seen an episode of the revived series quite like this one before. The visual of a country being torn apart violently is a powerful and a great setting for a drama. Doctor Who can never hope to capture the scale of the conflict in 45 minutes, and instead focuses on a family that are torn apart by the events taking place, and it was an inspired idea. It allows us to get intimately close to the historical sweep without ever really seeing it, and because writer Vinay Patel is an expert at getting us to care for his characters, it means we are devastated as something as pure as the faith that each individual in story has threatened to tear them apart. It also leaves room for the regulars to have some beautiful moments with the guest characters, Graham talking about why he loves travelling with the Doctor, the hen and stag party, and the wedding itself, which emotionally is an unusually multifaceted sequence for this show. Jodie Whittaker is on fire at this point, still enjoying playing the Doctor as part of an ensemble, but getting some very strong dominant moments. I particularly loved her threats to the Fajarians and how she confronted Manish at the climax. She's a contradiction of knowledge, vulnerability and governance, but all in a good way. I'd like to single out Shane Zazar, who gave an unfussy, beautiful performance as Prem. He's effortlessly likeable, but also complex and interesting, and that makes his fate all the more upsetting. by the end. How this episode manages to make the death at the climax powerful, despite the fact we have early warning of it, is really masterful. It's because of what that death represents for the country, for the characters that have met him, and for Yasmin's grandmother. Combine that with superb music and location work, Demons of the Punjab will go down as one of my favourite adventures in history. Number 1. The Haunting of Villa Diodati. Without a doubt, my favourite 13th Doctor story, an atmospheric haunted house story, a riveting continuation of this season's arc, a great character study of the Doctor, fine comic moments, regular scares, and a feeling that everything is coming together for this production team. In a series that is obsessed in having a large guest cast to make the swarm of regulars even more of a crowd, this is easily the best set of guest characters we've had this series. Maxine Alderton, in a brilliant debut script, ensures they are both faithful to history and great fun to watch. They are paired off very well with the companions who each get moments to shine. I like how the story sets out to promise a haunted house mystery, and early scenes of the Doctor and friends exploring allows the clichés to be over and done with, before the whole piece turns on its head as the Cyberman appears and becomes both an influence on Shelley's Frankenstein and a kickstart into the two-part finale. It's half-formed, it revels in its own body horror, and relentlessly on a mission to save the cyber race. This Cyberman, Ashad, is one scary brute, and it's out to complete its mission whatever the cost. Even when there's an opportunity to try and bring the humanity back in Ashad through love, whilst cleverly tying it to Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, the episode doubles down and shows Ashad was evil long before he was a Cyberman. The Haunting of Villa Diodati kept me on the edge of my seat throughout, thanks to the peerless direction, the twists and turns, the character interplay, but mostly for Jodie Whittaker's supreme performance, and this makes it my favourite 13th Doctor story. And, whew, that's it. We have made it through 300 televised Doctor Who stories. Thank you to everyone for joining me on this journey, and I shall see you all next time in the future. Thank you so much for joining me. Goodbye.